Chapter 16 The Water Journal, Entry 3. July 8th, 2022. The lake was 71 degrees this morning. I checked the thermometer on the dock before the sun cleared the ridge. 71 in early July is warm for Gilchrist. The water near the shore was green and clear, and the stones on the bottom held their own shadows for the first time since April, each one distinct. Farther out, the green darkened and the shadows disappeared, and the lake became something unreadable, a surface that gives back whatever you bring to it. I swam for 20 minutes, past the buoy line, past the drop-off where the stones end and the bottom falls away to nothing. The water was warm on top and cold beneath. Summer's trick, the sun heating only what it can reach and everything underneath holding the temperature of March. I floated on my back. Cirrus clouds, thin and high, dragged across the sky. A dry brush across wet paper. Titanium white on cerulean. I have tried to paint those clouds 11 times. The problem is always the same. The thinness is structural, not tonal. You cannot mix a color thin enough. You have to leave the paper bare and let the white do the work. Graham was on the porch when I came out of the water, coffee mug at chest level. He did not say anything. He watched me towel off and walk up the dock, and his eyes tracked the water running down my arms and pooling at my feet on the boards. "You are out past the buoy again," he said. I wrung the towel. The water that came out was cold. "The buoy is a guideline," I said. "Not a rule." Nora. Just my name. Just the 2 syllables, delivered without inflection. The name of something owned and being reminded of its location. I went inside. The studio is the converted garage on the north side of the house. Graham offered it to me the first autumn, after the wedding, after the move, after the slow process of occupying another woman's rooms. He said, "You need a space that is yours." He said it with the warmth of a man who has calculated the cost of generosity against the return of gratitude. The skylights were his idea. The ventilation was his idea. The north-facing light that fills the room between 9 and 2, the painter's light that Nora's art teacher training would have recognized as ideal, was his idea. I accepted the gift the way I accept all his gifts, with thanks, with the understanding that a space given is a space that can be taken back. I have been working on a series of the lake, not from the dock, where the perspective is limited and the foreground is always boards and railing and the infrastructure of a life built at the water's edge. From the studio window, where the lake is framed by the curtains I sewed from canvas drop cloth, and the sill holds 3 jars of turpentine and a coffee can bristling with brushes. The painting on the easel is the 9th version. The first 8 lean against the wall, faces in. Each one records a different lie about the water. The first said the lake was beautiful. The second said it was peaceful. By the 5th, I was painting what the lake actually is. Patient. A body of water that does not lose what enters it. The 9th version uses a limited palette. Cerulean and raw umber, and titanium white, and a single line of cadmium red where the dock meets the water. The red is wrong. The dock is not red. But the painting needed a temperature that was not the lake's temperature, a warmth that existed in the frame rather than in the subject. And the cadmium red was the warmth I could not find anywhere else. I mixed the red into the umber at the dock line, and the two colors bled together in a way that was accidental and true, and I left it, because the truest things in painting arrive without permission. Graham came into the studio while I was working. Wednesday, mid-afternoon. He stood behind me, close enough that the air between his chest and my shoulder blades became his air, occupied and claimed. He looked at the painting the way he looks at a financial statement, evaluating. Not the composition or the color, but the hours. The hours I spent in a room he gave me, producing work he did not commission, using materials whose cost he would review on the credit card statement at the end of the month. "That's beautiful," he said. The same sentence he said about the first one. The same inflection. Praise that has been standardized. A verbal template applied without variation to whatever I produce, because the content does not matter. The acknowledgement matters. The moment where I am supposed to say thank you, and the thank you confirms that the space is a gift, and the gift is a tether, and the tether holds. "Thank you," I said. He touched the back of my neck, one finger. A single point of contact between the cervical vertebra and the hairline. Not a caress. A check. The way you touch a surface to see if the paint is dry. There are mornings that pass without incident. Mornings where the coffee is made and the toast is eaten, and the newspaper is read, and the silence between us is the ordinary silence of two people in a house who have run out of things to say. These mornings are the scaffolding. They hold up the other mornings the way joists hold up a floor, invisible and structural, and without them the pattern would be obvious. On a Tuesday, he made omelets, mushroom, Gruyere, chives from the garden I planted along the south fence. He plated them with the chives arranged in parallel lines and set the plate in front of me and poured orange juice and sat across the table. And the morning was warm and the food was good and I ate and he ate and neither of us mentioned the doorway or the credit card or the 5 circles on my forearm that had faded 3 days before. The omelet was his revision. The morning was his draft of a marriage that works, and the draft was convincing, and I ate it. After breakfast, he checked my phone. Not overtly, not by asking. The phone was on the counter while I washed dishes, and in the reflection of the kitchen window, his thumb moved across the screen. The texts, the call log, the browser history where I had searched for nothing, because I have learned to search for nothing on the device he can access. The real searches happen on the laptop at school, in the art room between classes. On a browser I clear before the last student leaves. He set the phone back on the counter, the same position, rotated 2 degrees from where I had placed it, which is how I know, which is always how I know. 2 degrees. The width of a suspicion confirmed by the angle of a phone on a granite counter. Janet called, he said. About Saturday. I'll call her back. She wants to do dinner at the restaurant, the new one on Main. That sounds nice. The dishwater was getting cold. I ran more hot. The faucet handle has been loose since March, and it spins an extra half turn before the water comes. I keep meaning to fix it. I won't fix it. Last Thursday, he blocked the kitchen doorway. I was trying to get to the garden. Not leaving the house, not leaving him, just the garden. I put down my brush. I rinsed it in the jar, watching the pigment cloud the water. Viridian first, then raw umber, the colors separating as they sank. Graham was standing in the kitchen doorway, not leaning, not passing through, standing in the center of the frame with his shoulders filling the space on both sides, and his hands at his sides, and his feet planted, and his eyes on me. He was not angry. He was not anything. He was a door that had closed itself. "I just wanted to talk," he said. But he did not talk. He stood. I stood on my side of the doorway, and he stood on his. Between us was the width of a door frame, 32 inches. I measured later. I waited. He waited. The kitchen clock ticked. I counted. 45 seconds. Everyone. At 45, he stepped aside. Not quickly. Not with apology. A gate, mechanical, on its own schedule, having accomplished what it was built to accomplish. "I just wanted to talk," he said again. He did not say, "What about?" There was nothing to talk about. The talking was not the point. The standing was the point. The fact that I counted rather than pushed past was the point. And he learned something about me in that doorway, and I learned something about him, and neither of us said what we learned. I went to the garden. I pulled weeds for an hour. Problems almost never come out that clean. 2 days later, he grabbed my arm. The credit card. $87 at the art supply store in Bellingham. Cadmium yellow deep, 2 tubes of titanium white, a block of Arch's 140-pound cold press, and a sable filbert I had wanted since February. Graham had the credit card statement open on the kitchen counter. He was not yelling. Graham does not yell. Yelling would be simple. His questions were specific. Each one reasonable if you heard it alone, and unreasonable if you heard the architecture of all of them together. What did you need that the school doesn't provide? Why didn't you mention the trip beforehand? 3 hours is a long drive for supplies. I'm not saying you shouldn't go. I'm asking why you didn't tell me. Each question was a room. Each room had a door that closed behind me. By the 4th question, I was standing in a hallway with no exits, and the $87 was not $87. It was a map of everywhere I had been and everything I had chosen without consulting the person who monitors the choosing. He reached for my arm. Not a grab, not a seizing. He placed his hand around my forearm with a precision that was worse than force. Each finger found its position separately. The thumb last, pressing into the soft tissue between the 2 bones of my forearm. 5 points of contact. A hand that had calculated pressure against skin with the same precision I use pressing a brush against paper. I did not pull away. Pulling away escalates. I stood still. He held my arm. The kitchen clock ticked. How long until the fingers release? What the face does when they do. He let go. His fingers opened in sequence. The thumb last again, and 5 small circles of heat remained on my forearm. They would not bruise. They stayed visible for an hour as pale depressions where the blood had been pressed out and had not yet returned. "I just want to know where you are," he said. "That's all." He stood over me while I slept. I was not asleep. I have become an expert at pretending to sleep, at pretending to agree, at pretending to forget. He came into the bedroom after midnight. His footsteps down the hallway. The bedroom door opened. He stood at the foot of the bed. I regulated my breathing. Slow, even. The breathing of a woman who is not counting. 5 minutes, sometimes 10. He stood and watched, and I lay in the dark with my eyes closed and my fingers pressed the fitted sheet beneath me. He was looking for something. Evidence that I was asleep. Evidence that I was pretending. Evidence that I would not confront this because I had not confronted anything else. The breathing was a performance. Everything in this house is a performance. The sleeping, the waking, the thank you for the omelet, and the phone returned to its position on the counter 2 degrees from where it started. He shifted his weight. The floorboard under his left foot. I have memorized the sound of each board in the hallway and the bedroom. The one at the threshold creaks on the right side. The one at the foot of the bed is silent. The one between the dresser and the closet pops when the temperature drops. I know which boards make which sounds, where a body is standing when my eyes are closed. After 5 minutes, or 10, he left. The office door closed. The lock turned. The lock is new. He installed it in May, a polished brass deadbolt on the interior office door. And when I asked why, he said, "Client files." Confidentiality. The word was smooth and professional, and perfectly adequate. And the deadbolt was a room I could not enter, in a house where every room belonged to him, and the click of it closing was the sound of a man who has decided that some information requires hardware. I opened my eyes. The ceiling held the faintest light from the dock lamp outside, a yellow that had traveled through glass and curtain and arrived as something barely distinguishable from dark. The woman I was before this house had different eyes, not a different color, the same brown, the same shape, a different depth. Something behind those eyes had been certain that her memory of a wine or a date or a year was correct and did not require validation from the man across the table. Not taken. I cannot say it was taken because taking implies a single act, and this was not a single act. It was an erosion, water against a foundation, not in a day or a week, but in the slow, patient rhythm of years, removing a grain and then another grain until the structure looks the same from outside, but holds nothing. I swim to feel my body as my own. This morning, after the doorway, after the arm, after the hours of watching in the dark, I went to the dock at 6, and the thermometer said 71, and I went into the water without the wetsuit. And the warmth was a surprise. And then, the cold underneath was not a surprise, because the cold is always there, beneath whatever the surface is doing, patient and unchanged. I swam, past the buoy line, past the drop-off, into the open water, where the lake is wide enough that a far shore is a suggestion, and the water beneath me is 180 feet of dark that does not judge or monitor or stand in doorways or count the minutes I am gone. The water held me. The water does not keep records. The water does not check the credit card. The water does not stand in a doorway for 45 seconds or hold a forearm with 5 separate points of precision. I came in after 20 minutes. Graham was on the porch, the coffee mug at his chest. The watching had the same quality as always. Measurement, inventory, minutes accounted for. The lake was 71 degrees. The brush I bought in Bellingham is on my studio table. The doorway is 32 inches wide. The 5 marks on my arm have faded. Everything fades. The marks, the counting, the woman I was before Everything fades except the water and the distance between this shore and the other one, which I've measured with my body and which does not change. The sable filbert is on my studio table. The ninth painting is on the easel. The cadmium red at the dock line is dry now. The pigment set. The warmth permanent in a way that nothing else in this house is permanent. I will paint the 10th version tomorrow. I will stand at the window with the north light coming through the skylights he installed, and I will use the brushes I bought with the money he monitors, and I will make something that is mine. And then I will swim. Chapter 17. The Far Shore. Margot pours Earl Grey into the cup she has designated mine. White porcelain, thin rim, no handle crack. Margot's cup has a hairline fracture along the base that she rotates away from her mouth each sip. She does not replace it. Things in Margot's house occupy their positions until they cannot. Friday, 3:15 in the afternoon. The sunroom faces southwest and the lake fills the windows, and the afternoon light comes through at an angle that turns everything amber. I sit in the chair closest to the door. Margot sits in the one closest to the kitchen. This arrangement established itself the second time I came for tea, and neither of us has altered it. I hold the cup with both hands. The tea is hot, and the porcelain conducts the heat precisely to the center of my palms. Margot's sunroom has 4 Nora watercolors on the walls. I have looked at them before. The lake from the North Shore, the lake at dusk, the dock from the garden, the boathouse and its reflection, a study in viridian and titanium white that Margot hung above the bookcase because the colors matched the spines. There is a 5th painting on the south wall that I have not examined closely until now. The lake. But wrong. The perspective is reversed. The viewer is standing on rock and gravel with Douglas fir behind them, and the lake stretches east toward a far shore that is not a far shore at all. It is Harrow, the houses, the dock, the ridge, the raw umber of October late on water that has already lost its summer color and is beginning the slow contraction toward winter. I set down my cup. That one's different, I say. Margot looks at the south wall. She brought it in November, the year before. Margot lifts her cup, rotates the fracture, sips. Said the light was better from that side. She painted from the far shore. There's a logging road, FS 412. It comes off the county road about 7 miles north and drops down to a pull-off near the water. Mostly hunters use it in the fall and teenagers in the summer. You can hike in from the pull-off to a rocky flat where the shoreline opens up. Margot sets her cup down. The saucer receives it without sound. Nora told me she'd been out there on foot. Late 2021. She was carrying her painting kit, the portable one with the collapsible easel. She said she wanted to see the house from across. My thumb presses the handle of my cup. The far shore is not accessible from the waterside. Rock face, deadfall, a steep grade of loose shale above the waterline. From the dock, you can see the tree line and the ridge and, in certain light, the gap where the logging road meets the shore. I have looked at that gap every morning from the boathouse window for 5 months without asking what it was. Nora walked in. Nora set up her easel. Nora painted Harrow from the other side of a lake where her husband tracked her movements and counted her minutes and stood in doorways. She painted, looking back. Margot pours herself more tea. The kettle is cast iron, heavy, and she lifts it with both hands. The moss agate ring catches the window light. You never mentioned this painting before, I say. You never asked about it before. Margot sets the kettle down. You looked at it today. I did. I looked at it because I came through the sunroom door, and the October light in the painting pulled my eyes to the south wall before I sat down, and I stood in front of it for 3 seconds. And those 3 seconds contained a question I did not have language for until Margot answered it. There's something else, Margot says. She stirs her tea. The spoon circles twice, 3 times. I've been wanting to tell someone this for a long time, she says. Not wanting, needing. She sets the spoon down. But the wanting and the needing are different animals, and I couldn't figure out which one was driving. She picks the spoon back up, sets it down again. Outside, a robin is pulling at something in her garden. The bird is working hard. Margot glances at it and then back at me. The robin's been at that patch all week, she says. I think there's a grub situation. Margot? I know. She waves her hand, a small gesture of someone who has been circling the important thing and landed briefly on the robin because the robin was easier. I told the officer about the car. My fingers wrap around the teacup. Both hands. The porcelain is too hot and I hold it anyway. What car? I say. The night Nora went swimming. Margot lifts her cup and rotates the fracture away from her mouth. September 14th, a Friday. I couldn't sleep. She sets the cup down carefully. Bill had been gone 4 years by then, and the house makes different sounds at night when you're alone in it. I got up to make tea. The kitchen faces west, toward the far shore. My hands are flat, and my fingers are spread, and I'm listening with everything I have. There were headlights at the pull-off. FS Fortune 12. Not on the main road, not passing through. At the pull-off itself, where the logging road ends at the water. She sips, sets the cup down. They were on for 5 or 8 minutes. Then they went off, but the car stayed. I could see the shape against the trees. Dark color. I couldn't tell the make. I don't move. I went back to bed. The next morning, the deputy came. Deputy, not a detective. Margot folds the napkin on the table into a neat square. Young man, very polite, asked if I'd seen anything unusual the evening before. Nora's towel and swimsuit had been found on the dock. Margot wraps both hands around the cup. I told him about the headlights. He wrote it in his notebook. He thanked me. And, I say, and nothing. Margot's voice is level. No bitterness, no accusation. The voice of a woman who filed a fact in chronological order and checked the folder periodically to see if anyone had requested it. Nobody followed up. Nobody called. 3 years. The sunroom is quiet. The lake is through the windows, and the afternoon light has shifted, and Margot is looking at me with an expression that is not pity, and not urgency, and not anything I can categorize. I assume someone would ask eventually, she says. Nobody did, until you sat here and looked at that painting. The tea is cooling in my hands. The lake through Margot's windows is the same lake it was 3 minutes ago, and it is not the same lake. The car at the pull-off, a car that was waiting, a car that means the drowning was not a drowning. The drowning was a departure. Nora walked into the water and walked out the other side and got in a car and drove away, and the chain I am wearing was not lost. It was left, placed in a drawer the way the towel was placed on the dock. Staged. Every grieving detail I have been carrying for 16 months was a set piece. My thumb presses the handle of the cup hard enough that the porcelain edge cuts a line into the pad. The ground has shifted, and I'm still sitting in this chair with this tea, and Margot is watching me, and I do not know what my face is doing. I drive to the Harrow Public Library on 2nd Street. It is a single-story building with cedar siding and a book drop shaped like a mailbox and a gravel parking lot that holds 12 cars. My Tacoma is the third vehicle in the lot. The other two are a Subaru with a Harrow Elementary bumper sticker and a pickup with a toolbox bolted to the bed. Margaret Liu is at the front desk. She has worked here for 11 years, and she nods when I come in and returns to the book she is shelving and does not ask what I need. Margaret Liu understands that some people come to libraries for information, and some people come to libraries because they are the only public building in town where nobody requires you to perform a social function. The bathroom in the library is at the end of the hall past the children's section. I use it because I've been drinking coffee since 4 a.m. and I haven't used a bathroom since the boathouse. The soap dispenser is empty. The hand dryer works. Someone has written Jess plus Tyler in silver Sharpie on the inside of the stall door. I read it twice for no reason. On the way back, I pass the children's section. A woman is reading to two kids on a carpet with an alphabet border. She's doing voices. The wolf voice is deeper than her regular voice by about half an octave, and the kids are rapt, and the carpet has a stain near the letter Q that someone tried to clean and gave up on. I stand in the doorway for maybe 10 seconds, not because it reminds me of anything, because it's happening, and I'm here. And sometimes you stop walking, because a woman is reading to children and there's no investigative value in it, and you stop anyway. I go to the reference section. The topographic maps are in a flat file cabinet behind the periodicals. I pull the Gilchrist Lake Quadrangle, USGS 7.5-minute series, and spread it on the reading table under the fluorescent light. The lake is a long, irregular oval, oriented roughly northeast to southwest. The town of Harrow clusters on the eastern shore. Ridge Road runs along the north. The boathouse sits on the east shore at the bend where the lake narrows, before widening again toward the south basin. The deepest point is marked 180 feet, near the center, slightly north of the midline. I find FS 412. It leaves the county road 7 miles north of Harrow and descends through switchbacks to a pull-off, marked with a small triangle at the western shore. The pull-off is at the water's edge. From there, a dotted line indicates a trail that runs south along the shore to a rocky flat. I put my finger on Nora's dock. I put my other finger on the pull-off. Between them, the widest section of Gilchrist Lake. I measure with the map scale. The straight line distance from the end of Nora's dock to the rocky beach near the FS 412 pull-off is 1.2 miles. I take my hands off the map. I sit back in the wooden chair and the chair creaks, and Margaret Liu does not look up. 1.2 miles. Open water. Across the deepest part of the lake. September 14th, 2022. I checked the water temperature months ago, during a different phase of this investigation, when I was still building the timeline and the temperature was a data point and not a distance. Open Meteo's historical archive for Gilchrist Lake, the station at the North Shore weather buoy. Surface temperature September 14th, 2022 was 51 degrees Fahrenheit. Cold, not hypothermic for a conditioned swimmer. A strong swimmer in 51-degree water can sustain a pace of roughly 2 miles per hour for distances under 2 miles if they've trained for it. 35 to 40 minutes. From the dock to the far shore, across the deepest water, in the dark, on a September evening when the air was cooling and the lake was colder than the air. I fold my arms on the reading table and press my forehead against them. The map is still spread beneath me. Nora's dock on the right. The pull-off on the left. 1.2 miles of water between the woman who entered the lake and the car that was waiting on the other side. If the car was waiting, if Nora swam east to west across open water while her husband sat at a restaurant in Seattle with 3 witnesses and a parking receipt and an alibi built to the specifications of a man who builds things to specification. If she reached the rocky beach and climbed out of 51-degree water, and there was a towel and dry clothes and a car with the keys in it, and a road that leads to the county highway, and the county highway leads to I-90, and I-90 leads to anywhere. I lift my head. Then Nora didn't drown. Then the drowning was staged. The swimsuit on the dock, the towel on the dock, the evening swim that matched her documented routine. All of it arranged. All of it deliberate. Then the insurance claim was fraud. The $750. Surndoi learned that Pacific Mutual Life paid to Graham Averill 6 months after his wife entered the lake and did not come back, was payment for an event that did not occur. Then the journal. My thumbnail finds the pad of my index finger and presses. The crescent forms. The journal was written before the drowning. March through September 2022. 7 months of entries documenting a pattern of coercive control that escalated from corrections at dinner to a hand on a forearm to standing over a sleeping woman in the dark. 7 months of a woman shrinking into water because water was the only space her husband could not fill. Except Claire Kessler says, Nora was loud. Except Claire Kessler says Nora was afraid of water since she was 8 years old. Except Sylvie Averill says her mother hated water. If the drowning was staged, the journal was part of the staging, planted in the crawl space in a waterproof bag, positioned to be found by whoever came looking. Not a record of abuse, a script, written to explain a drowning that was not a drowning, to provide a motive that was not a motive, to cast suspicion in one direction while the truth moved in another. I release my thumbnail. The crescent is deep. I press my palms flat on the map, on the contour lines in the blue water and the thin road that leads to the pull-off where a car sat in the dark with its headlights off while a woman swam toward it. I drive back to the boathouse. The lake is on my left. The far shore is on my right through the trees, a dark line against the ridge, the same line I have looked at every morning for 5 months. The boathouse is cold. I turn on the space heater and sit at the card table and open the laptop and create a new file in the investigation folder. Far Shore Analysis. Source, Margot Voss, Verbal, April 25, 2026. Observation, headlights at FS 412 pull-off, Far Shore, night of September 14th, 2022. Duration, 5 minutes on, then off. Vehicle remained. Dark color. Make unknown. Reported to canvassing deputy, September 15th, 2022. Follow-up, none. I stop typing. My hands rest on the keyboard. Cross-reference. Nora Kessler painted from far shore. Margot's fifth watercolor. South wall sunroom. Raw umber October light. Nora accessed far shore via FS 412 logging road on foot. Late 2021. Far shore was a known location to Nora. I type. Physical analysis. Dock to FS 412 pull-off. Straight line across lake, diameter 1.2 miles, USGS Topo, Gilchrist Lake Quadrangle. Surface temp Sept 14, 2022, 51 degree, open media archive. Swim time for conditioned swimmer, 35 to 40 minutes. I type. Implication. If a vehicle was staged at far shore pull-off prior to Nora's evening swim, drowning event was potentially a controlled exit, not an accidental death. Swimsuit and towel on dock. Placed evidence consistent with established routine. Verified alibi, Graham at Altura, Seattle, 90 miles, 3 witnesses. Constructed in advance. I close the paragraph and my hands stop moving. Claire said Nora was afraid of water. The journal says Nora swam to the deep part where the bottom disappears and called the cold honest. Margot says a car sat at the far shore the night Nora entered the lake, and nobody asked about it for 3 years. I press the pen against the legal pad next to the laptop. Each of these is a crack. Claire's Nora, who argued with county inspectors. Sylvie's mother, who hated water. Margot's car at the logging road. Each crack separate. Each crack explained away individually if you looked at it alone and did not hold it next to the others. They are connecting. The pen presses harder. Claire's crack. The personality doesn't match. Sylvie's crack. The relationship to water doesn't match. Margot's crack. The logistics don't match. 3 cracks. 3 independent sources. 3 years apart and 10 days apart and 6 days apart, converging on a single conclusion that I am not ready to write in a document that exists on an encrypted partition, that exists on a laptop, that exists in a boathouse on the shore of the lake, where a woman did not die. I type the last line of the analysis. Status. Suggestive, not proof. Physical evidence needed. Vehicle records, far shore soil, footprint analysis, likely degraded after 3 years. Hertz, Enterprise, Joy budget rental records. September 2022 cross-referenced with false IDs. Witness corroboration. Check if any other residents have far shore sightlines. I saved the file. Auto-saved. Backed up. Added to the partition that holds everything I am not supposed to have. The laptop screen glows on the card table. The legal pad has the pen across it at an angle. The boathouse holds the space heater's hum and the dock's quiet creaking and the sound of the lake against the pilings beneath the floor. My thumbnail presses into the crescent. I put my hand over it. Not the involuntary touch, not the tell. A deliberate press, palm flat, the gold warm beneath my shirt. 4 generations from Krakow. Claire wants it back. Nora left it in a drawer in a bedroom she shared with a man she was building a drowning with. She left it. Not lost. Left. The distinction sits in my chest and presses against the same ribs that have been taking hits for 6 days. Nora packed what mattered to her, and she swam 1.2 miles in 51-degree water, and she got in a car, and she drove into a life that did not include this chain. She left it behind because leaving things behind is what you do when you are constructing a death. I press my thumb against the edge of the laptop. The hinge is cool and sharp. You leave the swimsuit on the dock, and the towel on the dock, and the heirloom at the bottom of a drawer, and you swim, and you do not come back. And 3 years later, a woman you never met puts it on and wears it every day and tells herself it means something. It means something. It means Nora chose not to take it. I pull my hand away from the chain. I shut the screen. I do not email Fisk. I do not call Gutierrez. I do not call Claire. I sit at the card table in the boathouse on the eastern shore and I hold the pen in my left hand and I look at the far shore through the window. The dark line against the ridge, the gap in the trees where the logging road meets the water. Someone drove there on September 14th, 2022, and turned off the headlights and waited in the dark while a woman swam toward him across 1.2 miles of cold water. I stand up. I go to the window. The glass is cool against my palm. Margot saw the car. Margot told the deputy. The deputy wrote it down. 3 years. 1 painting on a south wall. 1 line over tea. Nobody asked until I sat in that chair and looked at that painting and Margot Voss, who waited 38 years behind a library desk and 8 years in a house she shared with a man who died and 3 years with a fact nobody wanted, said the sentence she had been holding since September 15th, 2022. I told the officer about the car. The far shore holds its line. The gap in the trees is a shadow. The logging road drops from the ridge to the water and ends at a pull-off where the gravel meets the lake. I press my palm against the glass. The cold moves through my hand and up my wrist and stops at the chain. Chapter 18. Sylvie. The cameras. Dad turned off the cameras. Wednesday night. Late. The house was doing its nighttime thing where the furnace cycles down and the lake pushes against the foundation, and every sound that isn't a person talking gets louder. The bathroom was closer than the stairs, so that's where I was going. Water. He was in the office with the door open, his phone in his hand. The Ring app made that sound, the one it makes when you disable something. A small sound, specific. The same sound my camera makes when I turn it off to change. A boundary sound. A sound that means something just stopped being watched. Through the gap in my door. Not a crack. A gap. The frame warped in the winter when the lake gets into everything and the wood swells and nothing fits anymore. He was standing by the window in his undershirt and pajama pants, barefoot on the hardwood, and his face was lit by the phone screen, and he was following instructions. Not reading, following. There is a difference. Reading is when you look at words and decide what to do with them. Following is when someone has already decided and you are doing the thing they decided. His thumb moved on a screen. Once, twice, 4 times, each one that same small sound. All 4 cameras, front porch, back door, garage, dock. He stood there after the 4th one, phone at his side. The screen still on, throwing blue light across his knuckles. He looked at the window where the lake was outside, dark, the far shore invisible. His free hand went to the back of his neck and stayed there. The posture of a man who has just done something that cannot be undone. The next morning, from my phone while he was downstairs making coffee, all 4 cameras said offline. Last activity, 11:47 p.m. Back to bed. Nothing said. No trip to the office to ask why. Asking why means believing the answer will be true, and that stopped 2 mothers ago. There is a phone in Dad's desk. Not his real phone. A different one. Silver case. No lock screen. The day after he left, Janet was talking to the deputy in the living room, and I was supposed to be in my bedroom being protected from information. The office. The desk has a center drawer and two side drawers, and the center one sticks, and you have to pull it hard, and then it comes all at once, and everything slides forward. The phone was under a stack of business cards, face down, hidden like someone who doesn't think a 16-year-old opens drawers, into the pocket of the black sweater. Nora's sweater. The one she bought at the thrift store in Wenatchee and called punk rock and gave to me when it was too big for her and too big for me and perfect for exactly that reason. The lining has a hole near the left seam, and things slide down between the fabric and the shell and disappear. The deputy was still talking. Janet was still answering. The phone against my hip, where the lining holds it. Nobody stopped me. Nobody looked at the girl in the oversized sweater walking out of the office with her hands in her pockets. 16 and invisible. The most useful combination. The deputy should have found it. Or Gutierrez. Or someone whose job it is to find phones in drawers and read what's on them. But nobody looked. Nobody checked. They took Dad's real phone off the counter in the evidence bag, and they looked at the laptop dock where the laptop was missing, and they counted what was gone and did not count what was left. Nobody opened the center drawer. Nobody pulled hard enough for the stick to release. Messages from a number that is not saved, not in the contacts, not in the call log, only texts. Short, careful, complete sentences, not abbreviations and emojis and half thoughts. No greetings, no small talk, no how are you, or miss you, or anything that sounds like two people who care about each other. Each message a statement, each statement a piece of a plan. March went. 2 more weeks. The account is ready. Don't change the timeline. March 5th. The house in Bozeman is confirmed, month to month. Use the card I sent. March 9th. Sylvie? March 9th. She stays. We discussed this. March 12th. Wednesday night, after she's asleep. Then Friday morning early, before the town is up. The last message is March 14th at 10:32 p.m. Tomorrow. Be safe. L. L. 41 times through these messages. Counted. At night in Tom's office with the wildflower print and the cedar quilt, and the phone pulled from the lining and the screen brightness all the way down so the light doesn't reach the gap under the door. March 9th. Sylvie? Someone asking about me. Not asking me. Asking about me. What about the couch? What about the daughter? Is she coming? Is she staying? Is she a problem? One word. My name. With a question mark. The question mark contains everything. Am I included or am I not? Does she know or doesn't she? The pillow is cold against my ear. The cedar quilt is pulled to my chin. What do we do with a girl who has already lost 2 mothers and a house and estate and does not learn that losing is the only skill she is being taught? She stays. We discuss this. The answer is I stay. The answer was decided before March 9th, discussed at some earlier point, agreed upon by 2 people. One of them my father. One of them signs with the letter L. My thumb presses the phone's power button. The screen goes dark. They discussed me and decided. The decision is the same one it has always been. The thing that stays when everything else goes. I added to the list in my head. The notebook has 9 items. The head list has more. They do not overlap entirely because some things should not exist on paper, even in a notebook that nobody reads. The summer after Nora died, Dad and I on the dock. August. The evening light was turning the water orange, and the air smelled like the barbecue he had lit and not used because he forgot to buy charcoal. And forgetting to buy charcoal was the kind of thing Nora would have caught, and Nora was not there to catch things anymore. He was sitting on the dock with his legs over the edge and his bare feet above the water. Not touching it. Close. I sat next to him. Not close. The distance a 12-year-old keeps from a parent she is studying. He handed me a Coke from the cooler without looking at me. The can was cold and wet, and the pop of the tab was loud in the quiet. "You doing okay, kid?" Kid. He calls me kid when something is wrong and he does not want to name it. The word is a room with soft walls. Nothing sharp. Nothing that requires a specific answer. I said I was fine. He nodded. He drank his beer. The lake turned from orange to gray. A loon called. His hand came up and rested on the back of my head. Not heavy, not pulling, just resting. His fingers in my hair, the weight of a hand that was trying to mean something and might have meant it. The hand stayed for 10 seconds. I counted. Then it went back to the beer. That is the thing I cannot file. Not the cameras or the phone or the silver case with its messages. The hand on the back of my head. 10 seconds. The hand of a man who was planning something or grieving something or both. And the 10 seconds were either the most genuine thing he ever did or the most practiced. And I have turned it over 43 times, and I cannot tell which. Dad, the last week before he left, something changed. He checked the windows, all of them, downstairs first, then upstairs, starting in the living room, moving to the kitchen, the mudroom, the office, then upstairs, my room, his room, the guest room that nobody uses, Tuesday night and Wednesday night before the cameras, the sash locks clicking one after another, a sound that moves through the house in sequence. Bedroom, bathroom, hall window that faces the lake, the deadbolt on the kitchen door, which he normally never locked because Harrow doesn't lock things, and locking things in Harrow is a statement. Locked. Checked. Checked again. His hand staying on the deadbolt after turning it, pressing, making sure. The boat moved. A 14-foot aluminum with a 9.9 Evinrude outboard, kept in the slip at the dock since we moved here. The same slip. The same cleat, rusted, with the same rope tied in the same knot. Dad retied every spring. Thursday morning, walking to the bus stop. The slip was empty. The cleat bare. The rope coiled on the dock. The boat was at the far dock, the one at the end of the property where the trees come down to the water and you can't see it from the road. Tucked behind the willows. Saturday, 3 days before he left. A black duffel in the Land Rover. The one from the hall closet. The one that used to hold his gym clothes when he still went to the gym in Wenatchee before Nora died, and everything became something else. Through the garage window, coming back from the mailbox. He put it in the back, behind the rear seats, and covered it with a blanket. The green wool one from the picnics the summer we moved here, when Nora was still trying to make us a family, and Dad was still pretending. The blanket smells like grass and sunscreen, and a version of my life where things were going to be okay. Sunday dinner, he didn't eat. Monday, either. I made myself a PB&J and ate it standing at the counter, and he looked at me like he'd forgotten I was in the house. Coffee at the counter, black, no sugar, which was new because Dad always took sugar. 2 packets, Splenda. Phone in hand. The real one, not the silver one. Whatever was on the screen pulled his jaw muscles in and tightened the skin around his eyes and made his shoulders draw up toward his ears. He set the mug down on the counter without drinking from it, picked it up, set it down again. His hands needed something to hold, and the mug was not the right thing. Not a word about where he was going. Not a word about the bag or the boat or the cameras. He stood in the kitchen where Nora used to make grilled cheese with the crusts cut off, and he looked at the lake through the window above the sink, and his body was already somewhere else. Nobody was told. Not the deputy, not Janet, not the counselor at school who sits across from me on Wednesdays and asks open-ended questions and waits. And the waiting is supposed to make me talk. And the waiting does not make me talk. Nobody came to the back bedroom in Janet's house and sat on the cedar quilt and said, "Sylvie, what did you see?" Gutierrez tried once. Janet's kitchen table, his notebook. What happened the night Dad left? Asleep. That's what I said. He wrote it down. No follow-up. Nothing about Wednesday or the cameras or the boat or the bag. One question. One answer. The answer was a lie, and the lie was easy because nobody expects a 16-year-old to be the one paying attention. Attention is the whole thing. The only thing controlled when adults disappear, not whether they stay. Not the bag in the Land Rover or the phone with no lock screen or the sound a camera makes at 11:47 on a Wednesday night. The watching. That's it. Tuesday morning. 2-something. Already awake. Always awake before something happens. Not from knowing, from the body. The body has been through this twice, and it has learned the rhythm. The quiet before the gone. The air in the house changes, thins, the molecules rearranging themselves around an absence that hasn't happened yet, but is about to. Footsteps on the stairs. Careful. The third step creaks and he skipped it. The garage door. The Land Rover starting. A diesel catch and rumble that shook the floor joists under my bed. Headlights swept across my ceiling. And then they were gone. And the engine sound moved down Lakeshore Road and got smaller and smaller until it was just the lake again. The lake and the furnace and the house settling into the shape of a place where one less person lives. Idaho, 6 years old. The same sound, different engine, different road, different mother left behind in the ground or the water or wherever mothers go. The same ceiling, the same headlights, the same shrinking engine. The body remembers what a mind tries to file away. The quilt over my head, cedar and dryer sheets, counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, counting because the numbers make a wall, and the wall keeps the answer on the other side. Elise, sometimes, still in the boathouse at Margot's, the light on at night, walking back from the library on Tuesdays. The library is quiet, and the quiet there is different from Janet's quiet. Janet's quiet is watching and waiting and warm. The library quiet is indifferent. The books don't care. That is a comfort. The boathouse light is yellow, small, a single lamp in a window. Elise at the card table, doing something on her laptop. From the road, a woman working late. From closer, a woman holding on to something with both hands and the something is not letting her go either. She came to Janet's last week, Tuesday, after school. Janet let her in, which was new. Janet stands on the porch with her arms crossed and talks to Elise, the same as the insurance man or the furnace guy. Necessary conversation with a person she has already decided about. But Tuesday, she opened the door and stepped aside, and Elise came in and wiped her boots on the mat, even though it wasn't raining. The boot wiping of a person who has been allowed into a space that doesn't want them. Kitchen, low voices, stairs, listening. Elise asked about me. Not to me. About me. How school was going. Whether the counselor was any help. Whether I was sleeping. Whether I needed anything from the house. Janet said fine and not really, and she doesn't tell me and no. 4 questions, 4 answers, the whole exchange under 2 minutes. 2 women talking about a dog they share custody of. But Elise asked, always asks. That's the thing about her that cannot go in the notebook, because the notebook holds facts, and this is not a fact. It is a temperature. Elise's temperature is not warm and not cold. It is the temperature of someone who doesn't have the right temperature and is trying to find it by paying attention. She's wrong about most things. Moved into our house and wore Nora's chain and rearranged the coffee mugs and put them back, and tried Nora's garden tools and put them back, and lived inside a life that was never hers and could not stop trying to make it fit. Wrong, but wrong with effort. Wrong with caring about the answer and just not having enough information. Elise made me grilled cheese once, and it was nothing close to Nora's, and she didn't pretend it was. She set it on the plate and said, I don't know how she made hers. And that was the truest thing anyone in that house had said in months. The phone in the lining of the sweater, the messages about money and a house and timing, the letter L. Nobody has been shown. Not because of protecting Dad. Protection stopped the night the cameras made that sound. You don't protect someone who packs a bag 3 days early and turns off the cameras and drives away at 2 in the morning and does not take you with him. Protection is for people who are still here. The phone shifts against my ribs when I turn. The heartbeat finds it through the lining. Nobody has been shown because showing means giving it up. The phone is the last thing taken from that house. The last piece of whatever was happening in the rooms where I lived. Gutierrez gets it. It becomes evidence. Janet gets it. It becomes a crisis. Elise gets it. Something else. Something that hasn't happened yet. The bed. The light from the east window almost gone. The wildflower print, a rectangle of shadow on the wall. Janet downstairs. The faucet and the sound of washing something. Always washing something. Hot water and soap and hands that turn red and do not stop. The notebook. Blue pen. The list. 10. Dad turned off the cameras. 11. There is a phone. 12. Someone asked about me and Dad said I stay. 13. She signed it L. Notebook closed. Under the pillow. The pen on the nightstand next to the glass water. Janet leaves every night and I drink every night and neither of us mentions. The phone stays in the lining. The sweater stays on. Even in bed. Even sleeping. The phone against my ribs where the heartbeat reaches it. The lake is out there. Through the window, past the garden, past the houses, past the road. Doing what it always does. Nothing and everything. Holding things. The lake holds things, and does not let them go and does not explain why and does not apologize for the holding. That feeling, mine too. Chapter 19. The second remains. The scanner wakes me. Not mine. Margot's. Saturday morning, early May. The lake still holding fog in the shallows where the temperature drops against the shoreline. I slept in my clothes. I don't remember deciding to sleep in my clothes. There's a crease from the jeans zipper pressed into my hip. I'm making coffee when the sound carries down the path from the main house. Static and dispatch voices, and the cadence of someone coordinating a response. Margot listens to her scanner the same hours other people watch television. She told me once that Bill had a scanner in his office, kept it on during dinner, and she hated it until she didn't. Now it fills the room he used to fill. I climb the path in the jeans and thermal I slept in. Her kitchen door is open. She is standing at the counter with both hands around a mug, the scanner on the shelf behind her next to the flour canister, and a small wooden owl. Someone found something in the lake, she says. East Shore, near the logging road. FS 4 and 12. The pull-off. 200 yards east of the rock point she described last week. The place where headlights appeared and disappeared the night Nora drowned. Found what? They're sending the dive team. She pours me coffee without asking. I drink it standing at her counter and listening to the scanner dispatch a county dive unit and a crime scene technician and a second deputy to the far shore of Gilchrist Lake. And the coffee is hot and tastes like nothing. The North Shore Public Access has 6 parking spaces. 3 are occupied when I arrive at 9:40. A county vehicle, a silver Honda with kayak racks still wet, and a tan Subaru with a Gilchrist volunteer fire sticker on the rear window. I park the Tacoma at the edge of the lot, facing the water. The binoculars are in the glove compartment. I bought them in October, the month I moved to Harrow, from an outdoor supply store in Wenatchee. Nikon Monarch 7, 8 ongs 42. Purchased with the same credit card I used for the lockpicks and the Bellingham safety deposit box and every other instrument of an investigation that has taken over the compartments of my life. From the concrete boat launch, yellow dive buoys in a loose triangle, 40 feet apart, the sheriff's department boat anchored between them, its white hull bright against the dark water. 2 figures on deck in wetsuits. Crime scene tape strung between Douglas fir trunks at the FS 412 pull-off, the yellow vivid and wrong against the bark. A cluster of vehicles on the logging road above the shoreline. Gutierrez's F-150 among them. The kayaker is on the tailgate of the silver Honda. A man, 50s, gray beard, Gore-Tex jacket, still wearing his PFD. He is talking to a deputy with his hands, both of them moving in large repeated gestures toward the water. The movements of a man describing something his paddle touched that should not have been touched. I stand at the boat launch for 40 minutes. The concrete is cold through my boots. 2 more county vehicles arrive on the far shore. A white van with Gilchrist County Medical Examiner stenciled on the side. The dive team surfaces, descends, surfaces again. Through the binoculars, the far shore is close enough to read the expression on one diver's face when he breaks the surface the second time and turns to the boat and lifts his hand. At 11:15, someone on the sheriff's boat signals, and the team on shore begins transferring evidence containers from a rigid inflatable to the ME's van. Methodical, unhurried, the pace of people trained to handle what came out of the water without rushing. I lower the binoculars. My arms ache. 40 minutes of holding 8-power magnification steady against a slight wind off the lake, the rubber eye cups pressing circles into my orbital bones. The impression will stay for an hour, Gutierrez calls at 12:10. Not because he wants to, because protocol requires it. Ms. Calloway, I want you to hear this from me before the town hears it through other channels. I'm at the public access. I've been here since 9:40. A pause. The particular pause of a detective learning that a person of interest drove to the perimeter of his active scene, unprompted, with binoculars. The dive team recovered partial skeletal remains from a submerged logjam approximately 200 yards east of the EFS 412 pull-off. The county medical examiner, Dr. Chung, has made a preliminary assessment. He is choosing each word. Female, adult, deposited significantly before September 2022. Years before. How many years? I can't say yet. But before Nora. Significantly? That's not what I asked. Ms. Calloway, these remains are not connected to Nora Avril's case. The preliminary assessment suggests deposition prior to 2017, before Mr. and Mrs. Avril moved to Harrow. I look at the coffee in my hand. The remains were in the water that feeds the well that feeds the boathouse tap. I've been drinking this lake for 26 months. My throat closes. I open the truck door and spit the coffee onto the gravel. Not elegantly. The kind of spitting where you bend at the waist and your mouth hangs open and a string of saliva hangs from your lip and you wipe it with the back of your hand. The kayaker is staring. I sit back in the truck. I set the mug on the dashboard. I do not pick it up again. Everything about this lake is connected to Nora. He doesn't respond. He tells me to stay at the public access, not to drive to the far shore. He'll be in touch when there's more information. My thumbnail finds my index finger and presses its crescent into the pad. He can't register that through the phone, but if he could, he'd note it in his field notes journal with the same patience he applies to everything. The patience of a man who collects details and waits for them to arrange themselves. I sit in the Tacoma, with the engine off and the windows cracked 2 inches. The binoculars on the passenger seat. The phone in my lap. The far shore holding its perimeter of yellow tape and county vehicles, and a question that has changed shape since Margot said, "Logging road, 3 hours ago." The dive team works another hour. The kayaker leaves in the silver Honda. The volunteer fire Subaru leaves. The evidence containers go into a county vehicle that pulls north on the logging road and disappears into the trees. At 1:30, I start the engine and pull south on Lakeshore Road, past Margot's property, past the Boathouse turnoff. I drive to the Boathouse Cafe on Main Street because Janet will have heard by now, and because something about the geography of this morning demands a witness who loved Nora differently than I've been studying her. The cafe is half full. Saturday lunch. 3 tables occupied. 2 people at the counter. Janet is behind the register with her back to the door. organizing receipts onto the metal spike she keeps by the coffee grinder. She turns when the bell rings. Her face does something it has never done in my presence. I don't have a good word for it. Open, maybe, except that makes it sound like a revelation, and it wasn't that. It was more like she forgot to arrange it before I saw her. She serves me coffee. Black, the ceramic mug with the chip on the rim. She always gives me this mug. 7 visits, 7 times the chipped mug. I sit at the counter. She stands across from me and doesn't move to another customer and doesn't organize receipts and doesn't fill the space between us with the controlled distance that has defined every exchange since March. You heard, I say. Scanner. Her voice is flat. The word sufficient. Gutierrez called me. The remains predate Nora by years. Janet sets down the receipt she's holding, smooths it against the counter with her palm, smooths it again. The repetition has nothing to do with paper. I need to show you something. She reaches beneath the counter, into the cash register, the slot behind the 50s, where nobody stores anything because the cafe doesn't generate enough 50s to fill it. She pulls out a postcard, standard size, glossy front, a generic mountain landscape, the kind sold at gas stations and motel lobbies throughout eastern Washington. Printed text at the bottom, Wenatchee Valley. The back has a postmark, March 2023, 6 months after Nora drowned. No return address. One line, in handwriting I have studied across 34 photographed pages for 300 hours. I'm sorry for the garden. Janet reads it aloud. Her voice catches on the second word, but she keeps going. I'm sorry for the garden. The sentence comes out of her mouth, and it sounds nothing like the journal. No clinical distance. No measured phrasing. It sounds like a woman talking to her friend in a kitchen about a dead plant. Janet's hands are on the counter, her fingers flat against the surface and pressing down, and the tendons in her wrists visible and drawn tight. It was our joke, she says. Nora killed my basil plant. I'd had it 4 years on the kitchen windowsill. She tried to repot it because she said the pot was too small and she drowned the roots. Dead in a week. Janet's jaw tightens, releases. She was terrible with basil, brilliant at watercolors, could paint a lake from memory at any hour of any season, could swim a mile in open water without stopping. Janet's hand closes on the counter edge. Could not keep a basil plant alive. The tightness returns. She tried to replace it, bought 3 basil plants from the co-op in Wenatchee over the course of a summer and killed every one. Overwatered. Every time. She picks up the receipt, sets it down again. I told her basil needs neglect, not love. She said she didn't know how to neglect things she cared about. Janet's voice fractures on the last syllable, not dramatically. A hairline crack across the consonant, barely audible beneath the espresso machine's constant hiss. Nobody knew about the basil except Nora and me. It wasn't a story. I didn't tell it at the memorial or the search or the interviews. It was just ours. I turned the postcard over. Mountain landscape. The glossy finish dulled from handling. Corners rounded and soft from being pulled out and held and put back. Pulled out and held and put back. When did you get this? March 2023, 6 months after. Janet picks up the receipt again, folds it into halves, quarters. I told myself it was a prank. A forgery. Someone who heard about the basil through someone who heard it from someone. But no one heard it. It wasn't a story I told. It was a thing between two women in a kitchen with a dead plant. Have you shown this to anyone? No. Not the police? No. She picks up a rag, puts it down. There was a week in April, 2023, when I almost brought it to Gutierrez. I got as far as the parking lot, sat in my truck for 20 minutes, drove home. What stopped you? I don't know. I've been asking myself that for 3 years, and I don't have an answer that sounds like the truth. She folds the rag into a square, unfolds it. That's the honest answer. I don't know. It was mine. The word carries everything she means. The postcard as relic, possession as the last form of friendship available when the friend is gone. She was my friend, and this was the only thing she sent me after she died, and I kept it, because keeping it was all I could do. I set the postcard on the counter between us. The handwriting faces up, small, careful, left-leaning, blue-black ink, ballpoint, the lowercase g with its open descender loop, the same loop on the 3rd page of the journal and the 17th and the 29th. Consistent, practiced, the hand of a person who writes carefully because careful writing is a form of control. The same handwriting, the same hand. Janet, I need you to give this to Gutierrez. I know. Today. I know that too. She takes the postcard back, holds it with both hands, studies the handwriting, recognition moving across her entire face, a voice in a place it shouldn't be. She was alive. When she sent this, 6 months after she drowned in that lake, she was alive somewhere near Wenatchee, and she bought a postcard at a gas station, and she wrote one line and she mailed it to me. The cafe is quiet. Janet is crying. Tears running, not wiped, not performed. The man at the corner table looks up from his sandwich, then back down. I think about saying something. I don't know what. Something that would make this less of what it is. But there isn't a sentence for this. 2 women at a counter with a postcard from a dead woman who isn't dead. The espresso machine cycles off. The silence where its hum was is louder than the hum. I need to use the restroom, I say, because I do, and because I need 30 seconds where my face isn't being observed by anyone. The restroom is at the back of the cafe, past a hallway with 2 framed photographs of Harrow in the 1940s. The soap is lavender. I wash my hands twice and look at my face in the mirror above the sink, and my face is doing something I can't control, which is that it looks like it's about to come apart. And I press my hands against the counter, and I breathe, and I go back out. She wasn't sorry about the garden, Janet says. No. She was sorry about me. I drink my coffee. Janet wipes the counter with a rag that doesn't need wiping. After a while, she puts the postcard in her apron pocket and walks to the kitchen. Water running through the door. I sit at the counter with a chipped mug and the lake outside the window. The lake reflects a sky. Underneath the sky is water. Underneath the water, a story that keeps getting longer. The boathouse. Late afternoon. The light through the west window makes a rectangle on the card table, and I sit in the chair and I don't open the laptop. 2 things happened today, and they happened at the same shoreline. The chain is warm against my collarbone. I pull it away from my skin and let it drop back. Gold in the afternoon light. This chain belongs to a woman who was afraid of water as a child, who was loud enough to correct a county inspector in public, who was loved by a sister in Portland who wants it returned, whose handwriting is on a postcard from Wenatchee, mailed 6 months after her body was supposed to be at the bottom of Gilchrist Lake. I opened the laptop, the encrypted partition, investigation folder, a new document, remains, postcard analysis. I typed the date, May 3rd, 2026. Remains, female, adult, pre-2017. Not Nora, but at the same shoreline where a car waited on a night of September 14th, 2022, in the same water where Nora was supposed to have drowned. I type, Gutierrez says no connection. Gutierrez is wrong. I lean back. The chair creaks. The rectangle of light has moved 3 inches since I sat down. Postcard, handwriting match, visual assessment only, not forensic. Postmark Wenatchee, March 2023. Content references a private detail shared exclusively between Nora Kessler and Janet Pruitt. If the postcard is authentic, Nora was alive 6 months after her documented death. If Nora was alive, the drowning was staged. If the drowning was staged, the insurance claim was fraudulent. If the insurance claim was fraudulent, the journal in the crawl space was not a victim's private account of abuse, but part of the staging. Each clause pulls the next. The logic runs in one direction and does not branch and does not offer an exit. I close the laptop, stand, walk to the window. The lake through the glass is flat and silver gray. Fisk needs this. The remains fit his pattern theory, a methodology that iterates, that begins somewhere messier, somewhere smaller. People don't start with $750,000. My knuckles press against the window frame. If the remains predate Nora, they predate Harrow. And if they predate Harrow, they belong to whatever came before. Whatever Graham was before he was Graham Averill of Four Ridge Road, with a financial planning practice and a wife who painted watercolors and drowned. Gutierrez needs the postcard. Janet will deliver it. She said today. She will, because she loved Nora enough to keep that card for 3 years in a cash register, and love that stubborn doesn't break its word. I sit at the card table. The postcard's handwriting is behind my eyes. Every G with its open loop. Every careful letter placed with the patience of a woman who was building something, not confessing something. 300 hours across this 34 pages. And the first honest document in Nora's handwriting is 5 words on a gas station postcard to the friend she actually loved. Not the journal, not the insurance application, not the carefully constructed narrative of a woman diminished by her husband, swimming toward freedom, counting corrections at dinner. I'm sorry for the garden. The chain against my throat. The rectangle of light gone from the table. My hands gripping the edge of the card table, knuckles white, pressing down. Nora's one honest act after the drowning was apologizing to the person she'd genuinely hurt. Not Graham, not Sylvie, not the insurance company or the detective or the town that mourned her. Janet, who kept the postcard in the cash register for 3 years because keeping it was all she could do. I don't call Fisk tonight. I don't call Gutierrez. The lake outside the window holds its surface still. Underneath, Nora's staged drowning remains that predate everything. A postcard from Wenatchee. A car at the logging road pull-off. I press my palms flat on the card table. A woman who killed 3 basil plants because she didn't know how to neglect things she cared about, and who then vanished from the life of the one person that mattered and sent 5 words and nothing else and nothing since. The investigation has crossed a boundary not yet named, from one woman's disappearance into something with a depth I haven't measured. The lake keeps giving things up. I keep sitting here. Tomorrow I'll call Fisk. Tonight, I sit with what the lake surrendered and with Janet's face when she said the word mine, and with the 5 words that are the only true thing a dead woman ever wrote. Chapter 20. The Water Journal. Entry 4. September 7th, 2022. The house was quiet today. Graham left for Seattle on Monday. A client meeting, then 2 days of portfolio reviews, then the Thursday dinner at Altura that he books 3 months in advance because the reservation window is narrow and Graham does not leave things to chance. He will drive home Friday. The house will be his again on Friday. Today, it was mine. I made tea. Earl Grey, the box I keep behind the flower canister because Graham drinks coffee and does not look behind flower canisters. A small act of organization that belongs to no one but me. The mug was warm in my hands. The kitchen was warm. The morning sun through the east window made a rectangle on the floor, the same rectangle that appears every clear morning in September and will appear every clear morning next September, whether I am here or not. I took the tea to the dock. The lake was glass, not the glass of frozen water, which is rigid and opaque and holds the cold inside it. The glass of a September morning, when the air and the water are nearly the same temperature, and the surface tension creates a plane so still that the reflection is more real than the thing reflected. The mountains upside down in the water were sharper than the mountains above them. The Douglas fir on the far shore doubled themselves, trunk for trunk, needle for needle, a mirror laid flat across the basin of the valley. The dock itself continued downward into a dock that was not a dock, and my feet, bare on the boards, dangled above feet that were not my feet. I sat there for an hour. The tea went cold in my hands and I did not mind. Cold tea in a warm morning is not a problem. It is a choice that went unmade, which is its own form of freedom. A loon surfaced near the buoy line, shaking water from its head, and dove again without urgency. The ripple traveled outward in a perfect circle and flattened to nothing before it reached the dock. Everything the lake produces, the lake reclaims. Somewhere across the water, a door opened and closed. Sound carries on mornings like this, when the air is still and the surface acts as a conductor. A car engine, a child's voice, high and thin and swallowed by the trees. The sounds of other people's lives traveling across the water and arriving as suggestions rather than facts. The deep part. The lake is deepest at its center, almost exactly between the north shore where this house sits and the far shore where the logging road comes down through the Douglas fir. Graham looked it up when we first moved here. 180 feet. He mentioned it at dinner with the authority of a man who has verified the fact and is now distributing it. Certain, helpful, standing above the information and handing it down. 180 feet is a long way down. I have tried to imagine it, lying in the water on my back, looking at the sky. knowing that beneath me the bottom drops away past the reach of light, past the temperature where life adjusts its metabolism, past the point where pressure changes the rules and cold is no longer a sensation but a condition. 180 feet of dark water that does not move and does not warm and does not release what it holds. The thermometer on the dock read 62 degrees this morning. September is the month the lake begins to remember that it is a body of water in the eastern Cascades and not a swimming pool. The surface still holds August's warmth, 10 degrees above July's 71, then dropping as the weeks narrow toward October. But below the surface, the temperature falls faster than the calendar. 20 feet down, the water is 50. 40 feet down, it is 45. Below that, the temperature stops changing. Below that, the lake keeps its own counsel. 5 years of swimming in this lake, and the lake has taught me its mathematics. How long before the cold closes the lungs? How long before the counting brings them open? How far out before the green becomes black, and the bottom is a memory, and the body is alone with its own buoyancy, and the water holds everything and explains nothing? 180 feet. A long way for anything to go. A long way for anything to stay. I swam this morning after the tea. I left the mug on the dock boards, balanced on its base where the wood is flat and dry. Pulled the wetsuit top over my head, the neoprene catching on my shoulders, the way it has since Graham ordered it from the Anacortes supply catalog. He researched wetsuits for 2 weeks before selecting the model. He compared thermal ratings and read customer reviews and called the manufacturer to ask about the stitching along the seams. The purchase was a gift, like the thermometer, like the offer of the garage studio with its skylights and ventilation and the north-facing light that would have been perfect for painting. I accept the gifts. I wear the wetsuit. I check the thermometer. I have stopped distinguishing between the warmth and the monitoring. It takes more energy than I have left. The water was 62 degrees against my legs, and then my waist, and then my chest. And then I was in. The cold finds the gaps in the neoprene, wrists, neck, the seam along the left side where the stitching has loosened from a summer of use. Small entries. The cold is patient about finding its way in. I swam out, past the dock, past the buoy line, the white floats nodding in whatever current moves between the shallow water and the deep, past the drop-off where the stones end and the bottom falls away and the water changes color. Green, then not green. Something between green and black that is neither, a color I have never mixed on a palette because it requires a depth of pigment that does not exist in tubes. You would need to start with Viridian and add Payne's Gray and add raw umber and then add something that is not a color but an absence, and the absence would be the thing that makes it true. The far shore was ahead of me, a line of Douglas fir, the logging road cutting through at an angle, the pull-off where gravel meets water, and a trail marker stands on a wooden post. I have painted that shore from this side, and I have painted this shore from that side, and the paintings are different, not because the subject changes, but because the painter does. The version of me who paints from the far shore has hiked in through FS 412 and is standing on rock and gravel with the portable kit open on her knees and the water at her feet and Harrow behind her across a mile of depth. That version does not check the thermometer. That version does not accept gifts. I floated on my back. The sky was September blue, a cerulean that holds no warmth, high and thin, clouds moving east toward the mountains. The water held me, my arms out, my legs still, my face turned to the sky, and below me, 180 feet of nothing that cared about me precisely as much as I cared about it. The distance between shores does not change. I have measured it with my body many times through the course of this summer, swimming out and stopping and treading water and looking back at the dock and looking forward at the pull-off and measuring the halfway point by the shift in the water's color. From the dock to the pull-off, 1.2 miles. In water, this temperature, swimming steadily, not racing, not stopping to float or to look at the sky or to listen to the silence that is not silence, but the sound of depth. 35 minutes, perhaps 40. I have counted it enough times to trust the counting, and the counting has never changed by more than 3 minutes in either direction, because the distance does not change in the body. If the body is steady, does not change either. The first time I swam here, summer 2018, the second summer after we moved. Graham was at a conference in Portland, and Sylvie was at camp. One of those school-organized wilderness camps with ropes courses and evening campfires and counselors who specialize in making children feel capable. Sylvie came home sunburned and quiet and would not say whether she had fun. She was 9. She was still deciding whether I was temporary. The house was empty and the lake was warm. 70 degrees. The only month it reaches 70 is August, when the sun is high enough and long enough to heat the surface past its natural reluctance. I walked down to the dock in the afternoon, and the boards were warm under my bare feet, and the water, when I lowered myself in, was not the cold shock it had been in June or the bone ache of October. It was warm, actual warmth, the kind that lets the muscles soften and the jaw unclench and the counting stop. I swam out to the buoy line and floated, and the sky was enormous, and the water was kind, and the word that arrived was forever. The lake and the mountains and the quiet and the painting and the child who might decide I was not temporary. I was wrong about that. A breeze moved across the dock, and the boards creaked under my weight. The lake was warm. The sky was large. I floated, and the floating was staying, and the staying was choosing, and the choosing was mine. Not wrong about the lake. The lake has been exactly what it promised. Cold and deep and honest and indifferent. The lake does not correct me at dinner. The lake does not check my phone while I make tea. The lake does not block doorways or place 5 fingers on my forearm or stand at the foot of the bed after midnight. Wrong about forever. I have lost the version of myself that could stay. I was wrong about that summer. I was wrong about the house. I was wrong about what living here would mean. The only thing I was right about was the water. Sylvie left for school at 7:40 this morning. She is 13 now and takes the bus and does not ask me to check her math anymore. She does her homework in her room with the door closed and the music turned down because she knows Graham prefers the house quiet after 8. She has learned the preferences without being told. She has learned to move through the house along the edges, in the margins, in the spaces between his attention. She said good morning to me. She was wearing the black sweater she bought at the thrift store in Wenatchee. I told her it was punk rock. She told me it was just a sweater. She ate a piece of toast standing at the counter and dropped a crumb on the floor and bent to pick it up. And I said, "Leave it." And she left it, and it's still there. A crumb on the kitchen tile. I have not swept it. I don't know why. She drank a glass of milk and put her dishes in the sink and said good morning and walked out the door and did not hug me. She has not hugged me in 7 months. It might be 13. It might be something else. Whether the distance is adolescence doing what adolescence does, or whether she has been watching. She called me mom when she was 9. I filled the space another woman left. The woman who came before this house. The woman Graham told me about on our 3rd date at the restaurant in Leavenworth with candles on the table and snow outside the window. Helen, who drowned in a lake in Idaho when Sylvie was 6. Who was, in Graham's telling, a fragile and private woman who loved water and feared it simultaneously, whose grief he carried with the managed tenderness of a man who has practiced his sorrow until it no longer inconveniences the observer. I believed him then. I believed the grief. I believed the candles and the snow and the quiet voice and the single squeeze of my hand and the change of subject to dessert. I filled the space. I became the mother. I learned the math and the bedtimes and the preferences for crust removed and milk at room temperature and stories read twice. I learned the child, and the child learned the house. The painting on the studio table is the 12th version of the lake from the kitchen window. The first was warm, cadmium yellow in the sky, burnt sienna along the dock, the water a mix of viridian and titanium white that said, "This is a place where a woman could live and paint and be warm." I hung it in the living room. Graham said it was beautiful. The 12th has no warmth, titanium white and raw umber, and a thin wash of Payne's gray across the surface. The water neither inviting nor refusing. The far shores a single dark line, almost abstract, the trees reduced to a gesture rather than a geography. The sky is empty. The dock is absent. I painted it from memory because I did not need to look at the lake to see it. The lake is inside me now, present in every surface and impossible to remove. I will not hang it. It will go against the wall with the others, face in, a row of surfaces that only I look at and only I understand, and that document a progression no one asked me to record. The turpentine is capped. The brushes are clean. The sable filbert I bought in Bellingham is in the jar, bristles up, the handle smooth from a summer of use. Everything in the studio is in order. Everything in the kitchen is in order. The copper measuring cups hang on their hooks, size descending, the largest dented on the rim from a fall I never witnessed. The cutting board has its knife marks, each one a record of a meal prepared in a kitchen that belongs to a marriage that belongs to a man who keeps the records and controls the revisions. Everything in the house is in its place. Graham comes home Friday. 2 days. The house will contract around his return the way it always does, the silence changing texture from empty to occupied, the rooms recalibrating their proportions, the air adjusting for a second body, and the particular pressure a second body creates when it moves through a house it considers its own. I will be here when he arrives. I will have dinner ready. I will say welcome home, and he will say the drive was long, and I will pour wine, and he will ask about Sylvie, and I will provide the report, and he will sit in his chair, and the house will hold us in the arrangement we have made. Friday is 2 days. Tomorrow is tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the dock and check the thermometer, and the lake will be 59 or 60 or 61 because September takes the warmth in degrees, one at a time, patient and even. I will pull on the wetsuit top. I will walk down the boards. I will lower myself into the water, and the cold will find the gaps, and I will count the way I always count. 1, 2, 3. The lungs close and the counting opens them. I will swim out, past the dock, past the buoy line, past the drop-off where the stones end and the bottom falls away and the color changes and the water becomes honest. Tomorrow, I am going to swim farther than I have ever swum before. Chapter 21. The Confession. I make coffee because making coffee is a sequence of steps. That does not require me to think about what I'm going to do today. The boathouse is dark at 6 in the morning. Water in the kettle. Grounds in the filter. Slow circles. The grounds bloom the way they always bloom, dark and fragrant and indifferent to the person standing above them. And I count the seconds the way I count everything. Because counting is a form of order, and order is a form of control. And today, I am going to give up control, and I need to hold it for a few more minutes first. The lake is flat outside the window. No fog. The far shore is visible, solid tree line, the gap where the logging road comes through. 1.25 miles of water between this dock and that gravel pull-off. I have measured that distance with binoculars and topographic maps and library terminals and the testimony of a retired librarian who waited 3 years for someone to ask the right question. I have measured it from every direction, except the one that matters, which is the direction Nora swam on September 14th, 2022, when she left a folded towel on the dock and entered the water and did not come back. No, she came back. She came back to a car parked at the logging road pull-off, and she drove to Wenatchee, and 6 months later, she sent Janet a postcard about a basil plant, and the handwriting matched the journal that was supposed to be a cry for help. I pour the coffee. I drink it standing at the window, the way Graham used to stand at the porch with his mug at chest level, watching Nora swim. 2 years of this lake. Graham Averill has been my subject for longer than that. 3 years and 4 months of research, scouting, dating, marrying, searching, documenting, photographing, cross-referencing, and lying. The lying is the part that got complicated. The rest was just work. The laptop is in the closet, wrapped in a pillowcase, behind the hiking boots. The encrypted partition holds 5 folders and over 3,000 pages of investigative notes. Averill, financial. Nora, death, cert. Fisk, correspondence. Pattern, analysis. Investigation. 2 years of my life in 5 folders on a partition that requires a 32-character password and a secondary authentication I built from a USB key I keep in my wallet. I am going to give all of it to Gutierrez today. Not some of it. Not the parts that make me look reasonable. All of it. The timeline, the Fisk correspondence, the insurance analysis, the journal cross-reference notes, the far shore theory, the postcard handwriting comparison, the NICB search parameters, every document, every photograph, every email, the whole investigation. The coffee is still hot. The lake is still flat. The loons have not started yet. I press my thumbnail into the pad of my index finger and the small, familiar sting arrives, and the crescent forms, and it means what it always means. And I am going to do it anyway. The drive to the sheriff's department takes 11 minutes. South on Lake Shore Road, past Margot's main house with the one lamp left on for the cat, past the Brennan place with its porch light and its security cameras that captured my Tacoma on 2 nights when I was certain I was invisible. Past Ridge Road, the cedar shingles weathered to gray, the covered porch, the dock extending into water that is green near shore and black at depth. The Filson jacket is still on the hook by the kitchen door. I put it there 6 weeks ago, the night I moved to the boathouse, and nobody has moved it since. The copper measuring cups are still on their hooks, size descending, the largest dented on the rim. Nora's kitchen, Graham's house, my investigation, Main Street, Janet's cafe, open, her truck in the lot. I do not stop. Hardware store, consignment shop, wine bar that opens at 3. Harrow Realty, a woman arranging listings in the window. 3 blocks to the county road. 4 miles to the single-story concrete building next to the courthouse. Across from the feed store. I park at the far end of the lot. Gutierrez's white F-150, a patrol car, the dispatcher's Subaru Outback. No other vehicles. Saturday morning. The laptop bag is on the passenger seat. The USB authentication key is in my wallet. I sit with my hands on the steering wheel, and I do not start the timer because timing things is a way of maintaining control. And I have come here to stop controlling. The walk from the truck to the front door is 42 steps. I count them anyway. The dispatcher looks up from her crossword, reading glasses on a beaded chain. She does not speak. She gestures with her pen toward the back, the way she has gestured every time. "Ma'am?" she says before I'm past the divider. I stop. "There's coffee, if you want." She nods toward a table against the wall. A Mr. Coffee with a half-full pot, 2 styrofoam cups, a jar of powdered creamer. It's not great. Thank you. I pour some. It isn't great. I carry it to Gutierrez's office because my hands need something to hold. Gutierrez is at his desk. Carhartt jacket on the back of his chair. Field notes journal closed on the desk surface. Elastic snapped tight. Pen parallel to the notebook edge. Wedding ring catches the fluorescent light. He is holding a coffee mug that says, "World's Okayest Detective" in block letters. Someone gave it to him. Teresa. Probably. He sets it down when he sees me. "Ms. Calloway?" "Detective." He waits. He is good at waiting. 18 years in this department and 1 homicide and 2 missing persons, and the patience of a man who learned in the Army that urgency is a tool and sometimes the best tool is its absence. I set the laptop bag on the chair next to me. I do not open it. I sit in the other chair, the one that faces his desk, the one I sat in when he told me I was a person of interest. The fluorescent light hums at the same frequency it has hummed every time I have been in this building, a frequency that lives in the back of the skull and does not leave. "I need to tell you something." He picks up the pen, opens the field notes journal, writes the date. His pen forms the numbers in tight, angular handwriting, and all the dates he has written in that journal since March 15th line up behind this one. All the entries about me, about the house on Ridge Road, about the woman who moved to Harrow and married a widower and wore his dead wife's chain and searched his house at midnight with lockpicks she ordered from a website that did not ask why a content strategist needed bypass tools. My name is Elise Calloway. I am a freelance investigative journalist. I was formerly staff at the Seattle Post-Intelligencer until I was laid off in 2022. I say it the way I have rehearsed it, which is the way I would deliver a letter: clean, factual, stripped of everything that is not necessary. I came to Harrow in March 2024 to investigate Graham Averill. Gutierrez's pen pauses. He does not look up. The pen moves again. I believed he was responsible for his first wife's death and was running an insurance fraud scheme involving staged drownings and life insurance payouts. I married him to gain access to his financial records, his personal history, and the lake house. The pen moves in the same measured strokes he uses for everything, and he's not surprised because surprise is an emotion, and Gutierrez does not bring emotions to this desk. He brings the notebook and the pen and the patience. The marriage was part of the investigation. All of it. The courtship, the wedding, the move to Ridge Road. He writes, the pen makes its small, precise marks. I identified Graham as a suspect through a pattern analysis of Pacific Northwest men whose first wives died in water-related incidents and who subsequently took out large life insurance policies and remarried within 2 years. Graham was one of 3 names on my list. The other 2 were cleared. Graham was not. The pen stops. He looks up. The dark, steady eyes that I have been reading since our first interview. He holds the look for 3 full seconds. Then the pen moves again. I found the water journal while conducting a systematic search of the lake house, not while looking for a plumbing shutoff. I searched a house with lockpicks and a flashlight on 2 separate nights. I photographed the filing cabinet, the insurance folder, the crawl space. I withheld the journal for 3 days to photograph every page and cross-reference it with my existing research files on the encrypted partition of my laptop. I touch the laptop bag. I do not open it yet. I have maintained an encrypted laptop with 2 years of investigative notes, financial analyses of Graham's accounts, correspondence with a retired insurance investigator named Dale Fisk, who flagged Nora Averill's death claim as notable during his tenure at Pacific Mutual Life. A full timeline of the investigation from initial research through the present, insurance policy comparisons, cross-reference documents, a folder I built after speaking with Nora's sister Claire, questioning the authenticity of the journal's voice. I pause. Not for effect, because the list is long, and I have been carrying it for a long time, and setting it down takes a different kind of effort than picking it up. I would like to give you all of it. Gutierrez finishes writing. The pen makes a small, decisive mark. He closes the journal. The elastic snaps into place with the sound of a decision being filed rather than made. Ms. Calloway. His voice has not changed. You understand that you've just described entering a marriage under false pretenses, conducting an unauthorized investigation, withholding evidence from a law enforcement inquiry, and obstructing an active missing persons case. Yes. And you understand that this disclosure changes your status in this investigation. He pauses. Not necessarily in the direction you intend. Yes. He picks up the coffee mug, sets it down without drinking, picks it up again, drinks, sets it down. The mug leaves a ring on the desk where a previous ring has dried. "You know what I think," he says, and this is new. Gutierrez offering his thoughts uninvited. "I think you came here expecting me to be angry." "Are you?" "I'm a detective, Ms. Calloway. I don't get angry at information." He taps the pen twice against the journal. "I get angry at gaps. You just filled a gap. Why now?" Not a question, a prompt. Because there are remains in the lake that predate Nora's drowning by years. Because Janet Pruitt has a postcard in handwriting that matches the journal. Because the evidence describes a pattern that is bigger than one missing husband. And I have been holding all of it by myself, and I can't do that anymore. And because I ate a sleeve of saltines for dinner last night, standing over the kitchen sink and couldn't remember if I'd eaten anything else that day and decided it didn't matter. That's where I am. Saltines over a sink. I do not say. And because I have not slept more than 4 hours in 3 weeks. And because the panic attacks are coming more frequently. And because the investigation has grown past anything one person with a laptop and a lockpick set can manage. And because there is a woman named Claire Kessler in Portland who does not recognize her sister in the journal, and a girl named Sylvie down the road who has lost 2 mothers and a father and deserves someone with a badge and a warrant and institutional authority, not someone with a pillowcase over her laptop and a chain around her neck that belongs to a dead woman who might not be dead. Gutierrez opens the journal again, writes, closes it. The laptop. I set the bag on his desk, unzip it. The laptop is a ThinkPad, 3 years old, scuffed at the corners from 2 moves and a dozen midnight sessions at the card table. The screen hinge slightly loose from 2 years of opening and closing in the boathouse at hours no one should be working. I open it. The login screen appears. I type the 32-character password with Gutierrez, watching my fingers on the keys, and every character is a door closing behind me, my hands giving his jurisdiction what my hands built. The desktop appears. I click the encrypted partition icon, the secondary authentication prompt. I take the USB key from my wallet and insert it, and the partition opens, and there they are. 5 folders, 2 years, 3,000 pages. Avril, financial. Nora, death, cert. Fisk, correspondence. Pattern, analysis. Investigation. Avril, financial contains 16 months of bank statements, credit card records, and wire transfer documentation, obtained through sources I will not identify. Gutierrez writes, Nora, death. Cert contains the death certificate, the coroner's report, the insurance claim documents, and the 6-week investigation summary that concluded accidental drowning. He writes, Fisk correspondence contains 14 months of emails and phone notes with Dale Fisk, retired Special Investigations Unit lead at Pacific Mutual Life, who flagged the Nora Avril claim as notable and has been assisting my research on an informal basis. He writes, Pattern analysis contains my original research, identifying 3 Pacific Northwest men whose first wives died in water-related incidents. 2 were cleared. The 3rd is Graham Avril. He writes, Investigation contains everything developed since the remains were found. Far shore analysis. Postcard handwriting comparison. Notes from my conversation with Claire Kessler, questioning the journal's authenticity. He finishes writing. He looks at the screen. Then he looks at me. The password. I write it on the legal pad he pushes across the desk. 32 characters in the neat handwriting of a woman who thinks before she writes. I slide the pad back. He reads it, does not repeat it aloud, folds the page and places it in the evidence envelope he has pulled from his desk drawer. Brown paper, red tape. He writes across the seal, initials on the corners. The same procedure he used for the water journal. The USB key. I remove it from the laptop, place it on the desk. He picks it up by the edges, the way he picked up the journal, and seals it in a second envelope. The laptop sits open on his desk. My investigation, in his jurisdiction, under his fluorescent lights. The screen shows the 5 folders and the desktop wallpaper I have looked at every day for 2 years. A photograph I took of Gilchrist Lake from the public dock on the day I arrived in Harrow. Blue water, green shore, the mountains still holding snow. The day I drove into town with a research folder and a theory and a name and the unexamined belief that I could enter a man's life and take it apart and walk away clean. Ms. Calloway. Yes. I'll need you to come back Monday. There will be a formal interview. Recorded. I understand. And I'll need you to remain in Gilchrist County. I'm not going anywhere. He looks at me. 3 seconds. The dark, steady eyes that notice everything and reveal nothing. Then he picks up the coffee mug and drinks from it. And the mug is no longer a fidget. It is a mug. And the interview is over because the mug says it is over. I stand. The chair scrapes the floor the way it scraped the last time I sat in it, and the time before that. And every time I have been in this building, the furniture has made the same sounds, and the fluorescent light has made the same hum. The laptop stays on his desk because it is not my laptop anymore, not in any way that matters. 2 years of work in 5 folders on a screen, I will not touch again. Detective. He looks up. Dale Fisk is in Tacoma. His number is in the correspondence folder. He has been waiting for someone with a badge to call him. I pause, not for effect, because the next sentence is the hardest one. He's better at this than I am. He always was. Gutierrez writes the name in his journal. Dale Fisk. 2 words. The pen makes its small, precise marks, and then the journal closes, and the elastic snaps. And I walk past the dispatcher's crossword puzzle, and through the plexiglass divider, and into the parking lot where my truck is waiting in the far corner with nothing on the passenger seat. The drive back takes 11 minutes. I get behind a logging truck on the county road and follow it for 3 miles at 25 miles an hour. The truck's brake lights are cracked, one of them held together with red tape. I watch the tape. I don't think about anything. I follow the logging truck, and I watch the red tape and the road curves, and the lake appears on my right, and I follow the truck until it turns off at the mill road, and then the road is empty, and I drive the rest of the way with nothing in front of me. Ridge Road, the cafe, Margot's house, the boathouse. I park. I sit in the truck. The engine ticks as it cools. The dock extends into the water. The same dock, the same water. Nora's memorial bench is visible from here if I look south along the shore. The brass plaque with the green patina at the edges. Who loved this water? My hand goes to the chain at my collarbone. The thin gold line that has been there for 17 months. Nora's grandmother's chain, from Krakow. 4 generations of women who wore it before it ended up in a drawer in a lake house where I put it on in December 2024 because I was building an intimacy with a dead woman who turned out to be alive. I do not take it off. I sit in the truck and I press my thumbnail into the pad of my index finger, and the crescent forms, and what lie the crescent marks I cannot say, because I have just told the truth for the first time in 3 years, and the truth was not freedom. It was surgery, the kind where they tell you to count backward and you get to 7, and the counting stops. And when you wake up, something is gone, and the place where it was is clean and empty and yours in a way it was not yours before. The card table is empty when I go inside. No laptop, no legal pad, no electric bill with a policy number written on the back. The window shows the lake and the mountains, and the boathouse is smaller than it was an hour ago. Or I am, or the investigation was the thing that filled the space, and now the space is just space. I make coffee. I drink it standing at the window. The water is flat, unbroken. Chapter 22. Sylvie. The Contradiction. Mom swam every day. I used to watch her from the dock. Summer mornings mostly. Before school in May and June, after school started in September, she'd come down the stairs in her swimsuit with a towel over her shoulder and her hair already up, and she'd walk past me on the dock without stopping. Not ignoring, including, the way you include someone by not making a thing of their presence. She'd step off the ladder into the water, and the sound was always the same. A body entering something cold and not flinching. She'd swim out past the buoys, where you can't see the bottom anymore, and I'd count the minutes until her head reappeared. 14 minutes. 15. Once. 17. She drowned. She drowned, and I was still on the dock. I stood on the dock and screamed, and she popped up laughing and said, "I was just floating. Bug." Her face wet and shining and not afraid. Not afraid of anything in the water. I hated her for those 17 minutes. Not for swimming. For making me count. The counting was the worst part. The minutes where the surface is flat and the head is gone, and the part of me where this has already happened starts the other count. The one that runs underneath the regular count. The one that says, "This is how it starts." The water takes someone and you watch from the dock, and you're not old enough to swim out after them, and you stand there. She always came back. Every time. Every morning. Arms cutting through the water, stroke after stroke, like the lake was something she could take apart and put back together. The muscles in her shoulders moving under the skin. The sound of breathing when she got close enough to hear, steady, rhythmic, a machine sound from a person. She'd pull herself up the ladder and stand on the dock dripping, and the water would run off her in lines and pool around her feet, and she'd look back at the lake like she was checking to make sure it was still there, like the lake might leave if she didn't watch it. I stopped being afraid around the 50th time, started just watching. The watching became the thing, not waiting for her to drown, watching her not drown, which is different. She had a way of toweling off that started at her hair and worked down. Hair, neck, arms, the towel going dark where the water came through. She'd wrap it around her shoulders and sit next to me on the dock with her feet in the water, and we'd look at the lake together, and the lake would look back. The silence between us was the temperature of something that doesn't need words. Warm. The dock warm underneath. The wood holding the sun from the hour before and giving it back through my shorts and the backs of my legs. That is the memory. Mom swimming. Mom coming back. The warm dock and the warm silence and the certainty that tomorrow she would do it again. The phone has more to say. Not new messages. Not yet. The same messages. But reading them again is different from reading them the first time. And reading them the 42nd time is different from reading them the 41st time. The words rearrange. Not on the screen. In my head. The same sentence means something new each time because I am different each time. 41 Sylvies have read these messages, and the 42nd one knows more than the first one did. The early messages are logistics, dates and money and locations, a schedule disguised as conversation. But the middle ones, March 7. The Bozeman house has a yard. You said she'd want a yard. She, not a name, a pronoun that contains a person and does not release her. You said she'd want a yard. Someone wanted a yard for someone else. Someone thought about what someone else would want and made it happen. The word she in that sentence is warm, not business, not logistics. A person thinking about another person's preference. She'd want a yard, like it matters, like comfort matters inside whatever this plan is. March 8th. The account in Helena has 40. That's enough for 8 months if we're careful. 12 if you bring what you said you'd bring. 40. 40,000. 40 means something when it's followed by 8 months. Money talks in duration. How long can you disappear for 40? How far does 40 take you from the place you're leaving? I scroll past the message and back again. Careful means small, means don't draw attention, means live the way you live when the living is the disguise. Dad was good at that. Living inside a life that looked like a life and was actually something else. The house on Ridge Road looked like a house. The marriage looked like a marriage. Everything looked like what it was, and nothing was what it looked like. March 9th. Sylvie? March 9th. She stays. We discuss this. That one still. Every time. The period after this. Not a comma. Not more explanation. Not, she stays because, or she stays, and here's why, or she stays, and I'm sorry. Just, she stays. Disgust. Done. Like closing a cabinet. Like flipping a light switch in a room you're leaving. The period is the door. The period is the sound the deadbolt made when Dad locked the kitchen door that week before he left. The click of something decided. March 10th. What about E? If she starts asking the wrong questions. March 10th. She's not what she seems. I need more time. E. Elise. The woman in the boathouse with a chain around her neck, and the laptop she keeps in the closet behind the hiking boots. The one who asks. The one whose temperature is wrong, but whose wrongness has effort in it. She's not what she seems. Dad wrote that. About Elise. He noticed something about her that he did not tell Elle or Janet or me or anyone in Harrow. Something underneath the surface. Something that looked one way from the dock and a different way from the water. Dad noticed. Dad who noticed everything and said nothing. Dad who could read a room the way Nora read a lake and adjust himself to it without anyone seeing the adjustment. He read Elise. And the reading came back. Wrong. Not wrong like dangerous. Wrong like not matching. The edge is off, by just enough to feel it. March 10th. If she's a problem, we adjust the timeline. Adjust the timeline, the way you'd adjust a clock or a thermostat, not a person, a variable. If E is a problem, if the woman who made me grilled cheese and didn't pretend it was Nora's is a problem, we change the schedule. E is not a name in this sentence. E is a condition. If E, then adjust. If not, proceed. The logic of a plan that has already decided what matters and a woman named Elise is not it. 5 days before he left. 5 days between she's not what she seems and the sound of the Land Rover at 2 in the morning and the headlights on my ceiling. Sunday, late morning. The trees along Cedar Street have leafed out completely. Janet's garden is doing the thing it does every year, where everything grows at once, and she can't keep up, and the tomato cages lean, and the basil bolts, and she talks to the plants in a low voice, like she's reminding them of the terms. I know the terms. Everything grows in its row. Nothing spreads where it's not supposed to. Even the garden has rules. People keep asking if I'm okay. Ms. Okafor, on Friday after English. Mr. Kim at the hardware store when I went in for Janet's toggle bolts. The school counselor on Wednesday, with her head tilted at the angle they must teach in counselor school because every counselor does it the same way. 15 degrees to the right, and their voices go soft and their hands fold in their laps, and they want me to say yes so they can feel like they've helped. A yes means the system is working. A yes means the intervention was sufficient. A yes means the girl whose father vanished 8 weeks ago is processing within normal parameters. I don't say yes. I say, I'm fine. Which is different from yes, but adults don't hear the difference. Fine is a temperature. Fine is the flat surface of a lake that could be 3 feet deep or 300. Fine is standing on the dock, and the water looks calm, and nobody asks what's underneath. Because calm means fine, and fine means done asking. After Janet's garden, the public dock on the North Shore, 20 minutes walking from Cedar Street if you take the lake path, longer if you take the road. The path goes through Douglas fir, and the light comes through the canopy in columns, and the ground is soft with needles, and the quiet is the kind that has weight, not empty, full of the sounds that live underneath silence. Birds, wind, the lake moving against the shore with a sound like breathing. The bench, Nora's bench, brass plaque, patina at the edges. Who loved this water? Someone has put wildflowers in a mason jar again. Lupine, starting to brown. The jar is the same one from last month and the month before, and whoever replaces the flowers doesn't replace the jar, and the water inside has turned green. I sit on the bench. The wood is warm from the sun. The lake is doing its afternoon thing where the wind hasn't come up yet, and the surface is glass, and you can see the reflection of the mountains and the trees and the sky all the way across. A mile of water between here and there. Mom swam this distance, this water, past the buoys, past the drop-off, into the part where the bottom disappears and the lake becomes something you are inside of rather than on top of. She measured it with her body, morning after morning, stroke after stroke, the counting. The lake is the same. The lake is always the same. Moms change, dads leave, the lake stays. That is not a metaphor. I don't do metaphors. It is a fact. The water in front of me is the same water that was here when Nora swam in it, and when she didn't come back from it, and the water does not care about the difference. The lake holds things, and it does not explain what it's holding. And the bench says, who loved this water? And the answer is everyone. And the answer is no one. Because loving water is wanting something back from something that doesn't have anything to give and choosing to keep doing it anyway. A kayaker comes around the point, red hull, single paddle, moving slowly near shore. The paddle drips, and each drip makes a circle, and each circle disappears. That's it. That's all I'm watching. Drip, circle, gone. Drip, circle, gone. I stand up. The bench stays warm behind me. The lupine continues to brown. Sunday evening. Janet's house. Tom's office. That is my room. That is Tom's office. The cedar quilt. The wildflower print, a dark rectangle on the wall. The east window showing the last of the light above the trees. The phone from the lining of the sweater. Screen brightness all the way down. The lock screen that isn't a lock screen because there is no lock. A new message. From today. The same unsaved number. The same careful, complete sentences. The same voice that signs with the letter L. Montana is ready. When you're clear, drive straight through. Don't stop in Wenatchee this time. This time. This time. Meaning there was a last time. Meaning someone stopped in Wenatchee before, and that was a mistake or a risk or something that cannot be repeated. Don't stop. Drive straight through. Montana is ready. The words are the temperature of someone who has done this before and learned from it. Not a first draft. A revision. A plan that has been run once and is being run again with the corrections applied. Wenatchee. Nora went to Wenatchee. She bought the sweater I'm wearing at a thrift store in Wenatchee. She bought basil plants at the co-op in Wenatchee. 3 of them. Killed all 3. Janet told me that story once, sitting at the kitchen table with soup on the stove, and she smiled when she said it. And the smile was the thing Janet's face did when she talked about people who were gone and couldn't hear her talking about them. Don't stop in Wenatchee this time. Someone stopped in Wenatchee last time. Nora went to Wenatchee. The thought is there, at the edge, not formed, not a sentence. A shape in the water that could be a rock or a shadow or something else. I don't look at it directly. Looking directly at the thing that's forming in the space between L and Wenatchee. And don't stop this time is not something I am ready to do. Not yet. Not at 8 weeks and 2 days. Maybe not ever. Dad hasn't replied to the message. Because Dad doesn't have the phone. I have the phone. And Elle doesn't know that. Elle is writing to a phone that sits against my ribs at night and travels with my heartbeat and lives in the torn lining of a sweater that was bought in Wenatchee by a woman who drowned in September and sent a postcard in March and loved this water and swam every day and came back every time until the time she didn't. The cursor blinks at the bottom of the screen. A small, vertical line. Waiting. The cursor is patience. The cursor is the digital version of Gutierrez's pen, hovering above the notebook, waiting for someone to fill the space. I could type something. I could write back. I could say, Dad's gone. He left the phone. I have it now. Who are you? The cursor blinks. I do not type. The screen goes dark. The phone goes back into the lining. The sweater stays on. The quilt comes up to my chin. Montana is ready. Wenatchee is somewhere you don't stop. L is a person who makes plans and signs with a single letter, and asked about me once and received an answer that was not enough and did not ask again. The notebook, blue pen, under the pillow. 14. L is still sending messages. 15. Montana is ready. 16. Someone stopped in Wenatchee before. Pen down, notebook closed, pillow over the notebook, phone against ribs, heartbeat finding it through the lining. Chapter 23. The Living Parents. The phone rings at 7:14 a.m. Monday morning. The lake outside the boathouse window is still, the fog sitting flat on the surface the way it does before the wind comes up. I let it ring 3 times. The number on the screen is a 208 area code. Boise. Elise. Wes. A pause that holds 2 years of distance. My brother's breathing on the other end, and the sound of wind, and something I recognize as the quiet of an office with the door closed. Forest Service office in the Bitterroots. He called from work. That means he's been thinking about this since he got in. Mom asks about you every Sunday. His voice is the same, lower than I remember. Or maybe I've been remembering it wrong. She sets a place at dinner. Dad tells her you're traveling. My thumbnail finds the pad of my index finger. The crescent. He can't see it, but my body runs the same protocols regardless of audience. She asks when you're coming home. How did you get this number? You think I can't find a phone number? A chair creaks on his end. He shifted his weight. You went dark, Elise. You told people our parents are dead. I look at the lake. The fog has not moved. Are you in trouble? I'm fine. That's what you said when you left the paper. He waits. I don't fill the space. That's what you said in June when I tracked down your P.O. box in Bellingham, and you sent me a postcard that said, quote, I'm fine. Stop looking. Wes. 17 times. His voice has changed register. Not louder, tighter. The way a line sounds when the tension has nowhere left to go. Mom has called me 17 Sunday evenings to ask if I've heard from you. I have a log. She calls between 6 and 6:15, right after she clears the extra plate. My hand is on the chain. I pull it away. I had to protect him. From what? From what I was doing? Which was what, exactly? Another creak. He's standing now, the chair pushed back. Because, from where I'm sitting, you vanished into a lake town in Washington. Married a man nobody in the family has met. He stops. When he speaks again, the tightness has given way to something slower. And the next time your name shows up, it's in a county sheriff's press release about a missing person. I let the silence hold. The loons have started on the far side of the lake. 2 of them, alternating calls, the sound carrying clean across the water into morning air. Elise, are you safe? Yes. Is that the truth? Or is that I'm fine? It's the truth. Okay. He breathes. A door opens on his end. Someone says something I can't hear. Wes covers the phone and his voice goes muffled. Yeah, give me 5. And then he's back. Sorry, dispatch meeting. You should go. Dispatch can wait. They've been dispatching without me for 30 years. He breathes again. Dad doesn't know I'm calling. He thinks you need space. Mom doesn't think you need space. A pause that contains a very specific woman in a very specific kitchen. Mom thinks you need someone to drive to wherever you are and bring you home. Don't let her do that. She's 63 and she taught herself to use Google Maps specifically to find your address. A sound that isn't a laugh but wants to be. She found 3 Elise Callaways in Washington state, called 2 of them. The first one was an orthodontist in Spokane who was very confused. That sounds like her. Call them, he says. Please, you don't have to explain. You don't have to tell them what you're doing or why. Just call. Wes. Let them hear your voice. That's all. I hang up. Not hard. Just a press of the thumb, the screen going dark, and then the boathouse is quiet again, except for the loons in the water against the dock pilings and the sound of my own breathing, which has gotten shallow in a way I need to correct before I can think clearly. The fog is burning off, north to south, the way it always does. The wind has not arrived yet. The lake is a pane of glass with the mountains laid on top of it, doubled, the reflection so precise that the boundary between water and air disappears. My parents are alive. In Bend, Oregon, James Calloway, retired principal of Mountain View High School, who spent 31 years in the same building and still gets recognized at the hardware store by former students who are now in their 40s with children of their own. Ruth Calloway, hospice nurse at St. Charles Medical Center, until she went part-time in 2019 because her knees were failing, and she refused to let patients see her wince when she stood from a bedside chair. They live in the house on Cascade Drive where I grew up. 3 bedrooms, 1 bath, a yard with a fence my father built from cedar planks in 1998 because the quote from the contractor was, his word, obscene, and he said he could learn anything from a book. The fence leans 7 degrees to the west. It has always leaned. My mother calls it character. I told Graham they died in a car accident on Highway 97 outside Lapine. Black ice. The Subaru crossed the center line. The other driver was a 22-year-old coming home from a shift at the mill. Details constructed to be verifiable in their generality and false in their totality. The kind of lie a journalist builds, sourced from real accidents on real highways with the names changed and the grief borrowed from nowhere. I told Harrow the same story. I told Gutierrez the same story, twice, with the appropriate pauses and the appropriate downward glance that signals a subject too painful for sustained eye contact. A performance, not a bad one. I walked to the kitchen. Coffee. The pour over. Measuring the grounds by the gram, the way I measure everything now, because precision in small things is what remains when the larger structure is collapsing. The kettle takes 2 minutes. I use the 2 minutes. The lie began as operational necessity. March 2024, moving to Harrow. I was entering a town of 400 people to investigate a man who lived at the center of its social fabric. The kettle ticks. The element contracting in it heats. I press my thumbnail into the pad of my index finger. The crescent. A woman with living parents in Bend, a brother in Boise, a college roommate who practiced law in Seattle and had opinions about everything Elise Calloway did, would generate questions. Those questions would generate contact. Contact would generate the one phone call or one email that would connect Elise Calloway, remote content strategist, to Elise Calloway, former staff reporter at the Seattle Post-Intelligencer, who specialized in cold cases and wrongful death investigations. The cover would be over before the investigation began. So, I killed them. On paper, in conversation, in the careful, practiced delivery of a woman who has said the words enough times that they come out smooth. My parents passed away a few years ago. Car accident. The pause after, the way people's faces change, the permission it grants to not ask follow-up questions, because dead parents are a door that closes itself. I pour the water over the grounds. The coffee blooms, a dark circle expanding outward. The faces arrive before the analysis does. Margot, who brought soup to the boathouse the week I said the words, who set it on the card table and touched my shoulder and said nothing, because Margot understands that some losses do not require commentary. She was comforting a performance. Janet, who gave me the chipped mug every visit, who let me sit at the counter after Wes's name came up in a filing and whose eyes went soft in a way that costs her. The pie she left on the boathouse step in April with a note that said, "For the girl with no one left." The girl with no one left had a mother in Bend who sets a plate every Sunday. I ate the pie. I ate every piece of it. A town held me after a death that did not happen, and I let it hold me, because the holding served the cover and because being held was easier than deserving it. The lie served the cover. A woman alone, without family connections, whose emergency contact field on the rental application said, none. That woman could move through a small town without generating the scrutiny that a woman with a mother who calls every Sunday, and a brother in the Forest Service, and a father who once drove 14 hours to help her move a futon into a studio apartment in Seattle, would inevitably attract. But the lie also served Graham. I take the coffee to the card table. The table is empty. 2 days ago, the laptop was here, the legal pad, the folders stacked in their evidence hierarchy. All of it in Gutierrez's jurisdiction now. The surface is bare wood, scarred. A ring from a mug I set down wet 3 weeks ago, still visible as a pale circle. Graham chose Nora partly because her parents were already dead. Both of them, genuinely, before the scheme began. No family to investigate. No sister calling the detective's office to say the drowning doesn't sound right. Claire Kessler did that anyway, because Nora miscalculated the depth of a sister's attention. But the design was sound. Isolate the target before the target becomes a target. My thumbnail finds the crescent again. Not a lie this time. Something worse. Graham looked at me and saw a woman whose parents were dead and whose social ties were thin and whose emergency contact field said, none. He saw the same structure I had built for the investigation. A clean perimeter. No interference. No one asking questions. No one who would drive 14 hours to check on me. I needed isolation for the investigation. Graham needed me, isolated for the scheme. We built the same structure from opposite sides. 2 sets of tools, 1 cage. The coffee has gone cold in the mug. I have not taken a sip. The pale ring on the table from 3 weeks ago is the only mark on the surface. No laptop. No legal pad with its columns of dates and names and dollar amounts. No folders arranged in their evidence hierarchy. The spines aligned. The tabs facing out because a journalist's filing system is a journalist's nervous system made visible. The evidence is in a brown envelope in a locked drawer in the Gilchrist County Sheriff's Department, and what remains is a table with a stain and a woman sitting at it with cold coffee and 2 years of investigation that now belongs to someone else. My cover story was a selection criteria. That sentence contains the entire logic of how I ended up in this boathouse, in this town, married to this man, wearing the chain of the woman who came before me. I call my mother at 11:23 a.m. She answers on the first ring. Elise. Not a question, not surprise. A woman who has been holding a phone in her hand for 17 months, waiting for it to ring. 41 minutes. She told me about the fence. My father replaced 3 planks in September. It still leans. She told me about the garden. The tomatoes did well, but the deer got the beans. She told me about the neighbor's retriever, Biscuit, who digs under the new section of fence and deposits tennis balls in her flower bed. Your father says hi, she said. He's in the garage. He won't come to the phone because he'll cry and he doesn't want you to hear that. Tell him I said hi back. I will. He's sanding something. I don't know what. He's been sanding something for 3 weeks. I think it might be a cutting board. A pause. It might also be a shelf. He won't say. She told me these things the way she has always told me things, as if the conversation has been running for years, and this particular phone call is just a continuation. She did not ask what I was doing in Washington. She did not ask about Graham. She did not ask why I had told people she was dead. Ruth Calloway as a hospice nurse. She understands that some truths arrive on their own schedule and that pushing accelerates nothing except the distance between 2 people in a conversation. I want to come see you, she said. Not yet. I know. A pause that held 34 years of a mother knowing her daughter and choosing, again, to wait. But soon. Soon. The 41 minutes ended. I put the phone on the card table next to the cold coffee. The lake had changed while I was talking. The fog gone entirely. The surface now carrying the midday chop. The wind from the north pushing small waves against the dock pilings in a rhythm that sounds like counting. Gutierrez calls at 2:15 p.m. His voice carries the flatness of a man reading from notes he prepared before dialing. Ms. Calloway, I have 2 items. A page turns. The sound of it is deliberate. He wants me to hear that this is organized, that there is a sequence, that the sequence has been determined in advance. First, James and Ruth Calloway, Bend, Oregon. They filed a missing persons report on you through Bend PD in June 2024. I didn't know that. The report was closed when you made a phone call from a Washington area code in August of that year. Another page. Since your name appeared in press coverage of Mr. Avril's disappearance, they have contacted this office 17 times. 17. The same number Wes used this morning. Arrived at independently by a detective in Gilchrist County and a brother in the Bitterroots. Quantifying the same thing. I spoke with them today, I say. That would be advisable. The flatness in his voice tightens by 1 degree. A calibration. He is adjusting the conversation. Second item. The State Forensic Lab in Olympia has returned preliminary findings on the remains recovered at the far shore. My coffee is on the table. My hands are flat on the wood, on either side of the mug. The posture of a woman who is not reaching for anything. The remains are consistent with a female, age range 25 to 35 at time of death, deposited in the lake a minimum of 8 to 10 years prior to recovery. A pause that is not a pause. A space he is constructing. We've been in contact with the FBI field office in Spokane regarding the interstate dimension of this case. They flagged a missing persons file out of Boise, Idaho. Boise, the same area code that lit up my phone at 7:14 this morning. Helen Price, reported missing June 2015 after a solo evening swim at Lucky Peak Reservoir. Body never recovered. He lets the sentence sit. Mrs. Price was married to a man named Graham Price. He pauses again. And this one is for me. Preyce, using her surname. My thumbnail is in the pad of my finger, the crescent forming, not from a lie. Age, physical description, and financial history are consistent with the man currently listed as Graham Averill in our files. The loons have gone quiet. The wind is pushing the chop harder against the dock now, the rhythm faster, the pilings creaking under the lateral pressure. The preliminary forensic profile of the remains is consistent with Helen Price's age at the time of her disappearance. Another page. Northwest Mutual Life, $500, $1,000 policy with accidental death double indemnity. Beneficiary, Graham Price. Claim paid December 2015. He did this before. That appears to be the direction of the evidence. His voice returns to the flatness, the notes, the sequence. Your formal interview is rescheduled to Wednesday, 9 a.m. A beat. I would recommend bringing an attorney this time. I understand. And Ms. Calloway. The flatness cracks, just slightly, along a new seam. Call your parents back. They have been very persistent. I already did. Good. The line goes dead. The boathouse fills with the sound of the lake and the wind in the dock, pilings groaning under the lateral push of water that doesn't stop. Helen Price, Graham Price, Boise, Idaho, June 2015. Lucky Peak Reservoir, 300 feet deep at the dam. Solo evening swim, verified alibi, no body. $500,000 plus double indemnity. The number Fisk kept circling back to on the trail walk. People don't start with $750,000. He was right. Graham started with $500,000. He learned the process. He identified the gaps. He moved to a new state, changed his name, married a new woman, took out a new policy, and waited for the next evening swim. 3 wives, 2 states, 1 methodology. Helen in Idaho, $500, $2. Northwest Mutual. Claim filed July 2015, paid December 2015. 6 months from filing to payout. A solo evening swim at a reservoir, 300 feet deep. No body, no witnesses to the entry. An alibi Graham constructed from a work dinner in downtown Boise, 42 miles from Lucky Peak. Close enough to drive home and find the car at the trailhead, the towel on the seat, the wife gone. Nora in Washington, $750, $0. Pacific Mutual. Claim filed September 2022, paid March 2023. The amount increased by 50%. The lake got smaller. Lucky Peak is a public reservoir with rangers, boat ramps, seasonal traffic. Gilchrist Lake is private access, residential shoreline, no patrols after dusk. He learned from the first one. He chose a better lake. Elise in Washington, $500. How do I learn? Same company as Nora, same beneficiary structure, same policy rider for accidental death. The amount doubled again. The interval between marriages compressed, 3 years between Helen's death and Nora's marriage, 18 months between Nora's death and mine. He was accelerating. the way a gambler accelerates when the system keeps paying. Fisk's voice in my head, from the trail walk in the Cascades. People don't start with $750,000. He was right. Graham started at 500. He tested the process on Helen, the filing, the investigation period, the beneficiary interview, the 6-month wait while actuaries reviewed his claim. He identified the gaps. The claims adjuster who rubber-stamped the Idaho payout never cross-referenced Graham Price of Boise with Graham Averill of Harrow because they were, on paper, two different men in two different states with two different surnames at two different insurance companies. Outside, the lake has gone dark under a cloud bank that moved in while I was on the phone with Gutierrez. The wind is pushing whitecaps now, the surface torn, the reflection of the mountains broken into fragments that reassemble and break again with each wave. The amounts doubled each iteration, the intervals compressed. The confidence of a man who had filed a claim and watched it pay and understood that the process, once mastered, was repeatable. Sylvie. The name arrives with a force that straightens my spine against the chair. Sylvie is Helen Price's daughter, born in Boise. 6 years old when her biological mother went swimming in Lucky Peak Reservoir and didn't come back. 13 when her stepmother went swimming in Gilchrist Lake and didn't come back. 2 dead mothers. 2 deep lakes. 1 father who planned both. Mom hated the water. She never went swimming. Helen. Mom swam every day. I used to watch her from the dock. Nora. Sylvie wasn't contradicting herself. She was talking about 2 different women. The thing I flagged as a contradiction in my notes was never a contradiction. It was 2 truths I was 2, inside my own framework to hear separately. I thought I was being careful. I thought my analysis was clean. But I flattened Sylvie's words into a puzzle piece for my theory, instead of listening to what she was actually saying, which was simpler and worse. I had 2 mothers, and they're both gone. The card table is empty. The evidence is in Gutierrez's hands. Wednesday at 9 a.m. with an attorney. The FBI field office in Spokane. I pick up the phone and call Ruth Calloway back. She answers before the first ring finishes. Chapter 24. The Idaho Case. Fisk calls at 6:47 a.m. Wednesday morning. I've been awake since 3. The legal pad on the card table has 3 columns drawn in blue ink. Helen, Nora, Elise. Numbers fill each column. Dollar amounts, dates, policy numbers, lake depths. The pen ran dry at 5:30. The replacement came from the kitchen drawer, a cheap ballpoint with a real estate agent's name printed on the barrel. Harrow Realty. Your lake. Your life. I've been staring at the slogan for 20 minutes. I pulled the file. No greeting. His voice carries something I have not encountered from him. Not the actuarial distance. Not the analytical cadence. Something fractured running underneath the precision. Helen Price, NW 2015-07-4481, Northwest Mutual, SIU rotation, November 2015. I reviewed it personally. Miss Calloway. I write the policy number on a legal pad, blue ink on yellow paper. Sat at my desk in the Tacoma field office. A sound on his end. He's pouring something. Water or coffee. The liquid hitting ceramic. Read the claim front to back and wrote notable in the margin of my assessment memo. A loon calls from the south end of the lake. Single note. Sustained. Notable. the word I use when a claim raises questions I cannot answer, but cannot justify escalating. A chair shifts on his end, the bookshelf behind him, the actuarial reference volumes, the files he keeps in retirement because discarding them would mean admitting the work stopped mattering. Spousal beneficiary, deep water drowning, no body recovered, verified alibi, payout at 500,000, standard review threshold. The file crossed my desk on a Tuesday. I processed it by Friday. And you didn't connect it to the Avril claims 7 years later. Graham Price filed in Idaho. Graham Avril filed in Washington. Different surname, different state, different carrier. Fisk's breathing is audible, measured, controlled, failing to remain controlled. The NICB database cross-references claimant names and social security numbers. If a man files under his wife's surname for one policy and his own on another, the name match fails. And the social security numbers. He pauses, starts again, flatter. He used 2 different numbers. One, genuine, issued in Washington. The other, issued in Idaho in 2012 to a Graham Price who does not exist outside a marriage license, a mortgage application, and an insurance filing. My thumbnail finds the pad of my index finger. The crescent forming. A fabricated identity. Built as a vehicle for the Idaho cycle. Marriage, insurance, collection, then abandoned when he relocated to Washington and reverted to Avril. I draw a vertical line on the legal pad between Helen and Nora. 2 names, 1 system. The craftsmanship is not amateur. Someone who understands identity databases, where the verification gaps sit between state systems. This is infrastructure. Ms. Calloway, not improvisation. The coffee on the table has been sitting since 4:30, made as a ritual. I have not touched it. I also completed the NICB search. His voice returns to the analytical register, the one he can control. Drownings in deep water. No body recovered. Spousal beneficiary. Payout exceeding 250,000. Idaho, Oregon, Montana, Washington, British Columbia, 2010 through 2022. I wait. 2 results. Helen Price, 2015. Nora Avril, 2022. No others. Contained to 3 cycles. Unless he operated under identities I haven't located. But the absence is informative. He wasn't prolific. He was precise. The loon calls again. 2 notes this time, falling. 1 cycle per jurisdiction, 1 carrier per cycle. Then relocate. And the operational environment improved with each iteration. Fisk shifts into the methodology. The structure he maps naturally. Lucky Peak Reservoir in Idaho is public. Park rangers, seasonal boat ramps, traffic patrols. Gilchrist Lake is private access, residential shoreline, no municipal patrols after dusk. He chose a better lake the second time. Smaller, more controlled, fewer variables. Another shift. The claim to payout interval compressed as well. 6 months for Helen, 5 months for Nora. The timeline was accelerating. I draw a horizontal line between the Helen and Nora columns. Right, 6 Mos, 5 Mos. Draw an arrow to the empty space past the Elise column. The broker, Ms. Calloway. His voice changes register again. Edward Crane. My pen stops. Helen Price's Northwest Mutual policy was written by an independent agent in Boise, Edward Crane, operating under Crane Financial Services. He relocated from Boise to Seattle in January 2016. 1 month after the Helen Price payout, 1 month after Graham relocated. I've now connected Crane to 3 policies across 12 years. Helen Price through Northwest Mutual, Boise, 2013. Nora Averill through Pacific Mutual Life, Seattle, 2019. Elise Calloway through Pacific Mutual Life, Seattle, 2025. I write the 3 carrier names in the margins of each column. Different companies, same broker, 3 wives, 3 policies, 1 broker. He moved carriers between Idaho and Washington, which means the carrier-level fraud detection systems never cross-reference the claims. The pen stops on the word carriers. I underline it twice. But the broker follows Graham across state lines. The broker is the constant. I write Crane in capital letters across the bottom of the legal pad. Draw a line to each column. Is Crane complicit? I lack the evidence for that determination. His voice tightens. But a broker who writes 3 consecutive spousal death policies for the same man under 2 different names across 2 states and does not flag the pattern is either catastrophically negligent or financially motivated. A third option does not present itself. He breathes. The connection carries the sound of a man at 63 looking backward at a desk and a file and a word in a margin. I forwarded the complete analysis to the FBI field office. Agent Westbrook. She should have it before your interview today. How did you know about the interview? Detective Gutierrez called me Monday evening. 40 minutes. He has been thorough, more thorough than I credited. A silence, then quieter. Ms. Calloway, I held that claim, calculated the probability metrics. The loss fell within acceptable parameters, and I moved the file to the completed stack and went to lunch. The precision is gone. What remains is a voice stripped to its substrate. If I had pulled the thread in 2015, Nora Averill's policy never gets written. Your policy never gets written. You never go to Harrow. You couldn't have known. I could have looked. I don't know what to say to that. I want to say it's not his fault, which is true and also useless. The kind of thing you say when someone's guilt is load-bearing and removing it would collapse the structure that's keeping them upright. So, I say nothing. My wife says, I keep too many files. He says. She says, retired means retired. The precision is trying to return. It doesn't quite make it. I tell her the files are reference material. She says the files are an excuse to keep sitting at the desk instead of fixing the screen door. Is the screen door still broken? The screen door has been broken since 2019. The line goes quiet. The Gilchrist County Sheriff's Department at 8:52 a.m. The parking lot holds Gutierrez's F-150, a black Chevy Tahoe with federal plates, and a gray Subaru Outback belonging to Deanna Park. Brin's recommendation from the April phone call. White-collar witness representation. Tacoma practice. Former DOJ trial attorney. She drove up yesterday, checked into the Lakeview Inn, and met me at the boathouse at 7:15 this morning over coffee. 51. Sharp face, gray blazer over black turtleneck, reading glasses she deploys and removes as punctuation. She reviewed the case from my legal pad in 20 minutes. 2 instructions. Don't volunteer anything beyond direct questions, and, when I touch your forearm, stop talking. Gutierrez meets us in the hallway. Same field notes journal. Same professional flatness. Beside him, a woman I've not encountered before. Early 40s, dark hair pulled back, navy blazer, no jewelry except a government ID badge on her lapel. FBI. Westbrook, Sarah K. Ms. Calloway. Westbrook's handshake is brief. Thank you for coming in voluntarily. My client is cooperating fully, Diana says. The room is the same one from April 8th. Bolted chairs, concrete wall with one narrow window, the table with a digital recorder at its center. Gutierrez presses record. Diana takes a seat to my left. Westbrook sits across. Gutierrez stands at the door with his notebook open. 2 hours and 14 minutes. I will reconstruct the sequence, not the transcript. First 40 minutes. Chronological deposition. When I identified Graham as a subject through pattern analysis in late 2022. When I moved to Harrow in March 2024. When I initiated the relationship at the harbor cleanup in July. When I married him in November 2024. The dates come out clean, sourced from a timeline I maintained for 2 years on an encrypted laptop that now sits in a brown evidence envelope in this building. Diana interrupts twice to establish that I acted as a private citizen and that my methods, while aggressive, did not require warrants I failed to obtain. Westbrook takes notes in short, precise strokes and does not interrupt. Westbrook asks about Sylvie. What the girl has said to me, what she has not said. I describe the visits to Janet's house, the closed door, the gradual opening, the black sweater from Wenatchee, Sylvie in the corners of rooms, tracking adult behavior, recording without interpreting. I do not mention the burner phone. Sylvie showed it to no one but me, and I am not going to hand over a 16-year-old girl's trust to a federal recorder on a Wednesday morning. Diana's hand does not move to my forearm. She trusts the omission. Next 30 minutes, the insurance framework. Westbrook leads. She has Fisk's analysis in a manila folder, 30 pages, the crane connection annotated in red ink along the margin. She asks me to confirm. Crane in Boise for Helen's policy. Crane in Seattle for Nora's and mine. I confirm. She tracks Crane's relocation timeline against Graham's, marking dates where the two men's movements align. January 2016. Both leave Idaho within the same 4-week window. She slides a photograph across the table. Corporate headshot. A man in his 50s, thinning hair, wide face, the practiced warmth of someone who sells retirement security for a commission. Do you recognize this person? Edward Crane. I have not met him. Graham handled all insurance matters. The policy on my life was identified by Mr. Fisk in April. Did Graham ever reference Mr. Crane by name? Never. Not in conversation, not in documents I accessed during the marriage. Westbrook writes. She asks about Graham's financial planning practice, the client base, the regular Seattle trips that provided alibis for 2 drownings 90 miles apart. I provide what I have. The Spokane and Seattle client meetings, the calendar I photographed from his office computer before surrendering the laptop, the offshore transfer infrastructure Fisk mapped through public filings. Westbrook asks whether Graham ever mentioned prior marriages. He told me his first wife drowned. He presented it as tragedy, not as history. Diana's hand moves to my forearm once during this section, a pressure and release, and I redirect from a sentence about Crane's commission structure that I cannot verify from direct observation. Westbrook asks about the water journal. I describe the discovery, the 3-day delay before handing it to Gutierrez, the handwriting analysis now in progress at the Olympia Forensic Lab. She asks whether I formed an opinion about the journal's authenticity during my initial reading. Diana shifts in her chair but does not intervene. The prose quality is unusual for a private journal, I say. The phrasing is literary, controlled. Writing that has been edited? Westbrook makes a note and moves on. Next 30 minutes, the night of March 14th, 15. Westbrook asks about Graham's movements that evening. The kitchen clock on the microwave reading 8:12 when we sat down to eat. Graham in his office by 9:30. The door closed. The light visible under the gap. His voice through the wall at approximately 1 a.m. A second voice on the phone, female, too muffled by distance and drywall for identification. Did you attempt to record the conversation? Diana's hand on my forearm. Pressure. Hold. Washington is a two-party consent state, Diana says. Her voice carries the clarity of a prepared statement. My client declines to answer questions regarding any potential recording without a formal proffer agreement addressing charges under RCW 9.7330. Jean Westbrook's expression holds steady. She writes one line. Gutierrez shifts his weight at the door but does not speak. Final 20 minutes. Formal designations. Westbrook closes the folder and removes her glasses. Diana's pen lifts from her own legal pad. Ready? The FBI has opened an interstate insurance fraud investigation. Case number provided. Graham Averill, also known as Graham Price, is a fugitive subject. Nora Kessler Averill is a person of interest pending identity confirmation, under the name Lena Marsh. The remains recovered from Gilchrist Lake are undergoing DNA analysis at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. Results in 3 to 4 weeks. Edward Crane has been contacted by the Seattle field office for a voluntary interview. Crane has retained counsel. Ms. Calloway? Westbrook sets her hands flat on the table. You are not a target of this investigation. You are a cooperating witness and a potential victim under federal statute. She pauses, lets the designation settle. Your investigation was reckless and legally problematic across multiple jurisdictions. It also produced evidence that materially advanced a case 3 agencies failed to build independently. Both statements are true. Do not investigate further. Any evidence you encounter from this point, you contact Detective Gutierrez or this office directly. She understands, Diana says. We stand. The recorder clicks off. Diana shakes Westbrook's hand, then Gutierrez's. I shake neither. Gutierrez walks us to the hallway, where the fluorescent tubes hum at a frequency just below the threshold of irritation, and the linoleum reflects the overhead light in long, pale strips. Diana touches my elbow at the exterior door. You did well in there. She puts her reading glasses on, then removes them. I'll send a summary memo to your email by Friday. And Elise. She holds the door open. Morning light falls across the parking lot asphalt in a gray wash. If anyone contacts you before the proffer is in place, you call me before you say a word. Anyone. Understood. She walks to the Subaru. I walk to the Tacoma. The federal Tahoe is still in the lot. Engine off. Westbrook still inside the building. A county truck passes on the road behind the lot, its bed loaded with fence posts, the engine fading south. The drive back to the boathouse takes less than a quarter hour. North on County Road 7 past the Brennan place, then south on Lake Shore. The lake appears through gaps in the Douglas fir, and disappears again. At the turnoff to Margot's property, a doe stands in the road. She holds her ground for 3 seconds, assessing the Tacoma, then steps into the underbrush. I pull down the gravel drive and park. The boathouse at 11:40 a.m., the card table, the legal pad with its 3 columns, and the word crane in capitals at the bottom, lines radiating outward to each name. I add Westbrook's name below the columns. Case number, Diana's instructions, abbreviated. The designation that now defines my position in a federal investigation, cooperating witness and potential victim. My hand goes to the chain at my throat. I pull it away, press both hands into my lap, fingers laced, knuckles tight. Potential victim. The phrase sits on the legal pad between dollar amounts and lake depths. 1.5 million. Premium payments drawn from Graham's business account, documented by Fisk in April, confirmed by the FBI in May. A policy purchased so that my death in this lake would generate revenue for a system that had already produced 2 payouts totaling $1.25 million. Crane retained counsel. That sentence, delivered between case numbers and DNA timelines, carried more weight than the rest of the interview combined. I draw a circle around his name on the legal pad. Press the pen hard enough to dent the paper. A broker retains counsel when the broker has something to protect. Catastrophic negligence produces apologies, cooperation, frantic document production. Retained counsel produces silence. I trace the lines on the legal pad from Crane to each column. 3 connections. 3 wives. Crane chose silence. The broker is the node connecting every policy, every wife, every lake. If Crane was complicit, then the infrastructure includes at least 3 participants. Graham, whoever helped build the fabricated Idaho identity, and the broker who moved the policies through different carriers without triggering cross-referencing. The pen presses harder. The paper dents. This is not a marriage gone wrong. This is a business with departments. Sylvie is in a house on Cedar Street with a woman who is not her mother and a phone that belongs to a father who is not coming back. Helen Price's daughter, born in Boise in 2009, to a woman who drowned when Sylvie was 6, raised by a woman who drowned when Sylvie was 13. I set the pen down, pick it up again. 2 mothers, 2 lakes, and the man who planned both is a fugitive subject in a federal investigation, and his 16-year-old daughter carries the evidence of his communication with someone named L in the lining of a black sweater and does not yet understand what it means. The overcast has not moved. The lake is a flat gray plain, the far shore a wall of timber and the gap where FS 412 comes through the tree cover. From this dock to that gap, 1.2 miles, the distance Norris swam on the night of September 14th, 2022, the distance between a staged death and a new name. The woman's voice on the phone, March 15th, 1 a.m., not arguing, not frightened. I press my thumb against the cold glass of the window, coordinating. The rhythm of 2 people moving through a sequence, confirming steps against a plan, even through drywall and distance and the ambient settling of a house after midnight. The tone was operational, not domestic. Purposeful, practiced. 2 people who had done this before. The recording exists on my phone. 9 minutes, mostly interference. The ambient grain of a house at night. 2 voices buried underneath like sediment at the bottom of a core sample. Evidence of a conspiracy. A violation of RCW 9.73.030. Diana's intervention at the interview bought time. Time is not resolution. Fisk, Gutierrez, Westbrook. 3 people who could use this recording correctly. 3 people obligated to report how it was obtained. The proffer agreement Diana mentioned would take weeks to negotiate. The recording is degraded. The voices are unidentified by any standard that would hold in a federal proceeding. And the legal exposure for me is real, a criminal charge that would convert cooperating witness into defendant. I need someone outside the investigation, someone with legal precision and personal honesty. My hand goes to the chain again. I pull it away again. Someone who will listen to the audio and describe what the voices sound like, not what I need them to sound like. Someone whose judgment I trust more than my own, because my own has been compromised since the night I put on a dead woman's chain and told myself it was research. Bryn asked me in April why I was still here. The journalist answer, the story is unfinished. The real answer sat in the silence after the phone call ended, in the space between the card table and the lake, and I never said it aloud. I press my thumbnail into my index finger. The crescent. Parts of it were real. The marriage was cover. The investigation was real. But parts of what Graham performed landed somewhere genuine. And I don't know. I actually don't know which parts. I keep trying to sort them and the sorting doesn't work. It's like, no, I was going to reach for a metaphor and I'm not going to. The thing is, the thing. I don't know what was real. That's the sentence. I don't need it to be elegant. The lake outside. Flat, gray. I press my thumbnail deeper. The crescent whitens. I stayed. That is its own kind of answer. 3 columns on the legal pad. 3 wives, 1 broker, 1 man, and a woman's voice at 1 a.m. that did not sound afraid. I pick up the phone. Bryn answers on the second ring. I need you to come to Harrow. When? Saturday. Elise. A breath. What am I coming for? The lake outside the window. Gray and still. Bring headphones. Chapter 25. The Recording. Bryn parks the Subaru Crosstrek behind my Tacoma at 9:14 a.m. Saturday morning. I watch from the window with coffee I made 10 minutes ago and have not touched. She steps out, pushes her sunglasses into her hair, and puts her hands in her jacket pockets. The lake holds its flat gray plain beneath the overcast. The far shore, a dark line of Douglas fir, the gap where FS 412 breaks through the tree cover. A loon crosses the open water heading south. Bryn stands in the gravel drive and does not move for a full minute. She turns and walks down the path to the boathouse door. 2 knocks. I open it before the second knock finishes. Jesus Christ, Elise! She is standing on the threshold in the blazer she wears to court. Dark jeans, ankle boots with a stacked heel. The Mary Oliver tattoo visible where she has pushed up her sleeves. The ink faded since college. Her overnight bag hangs from her left shoulder. Her eyes move past me to the single room. Card table, 2 chairs, the kitchen corner with its pour-over setup, the bed through the partition, past the room to the window and the lake. This is the most beautiful, depressing place I've ever seen. Come in. She sets the bag by the door, looks at the card table, the kitchen, back at me. Her hand comes up and pushes a strand of hair behind my ear. I don't flinch, but I almost flinch, and she notices. When did you eat last? I had toast. When? This morning. It was yesterday morning. She knows it was yesterday morning. We've been doing this since freshman year. She walks to the window. Her boots leave faint prints on the floor where the morning damp tracked in. I make coffee. Pour over. The kettle screaming and going quiet. Bryn does not turn from the glass. How long have you been living here? Since March. 2 months in a room the size of my bathroom. She puts her palm flat against the window pane. The lake is right there. Every night. She turns, accepts the coffee, both hands around the cup, held near her chin, not drinking. I understand why you stayed. A beat. Her jaw tightens, releases. I hate that I understand it. She sits at the card table. The legal pad from Wednesday is still there. 3 columns drawn in blue ink. Helen, Nora, Elise. Dollar amounts and policy numbers and lake depths in each column. Crane in capitals at the bottom, with lines radiating to each name. Bryn picks it up. Her eyes move left to right across the columns, down to Crane, back up. She sets it down. Walk me through the FBI interview first. I give her the architecture. No, I give her the architecture I prepared. There's a difference, and Bryn knows there's a difference, and I know she knows, and neither of us addresses it directly, because that's how we've operated since law school. She lets me present. Then she finds the gaps. Westbrook and the 2-hour deposition. The chronological timeline extracted in the first 40 minutes. Sylvie, in general terms. The burner phone withheld. Fisk's 30-page analysis in the manila folder with Crane annotated in red ink along the margins. The corporate headshot slid across the table. 50s. Thinning hair, wide face, the warmth of a man who sells retirement security on commission. Diana invoking the proffer under RCW 9.73.030 when the recording question came. The formal designations: Graham as fugitive subject, Nora as person of interest pending identity confirmation, Elise Calloway as cooperating witness and potential victim. Crane contacted by Seattle field office. Counsel retained. Bryn listens with her spine straight, coffee untouched, her eyes on mine. She tracks the gaps between sentences where the unsaid things live. She does not interrupt. She does not take notes. She files. Deanna sounds competent. She is. Good. You need competent. Bryn picks up her coffee, drinks, sets it down, with a ceramic click on the card table's surface. Show me the recording. I open the phone. The audio file is 9 minutes and 12 seconds. Recorded the night of March 14th, approximately 1:07 a.m., pressing the phone against the bedroom wall separating me from Graham's office. The file name is a string of numbers I have not renamed. The waveform on the screen is compressed, most of it near the baseline, occasional peaks that correspond to nothing useful. I set earbuds on a table between us. Audio quality is poor. Distance, drywall, ambient settling of the house. I press my thumbnail into the pad of my index finger. The crescent forming. 2 voices. Graham's is identifiable by cadence, not by words. No. Recognizable. I can't identify the words, just the shape. The second is a woman. Bryn picks up one earbud. I take the other. We sit at the card table with the wire strung between us. I press play 9 minutes. The waveform moves on the phone screen, the green line barely twitching above the baseline. The first 90 seconds. House sounds. The refrigerator cycling, a settling creak in a floor joist, the ambient grain of a building breathing after midnight. I pressed the phone against the bedroom wall at 1:07 a.m. and held it there with both hands against the plaster, my body rigid, my breathing shallow enough that the microphone would not pick it up. The wall between the bedroom and Graham's office is standard residential construction. Drywall, insulation, drywall, 14 inches of material that reduce human speech to geography. At 1:43, Graham's voice enters. Not the words. The shape of his speech. The rhythm I tracked across 16 months of dinner conversations and phone calls overheard from adjacent rooms. Low, measured, not agitated. At 2:07, the second voice. Higher register. Warm, unhurried, not arguing and not afraid and not a stranger to the person she is speaking with. She speaks for approximately 8 seconds. The words dissolve into interference before they reach the microphone. Graham again. A pause. Her voice, shorter this time. A sound that might be agreement or might be the house. At 4:30, both voices overlap and the interference peaks. A low-frequency hum enters the recording, the heating system cycling on, and the voices disappear beneath it for 20 seconds. When they resurface, Graham's tone has shifted lower, nearly inaudible, a murmur that carries intent but not content. The woman's voice, one more time at 6:11. 4 words at most, the last one rising slightly in pitch. Then silence for the remaining 3 minutes. The house settling. A dog barking somewhere on Lakeshore Road. The faintest suggestion of a chair pushed back from a desk. The file ends. Bryn removes the earbud. She stares at the table. Her coffee cup sits exactly where she placed it, her fingers arranged around it but not lifting. Again. I rewind. Same positions. Same wire between us. Bryn's eyes are closed this time. I let my own eyes stay on her face as the voices enter and fail to resolve. At 2:07, when the woman's voice appears, Bryn's jaw tightens. A millimeter of displacement that a jury would miss. The file ends. Bryn opens her eyes. Once more. Third time. I have played this recording over 40 times since March. The voices have worn grooves in my perception, familiar in contour and empty of meaning. 2 shapes moving through static. Bryn is hearing it clean. Her face is assembling what mine stopped assembling weeks ago. The file ends. Bryn sets the earbud on the table carefully, as if handling chain of custody material. Her hand does not tremble. Her hand never trembles. That doesn't sound like a fight. No. That sounds like planning. She pushes the earbud an inch away with one finger. Arguments accelerate. They get louder. They interrupt. She picks up her coffee, drinks, puts it down. That conversation had a tempo. Steady. Procedural. 2 people moving through a sequence they've rehearsed. The coffee sits between us. Mine is half finished and cold. Hers is full and cooling. The voice was a woman, I say. A woman who? My hand goes to the chain at my collarbone. I catch it there. Pull it away. Set my hand flat on the table next to the legal pad. Bryn's eyes follow the motion from my throat to the table and rest there. You touch the chain. I'm aware. You touch it every time you get close to saying something you've rehearsed. She holds my gaze. I've been counting since I sat down. The lake outside the window. The overcast unbroken. The strip of sunlight that appeared 20 minutes ago already absorbed. I have been staring at the gap in the tree line since April. The voice on the recording is too degraded for identification by any forensic standard. Diana was clear about that. Any speculation about the identity would be inadmissible and would expose the recording to disclosure under conditions we cannot control. You're talking like a proffer agreement. I'm talking like someone whose lawyer told her to talk, like a proffer agreement. Bryn leans forward. Her hands are on the table now, flat, mirroring mine. The pose she uses in intake interviews when a client is circling the thing they came to say. Forget admissible. Forget Diana. Her voice drops half a register. You called me to Harrow with headphones and a recording of your husband talking to a woman at 1 a.m, 3 hours before he vanished. She taps the legal pad once. You didn't call me for a legal opinion. You called me because you need someone to say out loud what you already have. I do not touch it. I called you because my perception is compromised. No, I called because I need someone to tell me my perception is accurate. I've listened to that recording 40 times. I needed ears that haven't been living in this boathouse. Your perception is fine. Bryn picks up the legal pad, points to the 3 columns. 3 wives, 3 lakes, 1 broker, 1 man. She sets it down, folds her hands on top of it. Who was the woman on the phone? I look at the legal pad, the 3 names in blue ink, the lines converging on Crane. The pitch and pacing are consistent with someone whose voice I've studied through second-hand sources for 2 years. I press my thumbnail into my index finger. The crescent deepens. Journal entries read aloud by a forensic examiner during handwriting analysis. A voicemail Claire Kessler played for me in April, Nora leaving a message about a birthday dinner. Bryn does not move. Audio from a PTA meeting Gutierrez obtained from the school's archive. Say the name. The crescent whitens under my thumbnail. I believe the voice is Nora's. Bryn stands, walks to the window, puts both hands in her pockets. The lake holds its flat gray plane beneath her reflection in the glass. If Nora is alive, she speaks to the window, to the water beyond it. If she faked her drowning in September 2022 and has been living under a different name for 3.5 years. A loon calls from the south end. 2 notes, falling. If she called Graham the night of March 14th to coordinate his departure. If the car Margot described at the far shore was waiting for Nora on the night she swam. Bryn turns from the window. If the postcard Janet received 6 months later was genuine. She crosses back to the table, sits, pulls her coffee toward her. Then, the water journal is manufactured evidence. The drowning was choreographed. The insurance payout was the product, not the consequence. She drinks the cold coffee without wincing. And the woman this town has been mourning for 3 years is Graham's partner in a serial fraud operation that stretches back to Idaho and involves at minimum 3 participants. The word partner sits in the room between us. The card table, the legal pad, the earbuds, the phone with its 9 minutes of static and 2 voices moving through interference. If this is what it looks like. Bryn sets the cup down. Serial insurance fraud with staged deaths across state lines. The FBI takes point. She ticks the structure off on her fingers. The state cooperates because they lack jurisdiction over the interstate pattern. The insurance companies cooperate because they want the 1.25 million back. Second finger. Wire fraud, mail fraud, insurance fraud across multiple carriers and states, identity fraud for the fabricated Graham Price in Idaho. Third finger. If a federal prosecutor builds the case with the evidence you and Fisk assembled, Graham and whoever is working with him are looking at 20 to 30 years. If they find him. If. Bryn puts her hands flat on the table again. He relocated from Idaho to Washington under a different surname after the first cycle. Fabricated identity, carrier rotation, broker who follows him across state lines. She pauses. Her jaw works. This isn't someone who panicked and ran. This is someone who has an exit protocol. So has his partner. We both sit with it. The word I chose. Not co-conspirator, not accomplice, partner. The word that contains the criminal enterprise and whatever runs between two people who have staged deaths together across 12 years and 2 states and are still talking at 1 a.m. with practiced coordination. His partner. Bryn's eyes drop to my collarbone. That chain. She nods toward it. Is it yours? It was Nora's. You told me that in April. On the phone. She leans back in the chair, arms crossed. I thought you meant it figuratively. A gift. A memento from the marriage. Her eyes stay on the thin gold line. You mean it literally? That is the actual chain from Nora Avril's neck. From her drawer. She left it when she went swimming. When she went swimming and didn't come back. Bryn's voice levels out. The legal aid register, the one she deploys in intake before saying something that will change the shape of a conversation. Except you just told me you believe she's alive. She uncrosses her arms, places both palms on the table. You believe she swam to the far shore and drove away and collected $375,000 and started over under a different name. I do not respond. My hands stay flat on the table. The chain rests against my skin. You've been living this woman's life for 2 years. Elise! Bryn's voice does not rise. It does not need to. Her house, her husband, her chain, her lake. She lifts one hand, counts. You read her journal and drove to the far shore and measured the distance she swam. You called her sister and memorized the brand of her lip balm and traced her insurance records across 2 states. The hand drops. You've been wearing her gold around your throat for 16 months. The number lands. 16 months. January 2024 to now. Bryn has been counting longer than I have. When does the investigation end and the obsession begin? The question fills the boathouse. The card table, the legal pad, the cold coffee, the earbuds, the phone, the lake through the window, holding its flat gray plane. I don't have an answer for that. I know you don't. That's why I'm asking. Bryn stays through the afternoon. We eat sandwiches from the diner on Route 2. She talks about King County legal aid, the funding cuts, a housing case she won in February that she is still drafting the brief for. Normal conversation. The kind that exists between people who have been friends for 13 years and can occupy the same room without every sentence carrying investigative weight. At 3 o'clock, she walks to the dock and stands at the end of it, hands in her pockets again. facing the far shore. I wash the sandwich wrappers and put them in the trash and wipe the counter. The sponge is falling apart. I should buy a new sponge. I add it to the list in my head that is not the investigation, the list of small functional things a person needs. Sponge, paper towels, new ink for the pen that ran dry at 5:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. I stay at the window with my second pour-over. She stays out there for 10 minutes. The overcast has not lifted. The water is flat and still. A second loon surfaces 50 yards from the dock, dives, does not reappear. The legal pad sits on the card table behind me. 3 columns, 3 wives. Crane at the bottom connecting them all. Bryn is standing on the same dock where Nora left her swimsuit and towel on September 14th, 2022, folded with edges aligned, placed on the bench beside sandals and a watch. Set dressing for a drowning that never happened. The dock planks are weathered gray, the nail heads rusted, the same wood under Bryn's boots that held Nora's bare feet as she walked to the end and entered the water and swam 1.2 miles to a car and a new name and a life in Coeur d'Alene that I cannot yet prove exists. When she comes back in, her eyes have settled into something quieter. The woman on the recording knew what she was doing. I nod. And the woman who left that chain in a drawer knew what she was leaving behind. Bryn picks up her jacket from the back of the chair. She puts one arm through, pauses. She left it the way you leave set dressing after the run closes. You turned it into something else. She carries her coffee cup to the kitchen counter, rinses it under the tap, sets it upside down on the drain board. I'm staying at Margot's tonight. She offered the upstairs room when I pulled in. Said, any friend of yours? Bryn turns, jacket on, bag over her shoulder. Tomorrow, I drive back to Seattle. Monday, I call Diana Park and have a conversation about proffer timelines that you don't need to attend. She picks up her bag, adjusts the strap. Is there a dinner place that isn't run by a woman who hates you? Janet doesn't hate me. She hates what I represent. Okay, is there a dinner place that isn't run by a woman who hates what you represent? The diner on Route 2. Same place as the sandwiches. Good. She looks at the boathouse one more time. The card table, the bed through the partition, the window framing the lake with its far shore 1.2 miles of green-gray water away. You're going to stay, aren't you? It is not a question. Yes. I know. She opens the door. Late afternoon light falls across the threshold in a gray wash. That's what scares me. She walks up the gravel path toward Margot's house. I stay at the glass. She rounds the bend past the cedar that blocks the view of the main house. The path is empty. The gravel settles. The boathouse holds its quiet. The earbuds on the table next to the phone. The legal pad with 3 columns and radiating lines. 2 coffee cups, one rinsed and inverted, one half full and cold. I press my thumb against the chain. The individual links against my skin, warm from 16 months of contact. A closed loop of metal that a woman placed in a drawer and walked away from. 16 months I have been wearing another woman's gold, studying her marriage, inhabiting her house, reading her words, the recording on my phone, 2 voices in the static. One belonged to the woman who left this chain, the other to the man who insured me for $1.5 million and drove away at 2 in the morning while I lay in the next room pretending to sleep. Bryn asked when the investigation becomes the obsession. The honest answer is that the line disappeared months ago, somewhere between the first entry in the journal and the night I pressed my phone against a wall and held my breath. The investigation required the marriage. The marriage required inhabiting Nora's life. Inhabiting Nora's life required the chain, the house, the table where she sat, the lake where she swam. The lake makes its small sounds against the dock pilings. Each step was necessary. Each step was also a step deeper into a life that was not mine and is not mine and will never be mine. And the chain at my throat is the physical evidence of that miscalculation. My hand stays on the chain. The lake outside does not move. I do not take it off. Chapter 26. The Memory. Janet's kitchen is warm. The wrong warm. Sunday morning, and the pancakes are on the griddle, and the syrup is in the glass bottle with the maple leaf, and I'm sitting at the table in Nora's black sweater with the sleeves pulled over my hands. The sweater smells like nothing now. It used to smell like her studio. Turpentine and the mineral oil she rubbed into the card table to keep it from splitting. That smell lasted a year. Then it was just fabric. Janet sets the plate down. 2 pancakes, butter already spread, fork on the right. She has learned the fork goes on the right. It took her 3 weeks. I eat. The pancakes are good. Janet's pancakes have always been good. The warmth of this kitchen is a thing she built out of lemon towels and soup and never asking about school anymore. She built it for someone, not for me, for whoever needed it. I just happened to be the one sitting here. Tom's chair is still at the table. She hasn't moved it. She hasn't moved it in 4 years. She sets things on it sometimes. A folded newspaper, a pair of reading glasses. The chair is not a memorial. It's a habit she refuses to break because breaking it would mean deciding to break it, and Janet doesn't decide things about Tom. She just keeps his chair. I wash my plate. I dry it. I put it in the cabinet's second shelf, left side, where Janet keeps the everyday plates. The cabinet door sticks if you don't lift the handle. Upstairs. Tom's office. My room. The east-facing window lets in Sunday light that hits the cedar quilt at an angle that makes the red threads glow. I sit on the bed. The black sweater is warm from the kitchen. The phone is in the lining where the seam tore 6 months ago, and I never fixed it, because fixing it would mean explaining why I cared about a torn seam in a dead woman's sweater. The phone sits against my ribs, flat and cool, a rectangle of glass that knows more about my father than I do. The messages are the same as yesterday. 43 times now. The number keeps climbing, and the messages stay still. March 4th, March 5th, March 9th, March 10th, March 12th, March 14th. The new one from Elle on Sunday about Montana being ready. Dad hasn't replied to any of them since March 14th because Dad doesn't have the phone. I have the phone. Elle doesn't know. Everyone tells me it'll be okay. Ms. Okafor said it on Friday. Mr. Kim said it at the hardware store when I went in for picture hooks. Janet didn't need. The school counselor said it 4 times in one session, which I know because I counted. The cashier at the cafe said it to Janet about me while I was standing right there, and the cashier's face did the thing where the mouth says one thing and the eyes are already moving to the next customer. Mom told me that. Both of them. Both of them told me it would be okay, and both of them are gone. And the lake is still here, and the house is still here, and I'm still here, and nothing is okay, and nobody is coming back. And I'm tired of people who leave. I am tired of being the one who stays. I am tired of the staying. I am tired of how the house gets quiet after someone leaves and how the quiet lasts longer each time because the house knows. The house has done this before. The house does not tell you it will be okay because the house does not lie. The house just gets cold and stays cold, and you put on another sweater, and you sit in the cold, and you wait for the next person to arrive so the next person can leave. The window, the cedar quilt, the red threads. I breathe. The breathing is wrong, too fast. The kind of breathing that happens when the thing inside gets bigger than the thing outside and the body cannot hold the difference. My hands are gripping the quilt. The red threads are pulled tight between my fingers. I let go. The threads spring back. I grip again. Let go. Grip. The repetition is not a choice. The repetition is the body doing what it does when everything else has been taken. The room is the same room. Tom's wildflower print on the wall, the glass of water on the nightstand, Janet's footsteps somewhere below, the faucet, the clink of a dish being set in the rack, the sounds of a house where someone is keeping everything in its place. The sounds continue. They do not stop for what is happening in this room, because what is happening in this room is invisible and has always been invisible, and the invisibility is the whole thing. My face is wet, not crying, not the word for it. The word for it does not exist in the language I have. The wet is on my cheeks and my jaw and the collar of the black sweater, and I did not decide for it to come, and I cannot decide for it to stop. It comes the way the lake comes against the pilings, without asking, without schedule, just pressure, finding an exit. 16 years, 2 houses, 2 lakes, 2 women who said they were my mother and who left or were left, and the leaving was the same from my side of it. The same empty room, the same engine sound getting smaller, the same ceiling in the dark. I wipe my face with a sweater sleeve. The fabric is rough. Good. My phone buzzes. A text from Devin. Did you do the bio worksheet yet? I look at it for a long time. A girl asking me about homework. That's all it is. Not yet. I type back. Send. I breathe. I remember something. Before Nora. Before this house. Before Washington. A different house with a different lake and mountains that had snow on them, even in summer. I was small. 5 or 6. The house had a yellow kitchen and a back door that didn't close all the way, and you could hear the lake through the gap. Someone was screaming. Not screaming like hurt, screaming like scared. A woman's voice, high and breaking and coming from the front of the house where the driveway was gravel, and the gravel made a sound under tires that comes back when I close my eyes. A car in the driveway with the engine running, my dad carrying a suitcase, 2 suitcases, one in each hand, walking from the front door to the car. The car was dark, blue or black. The suitcases were heavy because his arms were straight down and his shoulders pulled up. Too heavy, but he won't make 2 trips. The woman's voice saying, "Don't take her. Don't take her. Don't take her." 3 times or more. The screaming that was scared turned into words, and the words were about me. They were about me. I was standing in the hallway in my pajamas, and the woman came around the corner from the front door and she saw me. And her face, she was crying. Not the kind of crying where your eyes get red, the kind where your whole face changes shape and you can't get it back. She knelt down. She put her hands on my arms. Her hands were shaking. She said something I can't hear anymore. The memory has a hole where her words should be. I have tried to fill it. I have pressed into that space. The space stays. Then my dad's hand on my shoulder. The hallway. The car. The back seat. The suitcases in the trunk already. The gravel sound. The road. I looked back through the rear window. She was standing in the driveway. She was not screaming anymore. She was standing with her arms at her sides and she was getting smaller. That's all I remember. That's not true. I remember more. I remember she had brown hair that she wore in a braid. I remember she smelled like cocoa butter. I remember her hands braiding my hair and how she would say tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow when I asked when something would happen. I remember the yellow kitchen and the lake and the snow on the mountains. I remember she was scared of him, not of the water, of him, the woman in the driveway, the woman whose hands were shaking, the woman who said, "Don't take her 3 times or more," and then stopped, because the car was already moving, and the gravel was already making that sound, and I was already in the back seat, looking back through glass at someone who was getting smaller and smaller, and then the road turned, and she was gone. Dad told me she drowned. He told me when we were in the new state, the state with the mountains that were different. He said Mom went swimming and she didn't come back. He said it at a restaurant. He was eating soup. I remember the soup because he kept eating while he said it. He didn't put the spoon down. She did not drown. She was standing in a driveway screaming, and I was in a car, and the car was moving and the gravel was loud under the tires. She did not drown in a lake. She drowned in the distance between the driveway and the road. I was 6. I accepted what I was told because 6-year-olds accept what they are told. Dad said drowned, and I filed it in the place where true things go. And I closed the drawer, and I did not open it again until now. The drawer is open now. The things inside are not what I filed. The phone is in my hand. I didn't decide to take it out. My fingers found the seam in the sweater lining, and the phone was in my palm. And now I am walking. Sunday afternoon. The light on the lake is flat and gray. No wind. A loon calls from somewhere across the water. Elise's boathouse is at the bottom of Margot's property. The path from the road goes down through cedar and salal. I have walked this path twice before. Once to see if she was home. Once to see if the light was on at night. Both times I turned around. The dock. The boathouse door. The window where Elise stands with coffee looking at the water. The same look everyone in this town gives the water. Like it has answers. The water does not have answers. The water has depth and cold and a bottom that nobody can reach, and that is not the same as answers. The boathouse is small. Smaller than my room at Janet's. Smaller than the bathroom at Ridge Road. Elise has been living here since March. 2 months in a room the size of a parking space with a window that holds the whole lake. The window is why she stays. Not the room. The window. I knock. She opens the door. She's wearing jeans and a gray sweater and Nora's chain. She always wears Nora's chain. The first week she moved into the house. the thin gold line at her collarbone that used to be at Nora's collarbone. I did not say anything, because I do not say things about Nora's objects to people who are wearing them. Sylvie. Can I come in? She steps back. The boathouse is one room, a card table with 2 chairs, a kitchen corner, a bed through a partition, a window that takes up the whole west wall. The lake fills it. The card table has a legal pad on it. 3 columns. Names, numbers, lines drawn between them. I sit in the second chair. Elise sits in the first. She is looking at me, the way she looks at things she is trying to understand. Not Janet's look, which is warmth that costs her something. Not the school counselor's look, which is concern that is also a clock. Elise looks at me, like I might say something that changes what she knows. I put the phone on the table between us. I took this from Dad's desk, the day after he left. There are messages. Elise looks at the phone. She does not pick it up. Her hands stay flat on the table. The thin gold chain catches the light from the window. From someone called L. Elise's hands do not move. Her face does not move. But something behind her face moves, the way water shifts under ice when the temperature drops another degree. Elle talks about money and a house in Montana and timing. I watch her. Elle signed the last message. See you soon, love. Elise picks up the phone. She reads. I watch her read. Her eyes move left to right, left to right. The scroll is slow. She's reading every message. Her thumb moves up the screen with the care of someone handling evidence, not a phone. Her face changes. The color leaves her cheeks first, then her lips, then her hands. The hand not holding the phone goes to the chain at her collarbone. She touches it once and pulls away. She sets the phone on the table. She stares at it. The March 10 message says, "What about E?" I keep my voice flat. It is not difficult. Flat is where I live. Dad's reply says she's not what she seems. Elise's jaw tightens. A small movement. A muscle in her cheek pulling in. You know who Elle is. She does not answer. Don't you? The boathouse is quiet. The lake makes sounds against the dock pilings. Small sounds. The sounds the lake makes when it is pretending to be calm. Elise's hand is at the chain again. She's not aware of it. She touches that chain. I have counted enough times to know when she knows and when she doesn't. Right now, she doesn't. Her fingers are at the gold and her eyes are on the phone, and whatever she is seeing on that screen is something she has been looking for. Or something she hoped she was wrong about. The Wenatchee message. I say this because I've been thinking about it. The new message from Elle on Sunday. Don't stop in Wenatchee this time. And Nora went to Wenatchee. The sweater came from Wenatchee. The basil plants for Janet's garden came from the co-op in Wenatchee. Nora used to go to Wenatchee. Elise looks at me. Her eyes are different now. Not the studying look. Something sharper. Something that costs her. She does not say the name. She does not say Elle is Nora. She does not say Nora is alive. She does not say the drowning was fake or the insurance was a plan, or that my father and the woman who braided my hair for 5 years built something together that required a lake and a towel and a chain left in a drawer. She does not have to. I brought the phone to Elise, not to Gutierrez, not to Janet, not to the school counselor or Mr. Kim or the cashier whose face does the thing. I brought it to the woman who always asks. The walk back to Janet's takes longer than it should. The road is empty. The lake is on my left, flat and gray, holding the far shore in its surface like a mirror that doesn't know it's a mirror. Elise asked me if I wanted to stay. She asked me if I was hungry. She asked me if I needed anything. 3 questions. The right 3. Not, are you okay? Not, it'll be okay. Not, do you want to talk about it? She asked me what I wanted for dinner once. Last month, I was at the boathouse dropping off a book Margot asked me to return. Elise was at the card table with papers spread out and the laptop open, and she looked up and said, "What do you want for dinner?" As if I lived there. As if the question was ordinary. I didn't like her for it. I liked her for asking. I liked her for the assumption that I might have a preference, and that the preference might matter, and that asking was not an imposition, but a thing people do when they are paying attention. Nora asked what I wanted for dinner, and what I wanted to paint and where I wanted to sit in the car. Nora's asking was warm, constant, the temperature of a house that someone is keeping warm on purpose. Elise's asking is different. Room temperature, not warm and not cold. The temperature of someone who doesn't know the right temperature and is trying to find it by paying attention. Until today, room temperature was not enough. Janet's house. The front porch. The door is unlocked because Harrow doesn't lock things except when it does. I go upstairs. Tom's office. My room. The cedar quilt. The east-facing window. The light is shifting toward evening, and the red threads have stopped glowing. The phone is not in my sweater anymore. It is on Elise's card table, next to the legal pad, with 3 columns and lines drawn between names I do not know. My list, the black notebook, blue pen, 17. I remember the driveway and the screaming and the suitcases in the road. 18. She was not afraid of water. She was afraid of him. 19. I gave the phone to Elise. 20. Elise is the only one who ever asked me what I wanted for dinner. The notebook closes. The pen goes on the nightstand. The bed is not cold. It is not warm. It is the temperature of a room in a house where someone is trying. I close my eyes. The lake does its thing outside. The quiet is Janet's quiet. The sweater is Nora's sweater. The memory is mine. The woman in the driveway, the gravel, the getting smaller, that is the part I keep. Not the screaming, not the suitcases, not Dad's hands or the soup or the word drowned delivered between spoonfuls. The getting smaller, the road turning, the last second when she was still there, and then the second after when she wasn't. Everyone leaves. That is the pattern. But she didn't leave. The cedar quilt under my hands, the threads that stopped glowing. She was left. She was standing in a driveway and she was screaming and she was left. I was the thing that was taken. Chapter 27. The Forensics. Gutierrez calls at 7:22 on Monday morning. I am standing at the window with coffee I haven't tasted. The lake is flat and gray, and the far shore holds its line of Douglas fir, and the gap where the logging road comes through. And every morning I stand here and the gap is empty, and the woman who drove through it is somewhere else. Ms. Calloway, I need you at the station this morning. What time? Now would be good. I drive. The road is the same route. Lakeshore to Maine to the county road. I have stopped counting the landmarks. The parking lot has changed. Gutierrez's white F-150, the dispatcher's Subaru, but also two vehicles I haven't seen before. A dark blue Chevy Tahoe with federal plates, a silver sedan. The FBI doesn't need to announce itself. The plates do the announcing. The dispatcher gestures with her pen. She has stopped speaking to me entirely, which at this point carries its own clarity. The crossword is face down on her desk. She was working it when the federal agents arrived and flipped it over because a crossword looks unprofessional, and she hasn't had time to flip it back. Gutierrez is at his desk, Carhartt jacket on the chair back, field notes journal closed, elastic snapped, pen parallel to the edge. The world's okayest detective mug is in his hand, and the coffee in it is the wrong color, too light, which means someone brought cream, and Gutierrez is being polite about the cream. The overhead tube throws its usual pallor across his desk. Same light every time. Have a seat. I sit, the chair across from his desk, not the interview room. That distinction matters, and both of us are aware of it. There is a document on the desk between us. 8 pages, stapled, printed on state letterhead. Washington State Patrol Forensic Laboratory Services Bureau across the top. Below that, questioned document examination report. A case number. A date. The name of the examiner, Dr. Priya Chandrasekaran, Forensic Document Examiner, Board Certified. The journal came back from Olympia, Gutierrez says. He picks up the document, holds it with both hands, reads for the second page without preamble, reading it flat, letting the document carry its own weight. He has already read it 3 times. This reading is for me. The handwriting throughout the submitted journal is consistent with known samples attributed to Nora Kessler Averill. Letter formation, slant, baseline adherence, and proportional spacing fall within expected variation ranges. He turns the page. However, the however belongs to the examiner. He reads it without inflection. Pressure analysis conducted via electrostatic detection apparatus reveals 2 distinct pressure profiles within individual entries. Multiple pages exhibit primary text at consistent baseline pressure interspersed with passages displaying measurably different force application, pen angle, and stroke velocity. These secondary passages appear within the same entries, formatted to suggest continuous composition, but the mechanical characteristics are inconsistent with single-session writing. He sets the first 3 pages face down on the desk, reads from the 4th. Ink analysis via thin-layer chromatography confirms at least 2 chemically distinct ink compositions within 7 of 34 pages. Both inks are blue-black ballpoint, visually similar to the unaided eye, but distinguishable at the molecular level. The presence of 2 ink formulations within entries formatted as single sittings indicates the journal was not written in the manner it presents. He sets that page down, looks at me. Writing pressure patterns across the examined passages are consistent with collaborative authorship. One individual maintained the primary hand throughout. A second individual appears to have contributed content that was then transcribed by the primary hand or contributed directly to the page during shared writing sessions. He closes the document, sets it on the desk between us. Translation, he says. The journal wasn't written by one person in private. It was drafted and revised by two people. My hands are on my thighs under the desk, and they are flat and still, and I'm looking at the document with the state letterhead and the case number and the name of a woman who took a navy blue journal apart at the molecular level and found two people where the reader was supposed to find one. Gutierrez lets the silence work. He has always let silence work. It is the most effective tool he owns. Two other items, he says. Janet Pruitt surrendered the postcard this morning. Wenatchee Valley, postmark March 2023. Handwriting is consistent with the journal's primary author. We've sent it to Dr. Chandrasekaran for formal comparison, but initial visual assessment by the examiner is a match. He sets his mug on the desk. Doesn't drink. Janet held on to that postcard for 3 years. She brought it in this morning before I opened the office. She was waiting in the parking lot. Janet at the cafe, the cash register with the 50s slot, the postcard behind it where she could reach it without reaching for it. I'm sorry for the garden, the basil joke, the private frequency between two women transmitted across a silence that was supposed to be permanent. Janet drove it to the station before dawn. She sat in her truck in the parking lot and waited for Gutierrez because after 3 years of holding the only proof that her friend was alive, she was ready to let it go. Not because she wanted to, because Sylvie brought a phone to my card table, and the phone changed the math. And the burner phone recovered from your residence yesterday has been transferred to the FBI's Digital Forensics Lab in Seattle. The phone Sylvie placed between us, 24 hours on my card table, next to the legal pad with 3 columns of names and numbers and lines I drew between them. Now, in a federal evidence chain. I called Gutierrez last night. I told him about the phone. I told him about L. I did not tell him what the L stands for. He didn't ask. The examiner's report and Janet's postcard and the burner phone and my encrypted research files all describe the same woman from different angles. Separate bearings, separate instruments, same position on the map. Gutierrez has been triangulating for weeks. The bearings converge. Ms. Calloway. I'm here. Do you need a minute? No. He nods once. Not sympathy. The acknowledgement of a man who has delivered difficult information many times and who understands that the person receiving it will need more than a minute, but will not take one in his presence, and that insisting would be a cruelty dressed as kindness. I drive back to the boathouse. 11 minutes. The road curves along the north shore and the lake is on my right, and the far shore is visible and the fog is not here today, and I can see everything, and the seeing is the problem. I park. I sit in the Tacoma with the engine off and the key still in the ignition. The dock extends into the water. The boathouse door is closed. The window faces the lake, and behind that window is a card table where I read 34 pages of a woman's suffering and believed every word. The corrections at dinner, scripted. Graham and Nora at the kitchen table with clinical DV literature spread between them, constructing a pattern of diminishment that would satisfy an investigator, an insurance adjuster, a jury. 3 corrections in 2 hours at Janet's house. Year a house was built. Name of a wine. Distance to Seattle. Janet caught it. Janet was supposed to catch it. Janet's face doing the thing where her mouth tightened and her eyes moved from Graham to Nora to her plate. That was the audience response they designed for. The phone monitoring. Performed. 4 minutes by the kitchen clock while she made tea. The screen angled away. Not a man surveilling his wife. 2 people building a record of surveillance, scene by scene, tea by tea. My hands are on the steering wheel. The engine is off. The dashboard reflects gray light from the lake. The doorway blocking. Choreographed. 32 inches. 45 seconds. I just wanted to talk. Nora measured the doorway afterward with a tape measure from the junk drawer and wrote the measurement in the journal because precision makes the account credible. But the precision was the tell. A woman in genuine fear does not measure doorways. A woman building a case does. The arm grab. 5 points of contact on the forearm, each finger separately, thumb last, pressing soft tissue between radius and ulna. Written with anatomical specificity because they researched it. Because clinical literature on intimate partner violence describes escalation patterns, and they followed the literature, step by step, as though it were a manual. Verbal, then monitoring, then isolation, then physical threat. Textbook. The textbook was the source material. I press my palm against the window glass. It is cold. May morning, lake air, the temperature of a truth arriving too late to be useful. The bedroom surveillance. Graham standing at the foot of the bed after midnight for 5 to 10 minutes, while Nora regulated her breathing to match the lake sounds through the open window. Except, Nora was not pretending to sleep to survive. She was composing. Tomorrow, she would put it in the journal. The midnight surveillance chapter. The counting as defense chapter. Graham standing there because they had planned it together. And what Nora called the watching was 2 people running lines for a performance that would play for an audience of investigators and insurance adjusters and family members who would read the journal and weep. The swimming. Not a woman escaping coercive control through the only freedom available to her. A woman rehearsing an escape route, measuring the distance with her body, noting the far shore pull-off, the gravel flat, the logging road, painting it, hiking in through FS 412, scouting. I have measured with my body, and which does not change. Logistics in the language of autonomy. I pull my hand from the glass. 4 fingerprints in condensation. They disappear within seconds. The cold is honest. The cold doesn't pretend to be anything other than what it is. The most resonant line in the journal. The sentence I carried. The sentence I quoted to myself at the window. At 3 in the morning, when the lake was black and the boathouse was cold, and I was wearing a dead woman's chain and reading a dead woman's words. That sentence was workshopped. 2 people at a kitchen table, trying different versions, finding the one that rang truest. The cold is honest. They liked that. It had weight. It had the ring of something private and hard-won. It was a product. Drafted, revised, approved, Claire told me. Claire said the woman in the journal wasn't her sister. Claire said whoever wrote that journal wrote a character, not Nora. Claire's Nora was loud, opinionated, argued with county inspectors, and called her sister at 11 at night to fight about books. Claire's Nora would have said, actually, it was July, and I have the email. The rear view mirror holds the road behind me. Empty. Lakeshore Road stretching north toward Margot's, toward Ridge Road, toward the house where the journal was planted in a waterproof bag in the crawl space and left there for whoever came looking. Sylvie told me. Mom hated the water. She never went swimming. She was afraid of the lake. 2 people told me the journal was wrong, and I heard them, and I noted it, and I filed it, and I kept reading the journal because the journal was beautiful, and the beauty was what I trusted, and the beauty was the weapon. I created a file called Journal Authenticity, question marks, 5 items. I documented the contradictions. I emailed Fisk. I stood at the window and said the words aloud. The journal doesn't match. And then I went back to the boathouse and sat at the card table and read the journal photographs again, because the photographs were all I had of Nora, and the having was what mattered, and the having was the trap. I read the journal 4 times. I carried it to Gutierrez like evidence of a life. It was evidence of a con. I believed a woman I'd never met because she wrote beautifully about pain, and the beauty was the tell. My thumbnail finds the groove in the card table's edge, presses until the nail whitens. Real pain isn't beautiful. Real pain is ugly and repetitive and boring. Real pain doesn't use art teacher vocabulary to describe the quality of light on a lake. Real pain doesn't build to a closing image in every entry. Real pain doesn't have a signature line. The journal was too good. Every entry too complete. Every escalation too perfectly calibrated. Every water passage too lyrical for a woman writing alone in the dark. I'm a journalist. 26 months of investigative work. 6 months of background research before I set foot in this town. I read police reports and insurance claims and coroners' determinations and depositions. I identified patterns across jurisdictions. I picked a disc detainer lock in a dead woman's husband's office at midnight. And I read a document designed to fool people who read documents for a living. And I was fooled. Not because the deception was perfect, but because I wanted to believe it. Because the journal gave me Nora, and I wanted Nora more than I wanted the truth. I should have caught it on the first read. I didn't catch it because I didn't want to catch it. That's not the analytical version of why. The analytical version involves confirmation bias and emotional investment in a primary source. But the real version is simpler and uglier. I liked her. I liked the woman in those pages. And I let the liking make me stupid. The keys are in the ignition. I pull them out. Inside the boathouse. Card table. The laptop is gone. Surrendered to Gutierrez 9 days ago. No legal pad. No electric bill with a policy number on the back. The table holds nothing except the pale ring from a mug set down wet 3 weeks ago, and the ghost impression of evidence that isn't here anymore. The lake stretches to the far shore, 1.2 miles across, 180 feet at the deepest point. Water temperature in September 2022, 51 degrees. A strong swimmer in 51-degree water makes the crossing in 35 to 40 minutes. Nora made it. She swam to the far shore in the dark, while Graham was at a restaurant in Seattle with 3 clients and a validated parking receipt and an alibi, constructed with the same precision she used to write about swimming past the buoy line into open water, where the color goes from green to something she couldn't name. She could name it. She named everything. Every color, every temperature, every distance. cerulean and viridian and Payne's gray and titanium white, and cadmium yellow, deep and raw umber. The vocabulary of an art teacher who taught children to observe composition, to notice what the artist directs the eye toward and what the artist hides. She told us that in the journal. She told us exactly what she was doing, and we read it as self-awareness, and it was a confession disguised as its own technique. The journal was not the private record of a woman losing herself. It was the operational document of a woman who had never been lost. The chain is at my collarbone. I have not taken it off since January 2024. 16 months. Through showers and sleep and Gutierrez interviews and panic attacks and midnight searches and the slow collapse of everything I was building. The thin gold line that belonged to Nora's grandmother, brought from Krakow, 4 generations, given to Nora at 18. Nora left it in a drawer. She didn't lose it. She didn't forget it. She packed essentials and left the chain behind. A costume piece in a dressing room after the run closes. The chain was part of the performance. The paintings, the measuring cups, the lemon towel, the garden, the swim team, the watercolors at Margot's. Set dressing. Nora built a life in Harrow that looked like a life because looking like a life was the product. And when the product was delivered and the check was cut, she swam to the far shore and left the set behind. I reach back with both hands. My fingers find the clasp. Small, familiar, from 16 months of checking that it's there, that it hasn't slipped, that the thin gold thread connecting me to a woman I never met is still intact. I open the clasp. The chain slides forward along my collarbones. It gathers at the hollow of my throat, and then it falls, and I catch it in my palm. It weighs almost nothing, a few grams of gold, warm from my skin. I hold it. I look at it. The links are fine and even, and they catch the light from the window, and the light is the gray light of a lake that has held this town's secrets for longer than anyone has been asking. I put it in my pocket. My hand comes away empty. The collarbone is bare. The skin where the chain sat for 16 months is a stripe of nothing, a negative space where the set dressing used to be. Bryn asks me when the investigation ends and the obsession begins. The answer is that they were never separate. The investigation was always the obsession wearing a lanyard and taking notes. The obsession was always the investigation without its professional armor. I came to Harrow to find out what happened to the first wife, and I found a journal. And the journal gave me the first wife's voice, and the voice became the thing I was actually looking for. And the thing I was actually looking for was never the story. The chain is in my pocket. The collarbone is bare. I look at the lake where nobody drowned and the boathouse is quiet, and the quiet is mine, and I do not put it back on. Chapter 28. Lena Marsh. Gutierrez calls at 4:17 on Saturday afternoon. I am standing at the boathouse window with my hands empty, and the collarbone bare, and the light on the lake is the flat silver of late May, when the clouds are high and thin, and the water holds the color without returning it. 5 days since the chain came off. The skin at my collarbone has stopped feeling like absence and started feeling like skin. Ms. Calloway, can you come in? Now. If you're available. I am always available. I have been available since March. The boathouse, the window, the lake, the card table with nothing on it. I pull on my jacket and drive the 11 minutes. The parking lot has the same vehicles from Monday. Gutierrez's white F-150, the dispatcher's Subaru, and the two additions that have not left since the forensic report landed. The dark blue Tahoe with federal plates, the silver sedan. 5 days. The FBI does not stay in a town of 2,000 people for 5 days unless the town has produced something worth the per diem. Inside, the dispatcher's crossword is face up today. Progress. She glances at me, and the glance is not hostile and not warm. The calibration of a woman who has watched me walk through this building 7 times in 2 months and has adjusted her assessment from suspicious to something she has not yet named. Gutierrez is at his desk. Carhartt jacket on the chair back. Field notes journal closed. Elastic snapped. The world's okayest detective mug is empty and dry, which means he has been here long enough that the coffee is gone. And he did not make more. He does not waste motion on things that are not the case. The light above his desk is the same light it always is. Sit down. I sit. Same chair. Same desk between us. The evidence photograph from Monday's forensic report is gone, replaced by a manila folder, thicker than the last, with a blue tab label I cannot read from this angle. The FBI Financial Forensics Unit in Seattle completed their trace analysis yesterday, he says. He opens the field notes journal, reads from notes in his angular handwriting. Pacific Mutual Life paid $750,000 on the death claim of Nora Kessler Averill in March 2023. Deposited into Graham Averill's primary business account at Columbia Bank, Wenatchee Branch. He turns a page, then turns back, checks something, turns forward again. Gutierrez does not lose his place. That he just lost his place means something about what's coming. Over the following 4 months, approximately $375,000 was transferred through a series of accounts associated with Averill Wealth Advisory. The practice is legitimate. It is also a laundering mechanism. The transfers moved through 3 intermediary accounts, 2 domestic and 1 at a Canadian credit union in Vancouver, before arriving at a personal checking account at Washington Federal, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He looks up from the journal. The account is held by a woman named Lena Marsh. My hands are on my thighs under the desk, and they are flat and still. Lena Marsh, Gutierrez says. Freelance graphic designer. Idaho State ID issued April 2023. The Washington Federal account opened March 15th, 2023. Rents a 1-bedroom apartment on Sherman Avenue in Coeur d'Alene. Works from home. He glances at the journal page, confirms a line with his thumbnail. Minimal local footprint. No vehicle registration. No utility accounts in her name. No social media presence. He sets the journal flat on the desk. She moved to Coeur d'Alene in March 2023. March 2023, the same month the insurance paid out. The same month the postcard went to Janet from Wenatchee. The same month a woman who was supposed to be dead opened a bank account 5 hours from the lake where she drowned. Lena Marsh is not her legal name, Gutierrez says. The Idaho State ID was obtained using a fabricated social security number and a forged birth certificate. The Bureau is tracing the document source. The identity was constructed professionally, not a name change at a courthouse. A second person built from paper. He lets that settle. Then he picks up the manila folder, opens it. Inside are 3 photographs, each in a clear evidence sleeve, printed on FBI letterhead paper with case numbers, stamped in the lower right corners. The FBI visited the Sherman Avenue address Thursday morning. Apartment 3B, second floor, east-facing unit. The apartment was vacated. He turns a page. Building manager estimates approximately 2 weeks ago, based on mail accumulation and a missed rent payment due May 1st. The timing is consistent with the recovery of the second remains at the far shore. He pauses. The pause is deliberate. She was monitoring the investigation. When the remains surfaced, she left. He slides the first photograph across the desk. A laptop, silver, closed, photographed on a white evidence surface with a ruler for scale. Recovered from a kitchen drawer. The second photograph, a prepaid cellular phone, black, basic model, photographed from 2 angles. Recovered from a bedroom closet, inside a shoebox. The third photograph. He slides it across with both hands. His fingertips stay on the evidence sleeve for a moment longer than necessary. He's watching me. It is a photograph of Gilchrist Lake, taken from the far shore. The angle shows the rock point where the logging road comes through, the gravel flat where Margot saw headlights on the night of September 14th, 2022, and the water stretching east toward Harrow, the rooflines along Lakeshore Road small and gray in the distance. The light in the photograph is October light, raw umber. If you are an art teacher who studied color at Eastern Washington and taught children the difference between observation and interpretation, the composition matches the 5th watercolor in Margot's sunroom. The painting Nora made after hiking in via FS 412 in late 2021, when the light was better from that side. The photograph was taped inside a kitchen cabinet, not framed, not displayed, taped with clear packing tape to the inside of a door that opened every morning and closed every evening. I hold it in its evidence sleeve, the lake from the other side. The view of someone who swam across and stood on the gravel flat, with water still running from her hair, and turned around and looked at the town she had left behind. She kept this view, not on a wall where a visitor or landlord or building manager might see it and ask about the lake. Inside a cabinet, the looking was for her alone, and the privacy of the looking is the closest thing to sentiment I have found anywhere in the architecture of this scheme. Phone records, Gutierrez says. He takes the photographs back, stacks them in the folder, closes it. The prepaid phone registered to the apartment shows regular calls to a second prepaid number. That second number matches the device recovered from your residence on May 18th, Graham Averill's burner phone. He folds his hands on the desk. The gesture is deliberate. I have never seen him fold his hands before. The delivery requires his hands to be still. The calls are consistent in frequency and duration over a period of approximately 3 years. 2 to 3 calls per week. Average duration, 11 minutes. 3 years, March 2023 to March 2026. 2 to 3 calls per week, 11 minutes each. Regular contact between a dead woman and the husband who mourned her, conducted on prepaid phones purchased with cash, routed through cell towers in 2 different states. While I stood at this window and the window at Ridge Road and the window at the boathouse and looked at the lake and believed that Nora was at the bottom of it. There is one additional call of note. His hands remain folded. On the night of March 14th to 15th, 2026, at 1:07 a.m. Pacific Time, the Coeur d'Alene prepaid phone placed an outgoing call to the Harrow prepaid phone. Duration, 23 minutes. 1:07 a.m., March 15th. The call I heard through the bedroom wall. The voice warm and unhurried. The voice of someone who is not afraid and is not arguing and is not a stranger. 23 minutes. I listened for 9 of them, pressed my phone against the plaster, recorded what I could, and the recording corrupted, but the voice remained intact in the place behind my sternum, where I stored everything that did not fit into the investigation files. Gutierrez unfolds his hands, picks up the mug, puts it back down without drinking, because there is nothing in it. The FBI has compared the financial records, phone records, and identity documents associated with Lena Marsh against known records for Nora Kessler Averill, he says. Social Security cross-reference, handwriting comparison with the postcard and the water journal, and a photographic comparison using DMV records from her Washington state driver's license. He holds my gaze. Ms. Calloway. The tube above us buzzes. The dispatcher turns a page of her crossword in the other room, and the sound carries through the open door. Nora Kessler. Averill is alive. I drive back to the boathouse. 11 minutes. The road curves along the north shore and the lake is on my right, and the far shore holds its line of Douglas fir, and the gap where the logging road comes through, and the woman who walked through that gap after swimming 1.2 miles in 51-degree water in the dark is alive, and has been alive, and has been 5 hours away this entire time. I park. I go inside. The boathouse. The card table. The window. I eat a granola bar from the box on the kitchen shelf. The wrapper is loud in the quiet. I chew and swallow, and it tastes like oats, and I eat a second one because Bryn's voice is in my head saying, "That's not food, Elise." And she's right, and 2 granola bars is not substantially more food than 1 granola bar, but it's something. I fill a glass of water from the tap and drink all of it and fill it again and set it on the table. I stand at the window and I say it aloud because the words need to exist in the air. Nora Kessler. Averill is alive. She has been alive since September 14th, 2022. She swam to the far shore in the dark, while Graham sat at Altura in Seattle with 3 clients and a validated parking receipt and an alibi constructed with the same architectural precision she used to write about swimming, past the buoy line into open water, where the color goes from green to something she declined to name. She reached the gravel flat below the logging road. She got in a car. She drove south to Wenatchee, where she bought 3 basil plants at a co-op for a garden she had already left. Because even inside a scheme built on calculated disappearance, there was one friendship she could not leave without apology. She sent Janet a postcard. "I'm sorry for the garden. The one honest sentence in 5 years of living in this town." Then she drove east. 5 hours. Coeur d'Alene, Sherman Avenue, apartment 3B, Lena Marsh. She collected $375,000 of insurance money paid on her own death. She opened a bank account with cash and a fabricated identity, and she rented a 1-bedroom apartment with an east-facing window. And she taped a photograph of Gilchrist Lake inside a kitchen cabinet, and she looked at it every morning. And the looking was not grief and was not nostalgia. and was not the ache of a woman exiled from her home. The looking was inventory, a project manager reviewing a completed phase. She co-wrote the water journal with Graham, not as a victim recording her abuse in the dark, as an architect drafting the document that would explain her death to anyone who came looking. The corrections at dinner were scripted. The phone monitoring was staged. The doorway blocking was choreographed with clinical DV literature, spread between them on the kitchen table. The arm grab was researched and transcribed with anatomical specificity, because precision makes the account credible, and they had read enough case studies to construct a credible account of escalating intimate partner violence, step by step, textbook by textbook, entry by entry. I just want to know where you are. A line written at a kitchen table, tested for weight, delivered into a navy blue notebook in blue-black ink that two people shared while one of them held the pen. She painted the lake from the far shore because she had been to the far shore. Not as an artist seeking different light, as a woman scouting her own escape route. The watercolors were reconnaissance dressed as art. Raw umber and Payne's gray, and the far shore measured first by eye, then by brush, then by body. My forehead touches the glass. The cold of it is specific and small. She swam every day, not to feel her body as her own, to rehearse, to time the crossing, to build the endurance for the night when the swim was not escape from Graham, but escape with him, coordinated by phone, funded by insurance, and planned with the precision of two people who had done it before in Idaho with Helen Price and a shallower lake and a smaller payout and a less polished journal. She monitored Harrow through the burner phone. 3 years of 2 to 3 calls per week. She helped select me as the next target. She approved the timeline. She approved the $1.5 million policy. She approved the drowning that was supposed to be mine. And on the night of March 14th, at 1:07 a.m., she called her husband, and they spent 23 minutes coordinating his departure from the house where I was lying in bed, pressing my phone against the wall. The drowning was theater. The journal was a weapon. The swimming was logistics. The paintings were maps. The marriage was a mechanism. The chain was a costume piece. And I was the mark. My thumbnail presses the pad of my index finger until the nail goes white. Claire told me the woman in the journal wasn't her sister. Sylvie told me Mom hated the water. 2 people told me the journal was wrong, and I heard them, and I documented the contradictions, and I filed the evidence, and I went back to the card table and read the journal again, because the journal was beautiful, and the beauty was what I trusted, and I trusted it with the same certainty Gutierrez trusts his handwriting over a recorder, because the medium carried the texture of authenticity, because the manufactured authenticity of a thing is the first tool a con artist learns to deploy. Real pain is ugly and repetitive and boring. Real pain does not close every entry with an image that lands in the chest. Real pain does not build to a signature line. The cold is honest. The cold doesn't pretend to be anything other than what it is. That sentence was drafted and revised by 2 people at a kitchen table in Harrow, Washington, and I carried it for 26 months as proof that a stranger understood something true about cold and about honesty and about the space between what a lake gives you and what it takes. The sentence was a product. I was the customer. My hand goes to my pocket. The chain is there. It has been there since Monday. 5 days of reaching for my collarbone and finding nothing, and then reaching into my pocket and finding the thin weight of gold that I cannot wear and cannot throw away. I take it out, hold it in my palm. The links catch the light from the window, the flat silver light of a lake that held no body and kept no secret, and reflected back only what was put in front of it. 4 generations from Krakow, grandmother to granddaughter. Given to Nora at 18. Claire described it on the phone with a lower register she used for things that cost her something. This chain was real to Claire. It was real to Nora's grandmother, and to Nora's mother, and to every woman who carried it from one country to another, as proof that something survives the crossing. Nora packed essentials and left it in a drawer. Left it the way she left the paintings, and the measuring cups, and the lemon towel in the garden, and every piece of the life she built in Harrow that was not a life, but a set. The chain was set dressing, the most intimate, most inherited object in her possession, and she left it behind because it served its purpose, and she was moving to the next role. I carried it for 16 months. I fastened the clasp every morning and checked it every night and touched it when I was lying and when I was telling the truth and when I was standing at this window at 3 in the morning, looking at the lake where nobody drowned. I wore a dead woman's chain, and the woman was alive. I grieved her, and she was in Idaho. I read her suffering, and her suffering was a product. I built an intimacy with a voice in a notebook, and the voice was a performance, and the notebook was a weapon, and the intimacy was mine alone, because the woman on the other end of it was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, working from home, calling her husband twice a week on a phone that cost $19. I believed her, not because the deception was perfect, but because I wanted to believe her, because the journal gave me Nora, and I wanted Nora more than I wanted the truth, because the alternative to believing her was accepting that the voice I had been carrying for 26 months belonged to no one, that the intimacy I had constructed from 34 pages of blue-black ink was a relationship with a product, not a person, that the woman I had mourned and worn and defended and grieved was a character in a document co-authored by 2 people who would never read their own reviews. I turn from the window. The collarbone is bare and the air touches it, and the air is not cold and not warm. I am a journalist who reads documents for a living. I identified the pattern. I tracked the money. I picked the lock. I married the man. And I read the one document designed to fool people who read documents for a living. And I was fooled, because the document was beautiful, and I have never been able to resist the beautiful version of a story when it was offered to me in place of the true one. I set the chain in the card table. It makes no sound. A few grams of gold on laminate. It lies there in the gray light, a thin curve of metal that once meant something to someone, and then meant something different to me, and now means only what it is, an object left behind by a woman who did not need it for the next performance. I will not wear it again. I will not throw it away. Claire wants it back. Claire will get it back when this is over, if this is ever over, if over is a condition available to a story that keeps generating women and lakes and insurance policies and names. Bryn asked me when the investigation ends and the obsession begins. The investigation ended 20 minutes ago in Gutierrez's office with a manila folder and 3 photographs and the sentence, Nora Kessler Averill is alive. The obsession has not ended. The obsession will not end because the obsession was never about Nora. It was about the space between what I believed and what was true. And that space is still here. And Nora being alive does not close it. Nora being alive fills it with a different kind of empty. The card table holds the chain and the pale ring from a mug, set down wet weeks ago, and nothing else. I stand at the window. The lake is flat. The far shore holds its line. The gap in the Douglas fir is visible, and the gap is empty, and the woman who drove through it is somewhere else, and has always been somewhere else. And the looking is the only thing I have left. The lake does not move. Chapter 29. The Scheme. 9 a.m. on a Thursday. The conference room at the Gilchrist County Sheriff's Department is a room I have been in before. The table is the same table where Gutierrez told me I was a person of interest. The chairs are the same bolted-down chairs. The fluorescent light is the same fluorescent light with the same hum at the same frequency that lives in the back of the skull and does not leave. The window faces the same concrete wall. What is different? The people. Diana Park sits to my left, legal pad open, pen uncapped. Agent Westbrook sits across from me in the same navy suit from the recorded interview 3 weeks ago, folder open, laptop angled away from me the way Graham used to angle his phone. 2 agents I have not met occupy the remaining chairs, 1 male and 1 female, both young, both taking notes on bureau-issued tablets. Gutierrez is at the head of the table in his Carhartt jacket, with his field notes journal open and his pen parallel to the notebook edge. And the world's okayest detective mug is on the table with steam rising from it, which means he made coffee within the last 10 minutes, which means this meeting was planned, which means the information has been organized for delivery. Westbrook speaks first. She does not begin with pleasantries. She begins with a timeline. Lucky Peak Reservoir, Boise, Idaho, June 14th, 2015. Helen Price, age 29, reported missing by her husband Graham Price after she did not return from a solo evening swim. She turns a page in the folder. The reservoir is impounded by the Arrow Rock Dam Complex. Maximum depth at the dam face, 300 feet. Surface temperature in June, approximately 62 degrees Fahrenheit. She adjusts the laptop screen, angling it further from me. Mr. Price was attending a business dinner in Twin Falls, verified by 3 witnesses and a restaurant receipt. Approximately 130 miles from the reservoir. 2.5 hours. Enough time. Enough distance. Body never recovered. Westbrook turns to the next line in her notes. Death certificate issued September 2015 based on witness testimony, the folded towel and personal effects at the dock, and the depth profile of the reservoir. Gutierrez writes something in his journal. A single word, underlined. Life insurance claim filed July 2015 through Northwest Mutual. Base coverage $250,000. Accidental death and dismemberment, rider. Total payout, $500,000. Beneficiary, Graham Price. The claim was reviewed by the SIU at Northwest Mutual as part of an industry database cross-reference. The reviewer was Dale Fisk. Mr. Fisk flagged the claim as notable, but found insufficient evidence to deny payment. The claim was paid in December 2015. Westbrook closes the first section of her folder and opens the second. The motion is practiced. She has done this before, in other rooms, with other cooperating witnesses, delivering other patterns to other people who did not see the pattern until someone laid it flat on a table under fluorescent light. In January 2016, Graham Price relocated to Washington State. He reverted to his legal surname, Averill. The surname, Price, belonged to Helen. He had adopted it for the marriage. The name change is documented through Washington State DMV records, a new business registration for Averill Wealth Advisory, and bank account openings at Columbia Bank, Wenatchee. He took his wife's name and then took it off like a jacket he no longer needed. The same way he hung his Filson on the hook by the kitchen door and walked away from it. He brought his daughter Sylvie, then age 6. Westbrook continues. He told her that her mother drowned. He enrolled her in school. He bought a house on Gilchrist Lake. I do not look at the table. I look at Westbrook's folder and I count the tabs. There are 5. She is on the second. April 2017, Graham Averill married Nora Kessler. They purchased 4 Ridge Road for $620,000. In 2019, a life insurance policy was issued on Nora through Pacific Mutual Life. Base coverage, $375,000. AD&D rider. Total payout potential, $750,000. Beneficiary, Graham Averill. Issuing agent, Edward Crane, Seattle. Diana writes something on her legal pad. She does not look up. Edward Crane, Westbrook says, and she pauses long enough for the name to fill the room. Mr. Crane wrote the life insurance policy on Helen Price through Northwest Mutual in Boise in 2013. He wrote the policy on Nora Kessler through Pacific Mutual Life in Seattle in 2019. And he wrote the policy on you, Ms. Calloway, through Pacific Mutual Life in Seattle in April 2025. She closes her hands on the folder, lets the 3 names settle. 3 policies, 3 women, 12 years, 1 broker. Mr. Crane relocated from Boise to Seattle in January 2016. She lets the coincidence stand. The same month, Graham Averill relocated from Boise to Seattle. I count the tabs again. 5. She's still on the second. Late 2019 or early 2020. The Bureau's timeline for this is approximate, based on document analysis and the journal forensic report. She glances at Gutierrez. Gutierrez nods once. Graham Averill told Nora Kessler about Helen, about the scheme in Idaho, about the payout, and he proposed they repeat it. The sentence lands in the same place I hold everything that changes the shape of what I believed. Behind the sternum, below the collarbone that is bare. The Water Journal was collaboratively authored over a period of approximately 18 months. Entries were drafted by Nora Kessler and revised by Graham Averill for consistency with documented patterns of intimate partner violence. The journal was placed in a waterproof bag in the crawlspace of 4 Ridge Road as an investigative contingency. If anyone examined Nora's death closely, the journal would provide an alternative explanation, an abusive marriage that ended in a desperate swim. Westbrook turns to the third tab. September 14, 2022. Nora Kessler entered Gilchrist Lake from the dock at a 4 Ridge Road at approximately 7:40 p.m. She was observed by 2 witnesses. She swam 1.2 miles to the far shore, exiting at a rocky beach adjacent to Forest Service Road 412. Gutierrez picks up his mug, sets it down without drinking. A rental vehicle was waiting at the logging road pull-off. Hertz Compact, paid with cash under a name we are still tracing. She drove south to Wenatchee. She purchased 3 basil plants at a co-op. She mailed a postcard to Janet Pruitt. She does not editorialize. She then drove east to Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where she established residence as Lena Marsh. Westbrook checks a note on her tablet. Graham Averill's 14-foot aluminum boat was recovered at a marina in Bellingham. Registration traced to a shell entity in Boise. Gutierrez picks up his mug, drinks, sets it down. The mug leaves a ring on the table that overlaps with a ring already there, and the 2 rings do not align. And I am looking at the rings because the rings are the kind of detail I would document if I still had a laptop and an encrypted partition and a filing system and any of the tools I built for knowing things. The folded towel on the dock, I say. Westbrook looks at me. The staging detail. The towel establishes intention to return. Its presence closes the investigation faster than any other single piece of evidence. That is consistent with our analysis, Westbrook says. Her tone does not change. She turns to the 4th tab. The second remains recovered from Gilchrist Lake on May 3, 2026. She pulls out a single sheet, typed, with a case number in the header. Partial skeletal remains, female, adult, deposited significantly before September 2022. The Forensic Anthropology Unit at Quantico has completed its preliminary analysis. I wait. The remains are not Helen Price's. My hands are flat on my thighs. The remains were planted, Westbrook says. Sourced through channels the Bureau is investigating separately, partial and fragmented, consistent with deliberate selection to resist rapid identification. They were placed in the lake by Graham Averill during a boat trip in 2021, weighted to remain submerged near the FS 412 approach. Margot's far shore car, the watercolors, Nora painting from the other side of the lake in October when the light was better, standing where remains were weighted beneath 60 feet of water and 4 years of silt. The remains were a contingency, Westbrook continues. If the drowning scheme was ever investigated seriously, their discovery would redirect resources toward a serial murder theory, specifically toward the new wife who had married into the pattern. She does not say my name. The implication fills the space the way Graham used to fill a doorway. If the plan had proceeded to completion, she says, and she looks at me directly, the remains would have surfaced after your staged drowning. The investigative narrative would have described a pattern of violence connected to Gilchrist Lake and the women who lived at 4 Ridge Road. Diana's pen stops. You would have been the 3rd woman to die. The remains would have suggested a 4th. The inquiry would have focused on the outsider who married into the family and then died under suspicious circumstances. Diana looks at Westbrook, then at me, then at her legal pad. They were building a frame, I say. For me? We believe so, Westbrook says. My mouth is very dry. I pick up the water glass someone set at my place before I arrived and drink all of it, and set it down, and the glass is empty and my mouth is still dry. The coffee in Gutierrez's mug has stopped steaming. The ring on the table is drying at the edges. These are the things that are real in this room while I sit, with the information that the remains at the bottom of Gilchrist Lake were put there so that, when I was found dead, the investigation would have a body that predated me and a pattern that pointed at the house and not at the man who left it. Westbrook opens the 5th tab. Helen Price, she says. The Bureau has located her. My hands press flat. She is living in Bozeman, Montana, under the name Margaret Linden. The residence matches the description in messages recovered from Graham Averill's prepaid phone. March 5th. The house in Bozeman is confirmed, month to month. March 7th. Bozeman House has a yard. You said she'd want a yard. Sylvie. The yard was for Sylvie. Miss Price has been living in Montana since 2015. She received approximately $250,000 from the insurance payout, transferred through accounts Graham Averill managed. One of the younger agents shifts in their chair. The tablet stylus hovers. She has been in intermittent contact with Graham Averill through prepaid phones and encrypted email. She is alive. Helen Price is alive. The woman Sylvie remembers in fragments. Cocoa butter, braiding hair, a voice saying, tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. The woman who screamed from the driveway while Graham carried 2 suitcases to a dark car with the engine running. The woman who feared water, who pulled Sylvie from the bath with shaking hands, who washed Sylvie's hair with a shower attachment because the tub was too close to drowning. That woman is in Montana. She has been in Montana for 11 years, while her daughter believed she was at the bottom of a reservoir in Idaho. I do not say anything. Diana does not say anything. Gutierrez drinks from his mug. The evidence indicates that you were intended to be the 3rd staged drowning, Ms. Calloway. Westbrook closes the folder. Her hands rest on the closed cover. The plan was disrupted by your investigative behavior. Graham Averill assessed you as a risk and chose to abort rather than proceed. He told Nora, I say. March 10. She's not what she seems. I need more time. That is consistent with the messages. Westbrook nods. The response from the prepaid phone associated with Nora Kessler was, if she's a problem, we adjust the timeline. They adjusted it. They abandoned the drowning plan and executed a contingency departure. Graham Averill left 4 Ridge Road at approximately 2:14 a.m. on March 15, 2026. The Land Rover's internal GPS records the vehicle heading south on Lakeshore Road toward Highway 97. The trail goes cold in Wenatchee. Wenatchee, where Nora drove after swimming to the far shore, where Nora bought basil plants and mailed a postcard, where Graham went when the 3rd cycle failed. The same town, the same route, the same disappearing act performed by 2 different people 4 years apart. Graham Averill and Nora Kessler are currently wanted on federal warrants for wire fraud, mail fraud, insurance fraud, and identity fraud. Interpol has been notified. The warrants are active. She pauses. They are in the wind. I drive back to the boathouse. The road is the same road. The turns are in my hands before my eyes register the curve. The boathouse, the card table, the window, the lake. The chain is where I left it. On the card table, a thin curve of gold on laminate in the gray light. It has been there since Saturday. 2 days. I have not touched it. I have not moved it. It sits where it sits, the way the investigation sat where it sat for 26 months, occupying space, holding weight, meaning something I constructed out of proximity and grief and the vanity of a woman who believed she could read a document and know the person who wrote it. 3 wives, 2 successful cycles, 1 aborted. Helen Price, age 29. Lucky Peak Reservoir, 2015. She feared the water. She feared Graham more. She agreed to the scheme because the alternative was the marriage, and the marriage was the thing she feared most. And $250,000 and a new name in Montana was the price of walking away from a man who understood exactly how to close the walls around a woman by inches. The window holds the lake's surface, flat, indifferent. Helen did not drown. Helen walked through a different door. Sylvie remembers the driveway and the screaming in the car with the engine running and the woman getting smaller through the rear window. Helen was not drowning. Helen was leaving. My hand rests on the card table, 6 inches from the chain. And Graham told Sylvie she drowned while eating soup, and Sylvie believed him because she was 6, and because children believe their fathers, and because the lie was the only version of the story anyone offered. Nora Kessler, age 34, Gilchrist Lake, 2022. She was loud. She was opinionated. She argued about building codes and corrected county inspectors and called her sister at 11 at night to fight about books. Outside, a loon calls from somewhere past the buoy line. The sound crosses the water and fades. The woman in the water journal is not Nora. The woman in the water journal is a character built from clinical literature and textbook escalation patterns, written collaboratively at a kitchen table by 2 people who understood that the beauty of the prose would make the reader trust it. I trusted it. I carried it. I wore the chain of the woman who wrote it. Elise Calloway, age 33, planned for 2026. The policy was $1.5 million, 3 women, 3 states, 12 years. A system built across jurisdictions that do not talk to each other, across carriers whose fraud departments review in isolation, across the institutional failure of a country where a man can change his name and his state and his wife, and the database never connects the deaths because the databases were never built to connect them. The dock creaks in the wind. A rope taps against the piling. Graham got spooked. Not because I was too smart, because I was too curious, in the wrong ways at the wrong times. The house searches, the lock picks, the insurance questions. The way I looked at the lake, not as a wife, looks at a lake, but as a woman measuring distance and depth and temperature. He recognized the looking because he had seen it before. In Nora, in himself. He knew the look of someone calculating whether a body could be recovered from 180 feet of cold water because he had done the calculation himself. My investigation saved my life. My investigation also placed me in the house where the investigation was necessary. The lake is flat. The far shore holds its line of Douglas fir, dark green against the blue sky, the gap where the logging road comes through. The gap is empty. It has been empty since the night Nora drove through it and did not come back. Graham and Nora are in the wind. Westbrook used that phrase, and the phrase is accurate and also imprecise. Wind has a direction. Wind can be tracked and measured and predicted and followed. Graham and Nora are in something older than wind. They are in the space between names, between states, between the woman you were and the woman you become when the documents are new and the hair is shorter and the lake is different. And the Mark has not yet learned to check the insurance policy her husband took out 5 months after the wedding. Somewhere there is a town, smaller than Harrow, or the same size, a lake or a reservoir, or a river with depth and cold and no comprehensive search protocol. A financial planner with a warm smile who moved there recently with his quiet, artistic wife. The light through the window shifts, late afternoon turning toward evening. A woman at a cafe who will befriend the neighbors and paint watercolors and swim past the buoy line. A house with a crawl space and a waterproof bag, and a journal that has not been written yet, but will be, entry by entry, in blue-black ink, in a voice so careful and so beautiful that whoever reads it will believe it the way I believed it, with the full weight of their chest, with the chain at their collarbone, with the conviction that suffering this precisely rendered must be real. The warrants are active. The FBI has resources and jurisdiction and cooperation from Helen Price in Bozeman. The insurance companies are filing civil suits. The machinery of justice is turning, slowly, in the direction of two people who are very good at becoming other people in other places with other names. I have no laptop. I have no encrypted partition. I have no evidence to file, no folders to organize, no contradictions to track. The investigation is complete. The answers are in a manila folder on Westbrook's desk, and the answers are comprehensive and verified and federal. And the answers do not change the fact that the lake is still and the far shore is empty, and the people who built this are somewhere else, beginning again. The chain catches the last of the afternoon light through the window. A few grams of gold on laminate. I do not pick it up. The water holds. Chapter 30. The Invitation. The Douglas fir outside the boathouse window have turned the green they turn in June, a green so dense it almost has weight. The sky is clear. The lake has warmed to 52 degrees, which is still cold enough to bite my wrists when I fill the kettle from the tap, the water that comes from the aquifer that draws from the lake. In Harrow, you drink the same water you look at. Margot told me that once. Bill told her. 2 weeks have passed since the conference room, since the 5 tabs, since Agent Westbrook closed her folder and the coffee ring on the table dried, and I drove home and stood at the window and did not pick up the chain. Sylvie does not know yet. Helen Price is alive in Bozeman, and Sylvie is at Janet's kitchen table eating pancakes, and she does not know that the woman in the driveway, the woman who screamed, the woman who got smaller through the rear window until the road turned, is breathing, is in a house with a yard, is alive. Telling her will be the cruelest gift anyone has ever given a 16-year-old girl. The mother she grieved is not dead. The grief was real and the death was not. I do not know which part of that sentence will break her. The chain is still on the card table. I moved it once, Tuesday of last week, not to wear it, to dust the table. I picked it up with 2 fingers, wiped the laminate with a cloth, and set it back in exactly the same place, the way Gutierrez sets his pen parallel to the notebook edge. Precision in the service of something I have not yet named. I bought a laptop, not a ThinkPad, a silver MacBook from the electronics store in Wenatchee, a machine that has never been wrapped in a pillowcase and hidden behind hiking boots. I did not create an encrypted partition. I did not build folders, organized by evidence type and date and person. I opened a single document and typed the first sentence, and the first sentence was wrong, and the second was worse, and the third was the one I kept. I am writing. Most days. Some days I don't write. Some days I sit at the table with the laptop open and the cursor blinking, and I get up and make toast and eat it standing at the window and sit back down, and the cursor is still blinking, and the toast is gone, and nothing has been written, and that's fine. That's a day, not the investigation. The investigation belongs to Westbrook and the bureau and the manila folders on desks in offices where I have no security clearance and no filing system and no relevance. The investigation is complete. I am writing the story, the full story, from the beginning, not the way I would have written it 6 months ago. Not organized by evidence type, cross-referenced, time-stamped, stripped of everything that was not prosecutable. I am writing it the way it happened, which means I am writing about the things that do not fit in evidence folders. I write about a freelance journalist who discovered a pattern and entered a marriage to prove it, and lost herself somewhere between the evidence and the life the evidence was supposed to document. I write about a town where silence has architecture, load-bearing walls, foundation work, rooms you cannot enter. I write about a detective who drinks from a mug that says, "World's okayest detective," and who watches your hands instead of your face because your hands do not know how to perform. I write about a chain. The prose is slow. I write for 2 hours in the morning, and then I stop and I stand at the window and I look at the lake, and I do not time how long I look. The not timing is new. For 26 months, every act of observation had a timestamp and a file destination and a purpose that could be articulated in a sentence beginning with, "This matters because..." The looking I do now matters for reasons I cannot articulate, and the inability to articulate them is what makes the looking different from surveillance. The boathouse is still the boathouse. Card table, lamp from a hardware store, 2 white towels from Target, pour over coffee because the Breville was never mine. The photograph of me and Bryn at law school graduation is still taped to the fridge, the tape yellowing at the edges, Bryn's arm around my shoulder, both of us squinting into a Seattle afternoon that happened in a life where I had not yet married a man to prove he killed his first wife. Bryn drove up last weekend, stayed at Margot's. We sat on the dock Saturday afternoon and she said, "You're going to write it." "Not a question," I said. "I'm trying." She said, "You always try too hard. Write it the way you told me. On the phone. When you were scared and honest and not trying to be good at it." I have been trying to write it that way. Some mornings it works. Some mornings the sentences arrange themselves the way evidence folders arrange themselves, clinical and sordid and defensible, and I delete them and start again. The story I am writing is not defensible. It is true, which is a different thing, and the difference is the part I am learning. Margot's sunroom on a Tuesday afternoon. The 3 windows face the lake. The round oak table has the same scars. The teapot has the same crack on the handle. Earl Grey. Milk, not a question. The 5 watercolors are on the south wall. 4 views of the lake from this shore. 1 view from the far shore looking back. Raw umber October light on exposed rock. I have looked at that 5th painting so many times that I know the brushstrokes the way I know the cracks in the boathouse ceiling. By proximity, by repetition, by the intimacy of staring at something long enough that it stops being art and becomes evidence, and then stops being evidence and becomes a painting again. You're still here, Margot says. She says this every visit. It has become the opening line of a conversation that neither of us needs to have, but both of us continue, because repetition is how some people build trust. And I am learning that trust built through repetition is not less real than trust built through disclosure. The words have changed meaning over the weeks. In March, it was an observation. In April, it was a question. In May, it was concern. In June, it is something else. Recognition, maybe? Or the thing that lives next to recognition and does not require a name. Where would I go? Bend. Your parents. Eventually? Eventually is a word for people who don't want to admit they're staying. She pours. The tea is the color of shallow lake water in autumn. You're staying. I hold the cup in both hands. The ceramic is warm. You know, she says, the night Nora swam, I almost called the police about the car at the far shore. I picked up the phone. Then I thought, it's probably nothing. She looks at the lake through the center window. The surface holds the trees and the sky in a reflection so clear it looks corrected. 3 years of probably nothing. That's a long time to be wrong. You weren't wrong. You saw what you saw. And I waited for someone to ask. She sets her cup down with a saucer clink that means she's going to say something she's been composing. You asked. The silence after that is not the silence I measured when I first moved to Harrow. Not the silence that had teeth. The silence that occupied rooms and punished and judged. This silence is the kind Bill probably knew, sitting in the same sunroom, watching the same lake hold the same mountains in its surface, while Margot read in the chair by the window, and neither of them needed to say anything, because the quiet was not the absence of speech, but the presence of something that did not require it. Thank you, I say, for the tea, for all of it. Margot looks at me over her cup. Her moss agate ring catches the afternoon light, green and dark, like lake water at depth. You don't need to thank me for tea, Elise. I'm not thanking you for the tea. She nods. She knows. How far along? She asks. 14,000 words. Maybe half. Half the words or half the story? I don't know yet. They might not be the same thing. She picks up the teapot and fills my cup without asking. Bill used to say a thing was finished when you stopped needing to explain it. She sets the pot down. You'll know. I walk down the path from Margot's through the Douglas fir. The afternoon is warm by Harrow standards, 63 degrees, a breeze from the south that smells like pine and lake in the nothing that lives in the space between spring and summer in the eastern Cascades. The path is packed gravel. My boots know every root and stone. The mailbox is at the top of the path where Margot's property meets the road. A wooden box with a hinged lid that Bill built in 1996. Margot keeps it because the lid doesn't stick, and because some things outlast the person who made them, and that is not a tragedy but a fact. I open the lid. Electric bill. A notice from Gutierrez's office. The monthly update. 2 paragraphs of professional courtesy confirming that the investigation is active and that my cooperation remains appreciated, and that I should contact Diana Park if my contact information changes. I have received 3 of these. They are identical except for the date. And a cream-colored envelope, heavy cardstock. The paper has a texture under my thumb. A weave, not smooth. The kind of paper selected by someone who understands that the weight of an envelope communicates before the contents do. No return address. The handwriting on the front is small and careful, and slants slightly to the left. I know this handwriting. The postmark says, Helena, Montana. I stand at the mailbox. The electric bill in my left hand. The cream envelope in my right. The breeze moves through the Douglas fir above me, and the trees make the sound that trees make when air passes through them at a speed that is not wind and not calm, but the exact threshold between the two. I open the envelope. Inside, a wedding invitation. Cream cardstock matching the envelope. Thermographed lettering. 2 names I do not recognize. A man and a woman. Surnames I have never seen in any folder or any evidence file or any database search I conducted in 26 months of investigation. The date is in August. The venue is a lodge on a lake in western Montana. Behind the invitation, a photograph, 4 by 6, printed on matte paper with the faint chemical smell of home printing. A couple standing on a dock. Behind them, a lake and mountains. The light is early morning, that pale gold that falls on water before the sun clears the ridge and turns everything honest. The man's smile is the one I know. Teeth, warmth, the arrangement of a face that has practiced happiness in mirrors and in living rooms and in restaurants where clients sit across from him and believe that the steadiness of his hands means the steadiness of his character. He is thinner. His hair is shorter. He is standing the way Graham stands, one hand at his side, the other resting on the railing, the posture of a man who is relaxed because he has decided to be relaxed, not because he is. The woman's hair is shorter and darker than the photographs I studied for 2 years. But the posture is the same. She stands near the water, the way someone stands near a thing they own. Not careful, not cautious. Comfortable, proprietary. Her hand rests on the railing 6 inches from his. She's not touching him. She does not need to. The 6 inches is its own communication. We are together. We are separate. The distance between us is chosen and not accidental. The lake behind them is flat and blue and deep. I turn the invitation over. On the back, in the same small handwriting, the same blue-black ink, the same left-leaning script I read for 3 hours in a boathouse under a yellow lamp while the fog pressed against the window and the dock creaked underneath. 5 words and an initial. You were the best one. N. I do not go inside. I walk down to the dock. The dock extends into water that is green near shore and dark, past the drop-off, and I have stood here enough times that the color gradient is not information anymore but landscape, the way a person who lives near mountains stops seeing mountains and starts seeing home. The wood is warm from the afternoon sun. The rope taps against the piling in the rhythm. The breeze sets, and the breeze revises. The invitation is in my right hand, the photograph in my left. Across the lake, the far shore holds its dark line of Douglas fir, unbroken for a mile, and then the gap where the logging road comes through. The gap is visible from here in the June light, a pale interruption in the tree line, gravel brighter than the surrounding rock. The pull-off is empty. It has been empty every day since September 14th, 2022, when a woman swam 1.2 miles through 51-degree water and walked out of her own death and drove away and did not come back. Somewhere in Montana, there is a town. I do not know its name. There is a lake that is deep enough and cold enough and far enough from a highway that a body would not surface, and a search would not be comprehensive, and a death certificate would be issued on the strength of a folded towel, and a witness and a husband who was demonstrably somewhere else. There is a house with a crawl space, or there will be. There is a waterproof bag and a journal that has not been written yet, but will be, entry by entry, in blue-black ink, in handwriting that slants slightly to the left, in a voice so careful and so beautiful that whoever reads it will believe it the way I believed it. A loon calls from the middle of the lake. The sound carries across the water and thins and does not end so much as become inaudible. There is a woman in that town who does not know yet. A woman who will meet a financial planner and his quiet, artistic wife at a community event or a cafe or a harbor cleanup, and she will find him charming and attentive and precisely calibrated to make her feel seen. And she will tell herself a story about the meeting, and the story will be wrong, but she will not know. It is wrong because the performance is 3 cycles old, and 3 cycles is enough to remove every seam. You were the best one. I read the 5 words again. The handwriting is the same handwriting that wrote, "The water was cold today," on the first page of a navy blue journal in a crawl space in a house I searched with lockpicks and a flashlight between my teeth. The same handwriting that described corrections at dinner and phone monitoring and a doorway blocked for 45 seconds and an arm grabbed with 5-point precision. The breeze turns the photograph's edge against my knuckle. The same handwriting that wrote, "Tomorrow I am going to swim farther than I have ever swum before," which was the most devastating sentence I had ever read, and also the most honest, because she did swim farther, 1.2 miles, to the far shore, to a car, to a new name, to this, to a wedding invitation sent to the woman who almost broke the scheme. Admiration or mockery. The handwriting doesn't say which. Nora's handwriting never said which. That was the craft of it. I hold the invitation and the photograph, and I stand on the dock, and the lake is still. The fog is gone. It has been gone for days. The mountains are sharp against the sky, every ridge defined, every tree line distinct, clarity that makes the far shore look close enough to reach. Everything is visible. The dock, the boathouse, Margot's house through the trees, Ridge Road to the south, cedar shingles weathered gray, the covered porch, the hook where the Filson jacket hung for 81 days before Gutierrez collected it as evidence. The chain is on the card table inside. A few grams of gold on laminate. 4 generations from Krakow to a boathouse in Harrow, Washington, and it ended here not because the line was broken, but because the woman it belonged to did not need it for the next performance. She left it the way she left the towel on the dock, a prop, positioned for discovery, carrying exactly the weight the finder would assign to it. I assigned it 16 months. The laptop is open on the card table next to the chain. The document has 14 0 words. The story begins the way stories about lakes begin, with a woman, a window, and the thing she cannot see on the other side of the water. Bryn's number is in my phone. Diana's number is in my phone. Westbrook's card is in the drawer by the sink. The FBI has resources and jurisdiction, and active warrants, and a cooperating witness in Bozeman who can describe the methodology because she lived inside it and walked away from it the way everyone in this story walks away from things, through water, through distance, through the quiet mercy of becoming someone else. The machinery of justice is turning. It will catch them or it will not. The warrants will lead somewhere or they will expire into institutional memory. A case file in a cabinet in a field office where a young agent will pull it someday and read the 5 tabs and wonder how 2 people could build a life out of drownings and documentation and the persistent human willingness to believe that suffering, rendered with enough precision, must be real. The loon surfaces 50 yards out, shakes water from its head, dives, does not reappear. I hold the invitation. The cream cardstock is warm from my hand. The photograph is warm from my hand. Everything I touch becomes the temperature of my body eventually. That is not a metaphor. That is thermodynamics. The chain was warm when I wore it. The journal was cold when I found it. The lake is 52 degrees, which is warmer than it was in March and colder than it will be in August and is, right now, exactly the temperature it is. My thumbnail presses into my index finger. The small red crescent forms. I am not lying to anyone. The crescent does not require a lie. Sometimes the body marks things the mind has not yet processed. And what my body is marking is not a lie, but a choice that has not been made and may not be made today and does not need to be made today because the dock will be here tomorrow and the lake will be here tomorrow and the invitation will be on the card table next to the chain, next to the laptop, next to the 14. 0 words that are not finished and are not an investigation and are not a filing system and are mine. The lake does not move. I do not move. The story is not finished. Somewhere in Montana, it is beginning again. Elise returns in. The far shore.